Don't miss the awesome Naruto stories my sister creates. Her last channel was hacked, so to stay in the loop, please subscribe to her new channel. It would mean a lot to her, and you won't regret it. Dear Naruto Lemon fans, I'm thrilled to invite all of you to my Boosty channel, where you can enjoy exclusive Naruto Lemon scenes in a comfortable and supportive community. Choose from various subscription tiers, from Mini Lemon to God Lemon, and gain access to unique content tailored just for our fans. Plus, subscribers to over Naruto Lemon and God Lemon will receive special mentions in my videos. Support my channel and dive deeper into the world of Naruto today. Dare! The Fourth Shinobi World War had finally reached its peak. Fortunately for everyone, Obito had already died, but there was still one big problem. The Ten Tails had been completely reborn and Madara was not averse to using it for his own purposes. In his fight with the Uchiha, Naruto used the power of Senjutsu and the Kyuubi's chakra. Naruto had one idea to defeat Madara and destroy the Ten Tails forever. Naruto extended his left hand and watched as his chakra, the Kyuubi's chakra, and the Senjutsu chakra mixed together to create the most powerful technique. I already lost Obito, I can't lose to this brat. Uchiha cursed. Madara, riding the Ten Tails' head like it was his personal summoning or something. He was angry at the people who were getting in the way right now. The last Uzumaki was royally pissing him off because he didn't want to just die. What pissed him off the most was the simple fact that he wasn't actually alive, and couldn't become the new Jinchuriki of the Kyuubi. I already figured out that you can't become the new Jinchuriki of the Kyuubi. Obito has already died and now you are next, Naruto said as a golden ball formed in his hand. Naruto could feel the power coming from this new technique he had invented and was thankful that the other shinobi were far away from him, meaning that none of them would be involved in this. I'll kill you, the enraged Uchiha shouted as he commanded the Ten Tails to begin forming their own tailed beast bomb to destroy the pesky brat. It only took the Kyuubi a second to prepare its attack. Naruto ran forward, preparing his technique, using his amazing speed. Uzumaki quickly got in front of the Kyuubi's tailed beast bomb and thrust his new jutsu into the tailed beast bomb, causing a chain reaction. A large explosion occurred, completely destroying everything around it, but then the explosion. Naruto felt the Kyuubi being ripped out of his body and wondered what was going on. Kurama, what's going on? Naruto shouted, trying to resist being sucked into some strange hole. This technique reminded him of Kamui, only several times stronger. Naruto, this is a dimensional rift, Kurama's obvious voice said in Naruto's head. For some reason, the voice sounded worried, and it worried Naruto greatly. What does this mean? Naruto shouted. He noticed that his opponent was in the same situation. But for some reason, the Ten Tails didn't seem to be affected by the dimensional rift. When you collided with the Kyuubi, it caused an interdimensional rift in time. Kurama screamed as he felt himself being forcefully ripped from Naruto's body. That still doesn't explain why the Ten Tails isn't reaching out to us, Naruto said as he was inches away from discovering the strange anomaly. He could see how everything seemed to merge together, and the vast darkness seemed to have no end. The Ten Tails created this world, so it won't be affected by things like that. Since I was once part of the Ten Tails, I'm not affected either, but you are, so since I'm inside you. The Nine Tails explained as it began to lose contact with Naruto, since it was mostly extracted by now. What will happen to me? Naruto asked as he began to feel afraid. He wasn't afraid of dying, but he wanted to see all his loved ones in heaven, rather than be stuck in some dark limbo with the annoying Uchiha forever. I'm sure you'll end up somewhere, Kurama said right before he separated from Naruto completely. He looked down and silently bid his best friend farewell as he watched him and the Uchiha get sucked into the dark portal forever. Deep in the Konoha forest. The Kumo shinobi team walked through the forest very quietly. Their captive was a young red-haired girl. The girl had a peculiar bloodline that allowed her to materialize her chakra, suppress or absorb large amounts of chakra at once, and the best part was that the chakra was so strong that even the Kyuubi could not do anything. Her name was Kushina Uzumaki, and the best part about it all was that she was the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails, which gave Kumo a great weapon for the future and a new bloodline clan to use in the future. They continued walking, but stopped when something like dust began to swirl in front of them. They immediately began to take a defensive position, just in case. What struck them was not that someone had emerged from someone else's dust, but that the man was mostly made of dust. Suddenly, a fair-skinned guy with a handsome face and black hair that was tied into a high ponytail, leaving a couple of strands curling on the sides, appeared. The stranger was neither tall nor short, his height was 178 centimeters, he looked no more than 16 years old. His build was like most shinobi. He wore the standard Uchiha attire, a black, high-collared shirt with the clan's crest on the back that was slightly unbuttoned, and blue pants with bandages on the shins. Around his waist was a belt with a pouch, presumably containing his ninja tools. "My head hurts so much," Naruto cried out, clutching his head as the pain of over 100 years of memories that weren't his rushed into his brain. He remembered that he had the name of Izuno's brother, an endless war, and many other things he had never seen or done. He would have continued to ponder these thoughts, but then one of the Kumo ninja decided to make himself known. "Who are you?" One of them pointed at him and shouted, "He's an Uchiha," which made Naruto turn around, thinking that Madara was behind him. When he looked back and didn't see anyone, even though his vision had suddenly become surprisingly very good, he looked back at the Kumonin and was about to say something when one of them said, "If we capture him, we'll get a huge bonus," which shocked Naruto. It was then that Naruto noticed the sad look on the little red-haired girl's face, which surprisingly matched his own, and realized that maybe she wasn't here by her own free will. "Wait a second, that's..." Naruto was surprised, but he didn't understand. Naruto didn't know what came over him, but his fighting instincts just kicked in and he easily avoided an overhead knife strike from the Kumo ninja's tanto and grabbed his wrist. Naruto then twisted the ninja's wrist and broke it, causing the Kumo ninja to scream in pain, but Naruto caught his tanto in mid-air with his other hand and quickly silenced him forever. Naruto actually found it strange that he could kill so easily. "Lightning style, lightning strike jutsu," the Kumo ninja shouted as he pointed all 5 fingers of his right hand at Naruto. Naruto watched as electricity danced around the Kumo ninja's fingers before 5 bolts of electricity shot out from his fingers and shot towards him at high speed. Naruto was amazed by the sight of the lightning rushing towards him, not because he thought it was pretty, but because of how slowly it moved in his eyes and that he could suddenly see chakra. Naruto began using his own hand gestures and when he finished, he shouted out, "Wind style, great breakthrough jutsu," and exhaled a powerful stream of wind. When the wind and lightning jutsu met the wind, it was dispersed by the wind, but the wind jutsu continued its movement, but by now it was so weakened that it only knocked the Kumo ninja off his feet and crashed into the opposite wall. Naruto quickly turned around and pointed his tanto at another Kumo ninja who was trying to sneak up on him from behind and coated the tanto with wind chakra so that the Kumo ninja's armor couldn't stop his attack. The Kumo ninja quickly fell and died. He saw the Kumo ninja he knocked down start to get up. Naruto coated his tanto with wind chakra again right before throwing it at the Kumo ninja. The tanto easily flew into the air and pierced the Kumo ninja's heart, killing him instantly. "Now you," Naruto said as he looked at the Kumo ninja who was now using the red-haired girl as a shield. It really pissed him off that a grown man would do something like that, but he wasn't going to let that stop him. He was going to get this. "Step back or the girl will get it, you little Uchiha monster," the useless ninja shouted as he began to shake in fear. He never thought that a child, even an Uchiha child, could kill 3 adult Kumo Jonin like it was nothing. He was terrified, but he was sure that he would be safe as long as the girl was his hostage. Why do they keep calling me Uchiha? It's not like I have. But that was all Naruto thought until a cold realization hit him. He quickly grabbed one of the Kyumo ninja's wakizashi and looked at the reflective metal. His blood ran cold as he looked and saw a Sharingan with 3 tomo. Where in the name of the death god did the Sharingan come from? I remember being sucked into the portal with Madara, but, wait, is that all? Naruto thought as he began to examine himself. What also bothered him was that his face had changed and his fox whiskers were gone. Genjutsu, Naruto said as he walked up to the Kyumo ninja who could only move his eyes. Naruto could see the fear in the eyes from that. The ninja fell to the ground dead and Naruto looked at the red-haired girl who had a look of shock and admiration on her face. Are you okay? Naruto asked as he began to cut the ropes the Kyumo ninja had used to tie her up. They must have been in a hurry because the rope had chafed her skin, leaving bleeding spots on her wrists and ankles. Amazing. The girl answered shortly. Her eyes, which Naruto found very beautiful, began to twinkle. Naruto noticed that when she tried to take a step, she flinched, which made Naruto realize that she was not walking. The girl immediately began to blush when Naruto picked her up. What are you doing? The girl asked, although she blushed as much as her hair. Well, obviously you can't walk, so I figured I'd carry you. So where do you live so I can take you back there? He started walking in the opposite direction. He may not know where she lived, but it would be safe to assume she lived in the opposite direction from where the people who kidnapped her were heading. Konoha, the red-haired girl said, causing Naruto to stop dead in his tracks. He looked down and actually got a good look at the girl, and even though she was much younger she looked a lot like someone he held very dear to his heart. Please be Mito Uzumaki, please be Mito, Naruto thought, looking at the girl. What is your name? Naruto asked, looking into her eyes. My name is Kushina Uzumaki Databane, the girl who was now called Kushina called out, looking into the beautiful dark eyes of her savior. She noticed that he looked shocked when he told her name, and felt him flinch for a second before correcting himself. When Naruto heard her tell him her name, he almost fell over. All feeling in his legs disappeared and his mind shut down for a split second to help him process the information, though he was able to recover and stop himself from making a fool of himself. How is this possible? Naruto thought as he tried to piece together what he knew. He knew that he had all of Madara's memories. He knew that he had the Sharingan, which only confirmed all of this information, and that he had been sent to the past by a giant hole. Time? That has to be it. I tore a hole in space and time, so now I'm back in the era when my mother was a child, and I showed up right when my mother was being kidnapped by the Kyumo ninja. Wait, isn't that the moment when my mother and father met and fell in love? If so, where is Dad? Naruto thought. Hey, what's your name? Kushina asked, not looking into his eyes, but her blush was still there. Sorry, my name is Naruto Uchiha, Naruto said, and thought about how he would have to explain how he got here, who he was, and much more. Before, he probably would have broken down and cried in his mother's arms even if she didn't know it, but now he just brushed it off. He just assumed it was because he had adopted his personality and was just as cold and unfeeling. It's nice to meet you, Naruto-san, Kushina said in a strange voice that Naruto didn't recognize, although he was surprised by how much she blushed. And you too. I would like to meet you, but only in another time, but he quickly drove away these depressing thoughts and continued on his way to Konoha, and, undoubtedly, he had a big headache. As Naruto was heading back to Konoha, a blonde blur could be seen running towards them at an impressive speed, and when it stopped, it was a fair-skinned, blonde-haired, blue-eyed boy with a kunai in his hand who looked like he was ready to attack. Naruto. Wait. Minato, he's a good guy. He saved me from those Kyumo shinobi, so don't attack him. Kushina shouted, giving Minato a death glare. Minato seemed to catch on very quickly as he stopped dead in his tracks and began to study the situation. "Who are you?" Minato asked, looking at Naruto suspiciously. "Naruto Uchiha, and I assume you're Minato since Kushina called you that," Naruto said as he continued walking towards Konoha. He was truly amazed at how much his emotions had dulled. "Uchiha? For some reason I haven't seen you in the village?" Namikaze continued to speak with suspicion. "Obviously I'm not from Konoha, and of course I'm an Uchiha, after all I have the Sharingan," Naruto said, showing his Sharingan to Minato, shutting him up for the moment. As they walked back to Konoha in silence, Naruto thought about his situation. Maybe he could fix all the mistakes that had happened in his timeline. He could stop the Uchiha massacre, stop Obito from going crazy, and protect Kushina. They arrived at a large gate. Eventually, a group of ANBU landed in front of them and took Kushina to the hospital for treatment, told Minato to go home since he really didn't know anything, and then began escorting Naruto to the Hokage's office. When Naruto entered the Hokage's office, he saw the same man he saw all those years ago, but now he had no blemishes, his wrinkles were gone, and he gave off a strong, imposing aura that surprised Naruto slightly. "I would like to thank you for saving one of my genin," the Hokage said, looking at Naruto with deadly eyes. He was shocked when Naruto didn't flinch at all under his gaze. "Let's get this straight. I didn't know about Kushina's kidnapping, so don't try to blame me or consider me a spy." Naruto looked at the Hokage with a passive expression. In his time, he had encountered stronger and much more frightening people and creatures than the Hokage. "What was your purpose in going towards Konoha?" the Hokage asked, looking at the young Uchiha. He still couldn't figure out where he came from, but he was clearly an Uchiha, since he had the Sharingan. "I wanted to join Konoha since I was bored living alone," Naruto said as he looked around the Hokage's office. He had to admit that it wasn't much different from his time, although the book collection wasn't as large when he first visited the Hokage's office. "Why do you want to join Konoha?" the Hokage asked, looking at Naruto and saw that he was looking at his office. "My parents recently passed away and my grandfather was from Konoha, so I thought it would be interesting to come here and become a shinobi or the Hidden Leaf Village," Naruto said. "Who was your grandfather?" the Hokage asked, trying to understand the mystery that was Naruto Uchiha. He nearly had a heart attack when he heard who Naruto's grandfather was, or so he claimed. "Madara Uchiha, the greatest Uchiha to ever live, and the co-founder of the Hidden Leaf Village, plus he was the former leader of the Uchiha clan," Naruto said, giving the Hokage the famous Uchiha smirk when he saw his reaction. He didn't really like showing off Madara's already huge reputation and/or ego, but it was necessary. "That's impossible. The first Hokage killed Madara during their battle at the Valley of the End," the Hokage shouted as he stood up and leaned over his desk to look Naruto in the eyes. "Or so he wanted you all to think," Naruto said, not even flinching at the Hokage's outburst. "You know we need Yamanaka to come here and confirm your words," the Hokage said, trying to control his racing heart. The last thing he ever expected was for Madara's descendant to suddenly show up like this. "I guess not." Naruto turned around to see an older man with gray hair and onyx eyes. Naruto didn't know who the man was, but he knew he was an Uchiha. He was wearing the normal Uchiha attire, though it was more of a robe than the battle suit most Uchiha wore, meaning he must have been some kind of higher Uchiha. Maybe he was an elder? "What do you mean, Kagami-san? This boy is an outsider, and we are at war. Do you really expect me to accept him into the Hidden Leaf Village just because he has the Sharingan? I don't expect you to make him a ninja of the Hidden Leaf Village. Because I'm going to make him a ninja of the Uchiha clan." The air in the room cooled very quickly. The Hokage and this Kagami looked into each other's eyes, and Naruto could swear he saw sparks. There was obvious tension between them. Although it is legal for clans to have their own ninja. But there is one but. Now is not the time. Not only did this boy come out of nowhere, but he also killed several jonin from the hidden cloud village by himself, which means he is very strong for his age. He was obviously trained by someone, which means he is a direct threat to this village. By this time, the Hokage was practically shouting at the man. The veins on his neck were bulging and his face was red. He could feel that this Kagami had a plan, and the best thing he could do now was stay put. This boy lived in one of the Uchiha strongholds that we still guard and maintain, and has lived there his entire life. Apparently he was trained by a true Uchiha and is on his way to the Hidden Leaf to be initiated into the clan. He must have stumbled upon the Kyomo ninja kidnapping the Uzumaki girl and rescued her. From the looks of it, the boy is less of a threat and more of a hero. The Hokage looked furious, but he couldn't refute Kagami. He looked like he was considering something, looking from Kagami to Naruto and then back to Kagami. Naruto raised an eyebrow, but said nothing. Naruto wasn't stupid. He could see that Kagami had already won, and it seemed the Hokage realized it too. Okay, but if he makes a single mistake, it will be the end of him and I will personally kick him out. Kagami lowered his head a centimeter like a bear. Naruto stood up and mimicked Kagami before following him out of the Hokage's office. Why do I feel like I just let the devil into my home? The Hokage rubbed his temple with his fingers and went back to his paperwork, hoping that Naruto and Kagami wouldn't become even more of a problem for him. Naruto silently followed Kagami. Naruto walked slowly and looked around the village. He had to admit that it looked a lot better than after the Kyuubi and Pain's attack. Naruto shook his head and followed the Uchiha into the Uchiha clan compound. The complex was very different from what Naruto remembered, mainly that it actually had people living there. There were hundreds of Uchiha walking the streets, dressed in dark battle armor with the Uchiha clan crest on the back. As a child, they were the ones who caught him after he pulled pranks. As Naruto sat down in front of the older Uchiha, his stern gaze was fixed on Naruto, who said that he was not playing. You have a lot of explaining to do. Naruto just sighed and began telling the man the real truth. Izuna! Naruto yelled as he woke up. If anyone looked into his eyes, they would see Madara's eternal Manjikyu Sharingan spinning wildly in his eyes. Naruto woke up in a cold sweat. This had been going on since he came here. When he slept, his mind played with Madara's memories, forcing Naruto to relive every aspect of Madara's life. He realized that everything came with a price, and although Naruto now had Madara's most prized possession, his eyes, it would come at the cost of Naruto having to truly understand the true Madara. Naruto sat on a nice bed with 3 large dark blue pillows, a large dark blue blanket, and white sheets with the Uchiha clan symbol on them. The room was nice, he thought. It had an old Japanese look with wooden walls and floors, a paper and wooden sliding door, and various furniture placed around the room. Naruto looked at the bonsai tree in his window the most, as it was the only thing in his room that didn't have the Uchiha symbol on it. He had been living in the Uchiha clan's territory for a month now, and he had spent all that time training. The Uchiha clan leader told him that he had a month to hone his skills before he would have a demonstration fight so that the clan could see what a real Uchiha was capable of, and what a descendant of Madara Uchiha was capable of. He was amazed at how quickly he was able to master fire techniques and relearn wind jutsu. He also had clones mastering other things so he could advance as quickly as possible. He had clones mastering one of Madara's favorite kenjutsu styles, his favorite taijutsu style, various wind and fire jutsu, genjutsu, and mostly chakra control. Naruto was amazed at how easy things were now that he wasn't a Jinchuriki. Naruto trained himself physically because the shadow clones couldn't do it, and it reminded him of the countless hours he spent trying to train because no one wanted to teach him. Because Madara and his mentality merged so much with everyone's memories, Naruto began to resent the people who mistreated him as a child and how little he was actually trained by his sensei. Kakashi spent all his time training Sasuke and barely trained him at all, except for when Tsunade ordered him to train Naruto. He was trained by the perverted Toad Sannin next, and yet he still taught him how to break out of low-level genjutsu and some taijutsu and the Rasengan. Naruto realized that it was the toads that taught him so much. They taught him their special style of taijutsu, senjutsu, and it was there that he mastered his most powerful technique, and in truth, it was the toads that taught him what he knew about genjutsu. Naruto began to think that maybe he didn't love Konoha as much as he thought. They never loved him and only relied on him because he was their only hope. Naruto shook his head, realizing that his thoughts were getting darker and darker. He remembered his first day in the Hidden Leaf. During this time period, the Uchiha clan had mixed feelings about him. Some of them thought it was a good thing Naruto was here because it meant the Uchiha clan would become stronger. There was another faction of the Uchiha clan that wanted nothing to do with him. They believed that like his ancestor Madara, Naruto would try to take control of the clan and then lead them into an unwinnable war or something, but Naruto simply ignored them and continued living his life. He knew he was abusing the Shadow Clone Jutsu, but with his reserves, powerful chakra, and natural skills, not doing so was almost a crime. Naruto also knew that in the future, he would have to become as strong as possible to stop the real Madara Uchiha, so Naruto trained non-stop. He didn't realize that he had come at a time when the Second Shinobi World War was going on, so he knew he would be sent there eventually, since ninja even used children during the war. Now that I have the Eternal Manjikyu Sharingan, I need to train them more often, Naruto thought, rubbing his temples. Naruto walked over to the closet and grabbed the clothes the clan had given him. Even though the clan didn't like his grandfather, he was still an Uchiha, and apparently that meant the clan had to provide for him at least somewhat until he could provide for himself. That meant they had to buy him some clothes, food, water, shelter, furniture, you know the basics. Naruto left the house and headed towards the forest. Kagami was very understanding of Naruto and his plight, so he gave him a very nice house deep in the forest so he could live and train in peace. Naruto was very grateful to him, as it meant that it was unlikely that anyone would see him training. Naruto walked through the darkness of the night. It was still a few hours until morning, but the sun's rays had yet to shine on the world. As he walked, he was very aware of the ANBU following him. They had been watching him ever since he left the Hokage's office, which didn't surprise Naruto at all. When Naruto finally reached his training grounds, he began doing stretches. He was formulating a plan of what to do and how much to change the future, and quickly realized that while he could stop Obito from breaking and becoming Tobi, that didn't mean it would stop Madara. Naruto was sure that at least one of those Zetsu clones knew about the Eternal Tsukuyomi, so killing Madara and his army of 100,000 Zetsu clones by himself wasn't exactly an ideal move in his opinion. Naruto first created a couple hundred shadow clones. He knew that while the clones couldn't help him get stronger physically, they did transfer memories and muscle memory, so they were perfect for learning stances, styles, and moves for his taijutsu and kenjutsu. He remembered that Madara in his prime could use even high-level jutsu with just one hand, while he needed time to prepare them and had to use many seals. Okay, time to get started. Naruto said to himself as he began to tie weights to his arms and legs. I really need to think of a better way to increase my strength than this. Naruto thought. After a few hours of training, Naruto was tired from all the intense training and began to head back to his house to get something to eat. As Naruto walked through the Uchiha clan compound, about to leave, Naruto heard some arguing coming from the main gate. He saw that the two guards that usually guarded the entrance to the clan compound were arguing with someone. I've told you for the 100th time this month that no one other than an Uchiha or someone on official leaf business is allowed on Uchiha territory. If your so-called friend really wanted to see you, he would have let us know, one of the guards shouted. He had to chase the brat away every day for a month, sometimes 2 or 3 times a day. Why won't you let me see him? I know he's there, he's an Uchiha after all, so what's the big deal? Why can't I see my friend? Kushina demanded, stamping her foot. For the last time I'm saying. But that was all he managed to do before Naruto made his presence known. Everyone turned to see Naruto standing there with an annoyed expression on his face. He didn't know that Kushina had come to see him, and he was angry that the Uchiha wouldn't let her come to him, or even bother to tell him that she wanted to see him. "What's going on here?" Naruto asked, giving the guards his signature look. He saw Kushina's happy expression and Uchiha's annoyed expression, but ignored Uchiha for Kushina as he walked up to her. "How are you? Haven't seen you in a while," Naruto asked, smiling at Kushina. He didn't expect her to jump at him like a flying bullet. "Naruto, do you have any idea how hard it was to try to come to you?" Kushina asked, looking at Naruto with that look. Naruto was instantly on edge and gave a nervous smile and an equally nervous laugh. "Sorry, I didn't know," Naruto said, looking back and looking at the two Uchiha who just looked back. "What? I've been trying to see you for a month now. How could they not notify you?" Kushina now looked very unhappy, but Naruto only smiled and gently rubbed her head, causing her to blush. "Yeah, I get it, but the Uchiha clan is just protecting their territory, so just forget about it. How about I treat you to lunch as an apology for keeping you waiting for so long?" Kushina seemed to brighten up at the thought of a free lunch, and a chill ran down Naruto's spine when Kushina gave him another look. "Well, I guess I could forgive you, but you have to keep your promise." That was all she said as she began to drag Naruto in a direction Naruto knew all too well. It was funny to see the villagers watching the scene they had created, everyone looking with interest at the Uchiha being dragged through the streets by the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails, who had stars in her eyes for reasons unknown to them. When they entered the establishment, Naruto saw a large man with stubble on his face. He was much larger than Naruto, but Naruto assumed he was once a ninja who specialized in taijutsu or just really liked training. The bar was almost the same, with wooden floors. "Oh, Kushina, my favorite customer, how are you? Oh, I see you brought a friend with you this time." The old man began to prepare a large batch of noodles. "Yeah, and guess what? He promised me all the lunch I could eat." Kushina was practically beaming with joy as she said this and started mumbling the aromas of different types of ramen. The strangest thing was when the old man looked into his face and spoke in a sad voice. Poor guy. You have no idea what kind of horrors you brought upon your wallet." Naruto was scared, but then his eyes almost popped out of their sockets when the man literally poured all the noodles into the cauldron. Naruto sat and watched in fascination as Kushina ate. He briefly wondered if this was how Irika had felt when he'd taken him out for ramen. When she'd finished and the man had handed him the bill, he nearly passed out. It looked like he wouldn't be buying anything new this month with the little money he had left. "I'm never coming back to that place with you again," Naruto said as they left the place. Kushina giggled and her face turned a light shade of pink, but she was amused by Naruto's own suffering. I really like ramen, and when I start eating, I forget about everything." By this point, Kushina was staring off into space, with a dreamy look in her eyes and a thin trail of saliva running down her mouth, which made Naruto laugh. "Hey, don't laugh." Kushina's hair moved like snakes and her eyes became dangerous, which told Naruto that he better watch himself. "So who was that other Uchiha you brought there earlier?" Kushina seemed to have forgotten about Naruto laughing at her, much to Naruto's happiness, and looked surprised. "I thought you knew her." Naruto raised an eyebrow and shook his head. The only Uchiha he had actually spoken to was Kagami. Kushina and Naruto continued to walk aimlessly, thinking about things that were so close and yet so different. Naruto was still trying to figure out who this Mikoto was. Kushina was wondering what Mikoto was up to. She was so excited, which was surprising for an Uchiha, when she talked about Uchiha Madara, although Kushina only knew a limited amount of things about him, such as he was once the head of the Uchiha clan during the war and was considered the only equal to Hashirama Senju. At that moment, an Uchiha appeared before them with a stony expression, using the standard Konoha leaf body flicker technique. He appeared to be a normal Uchiha with black eyes and hair, wearing a Jonin jacket and black clothes underneath. Naruto Uchiha, Kagami-sama, and the Uchiha elders are awaiting your presence. You must come to them to learn what place you hold in the Uchiha clan. He looked like he was about to leave, but Naruto decided to ask him a question. Wait. Maybe my friend will come too? We haven't seen each other for a month and we've only just started catching up. Uchiha looked like he didn't know what to say but eventually made up his mind, while Kushina looked very happy that Naruto remembered her and wanted to spend more time with her. You can take her with you, but the elders, like Kagami-sama, can ask her to leave, so it's up to you. After that, the Uchiha disappeared. So you want to come and watch me kick some Uchiha ass? Kushina grinned from ear to ear, internally laughing at Naruto's little joke. He really wasn't like the other Uchiha. Oh yeah. Naruto smiled and they both ran towards the Uchiha clan to show the other Uchiha what Naruto really was. When they entered the dojo, they were told that they had to kneel on the hard wooden floor and wait for the other clan members to arrive. Kagami had the decency to show up, but the elders didn't seem to have that quality. I'm so bored, Kushina said, rocking back and forth, her knees looking like she was about to explode. Naruto actually felt sorry for her. He remembered being forced into the academy and told to sit still day after day, and it felt like his body was about to break from the strain. Just be patient for a little while longer, and if the elders don't get here in that time, we'll leave. Kushina looked shocked that Naruto would do something like that for her. She knew that in the Uzumaki clan, where everyone treated each other like family, that kind of thing didn't happen unless there was a real reason, but she also knew that in other clans, especially the Uchiha, who were very powerful and only loved respect and power. It wasn't respectful for someone from the clan to do something like that. She smiled, knowing that Naruto would do it. I apologize for the inconvenience, Naruto-san, Kushina-san, but please bear with me just a little longer. I'm sure the elders have a good reason for being so late, Kagami said, but the tone of his voice showed how furious he was. It was bad enough that the elders were disrespecting a member of their own clan, but it was even worse that they were disrespecting an emissary from a foreign country. Let's just forget about them and have a meeting. Kagami smiled slyly at Naruto's suggestion. That's a very good idea, Naruto-san. I invited you here because within the Uchiha clan, there is a ranking system, similar to the one in Konoha. Genin, Chunin, Jonin, Anbu, and finally the Hokage, the strongest ninja in the Hidden Leaf Village. This system ensures that the right ninja gets the right job and minimizes the losses that the village suffers. This is the case in the Uchiha clan, as well as in the other clans. It would be foolish to give the Hokage all of our power and leave nothing for ourselves. The reason you were called here is because we need to know your rank. Naruto raised an eyebrow, and Kushina remained astonished. Naruto let out a tired sigh. He didn't know that. Naruto hadn't finished absorbing/sorting Madara's memories yet, and wondered what else he was missing. As Kagami had put it, it seemed like Konoha only wanted the clan's strength and didn't respect their individuality, which Naruto could actually understand, because Konoha was known as a village where everyone was to be treated as the same, so the clans didn't want to reveal their secrets. How will we know what place I occupy in the Uchiha clan? We will put you through a series of exercises to see what you are capable of both physically and mentally. Naruto nodded silently at him, but Kushina seemed lost, which made Naruto smile. So there will only be 2 tests. It will most likely be 3. You will have to fight someone of my choosing, and you will have to show that you have leadership qualities, but you will also have to show that you are adaptable. Remember, you are not trying to become an Uchiha, you are trying to become an Uchiha ninja, so that means that even if you do something terrible, you will still remain in the Uchiha clan. Kagami stood up and walked outside. Seeing him leave, Naruto and Kushina stood up and followed him. Outside there was a large clearing with targets for kunai training, a large pond to the side, and a forest beyond the clearing. So, who am I going to fight? I hope it's not you, because I won't hold back just because you're old. Naruto smirked as Kagami gave him a heated look. I'm not old. Kagami shouted, not at all like an Uchiha. Kushina was so shocked that she seemed to be about to turn into stone, but then she burst out laughing. Even Naruto started laughing, which created an aura of peace around him. Well, you do have some gray hair, Mr. Sideburns, Naruto said, pointing to the gray hairs in Kagami's hair. Good. Now I would like to tell you about your opponent, Kagami said grumpily, and entered the training ground, where there was a beautiful young girl. She was very pretty and had a lot of good qualities that other women would kill for. She was the complete opposite of Kushina in many ways. Where Kushina's hair was a beautiful shade of red, this girl's hair was a shade of black. Kushina's eyes were happy and fierce, this girl's eyes were jet black, though there was a glint in them that told Naruto that she was cunning and loved to interact with people. Her skin was pale as the moon and completely flawless. Kushina's skin was flawless as well, but her skin was a little more tanned than this girl's. Overall, she was very beautiful, though Naruto kept wondering where he might have met her in his past life. Naruto, this is Mikoto. My daughter. She's your rival, but that was all Kagami managed to do before Kushina screamed and ran at full speed. Oh my god, Mikoto-chan, where have you been? I haven't seen you for months, Kushina screamed, hugging the poor girl who was already suffocating. Kushina, you're going to strangle her, Naruto said, watching from the side with Kagami. When Kushina noticed that her friend's usually pale skin had turned blue, she began to worry. Is she always like this? Kagami looked at Naruto, who just smiled and nodded his head. Yeah, she might be a bit overly energetic, but when she leaves, you realize how much she means to you, Naruto said. Kagami nodded his head and smiled slightly, looking down at the scene with interest. In the end, they managed to get Mikoto back to her normal self. So, as I said before that little incident. This is my daughter Mikoto, and she will be your opponent. Kagami looked very pleased with himself. Naruto could see that he was very proud of his daughter. Oh my, another so-called prodigy. Why am I not surprised? Naruto thought as he nodded his head and stood on the other side of the training grounds from Mikoto. Let's start. Kagami shouted. She was faster than Naruto expected, quickly pulling out shurikens and throwing them at Naruto with perfect accuracy. Naruto quickly dodged them and pulled out a kunai just in time to block the girl's punch to the stomach. Almost, but it's not enough. Naruto said, but his smirk almost disappeared when the same light in her eyes began to shine. Naruto instantly jumped back and just in time as another Mikoto popped out of the ground, slashing upward with a kunai. That's not all. Uchiha shouted. And she began to form hand seals, Dayton, Doru Domu, and began to create a dome above and around him. Inside the dome, clones appeared and quickly formed seals, breathing fire. He wasn't that strong, Mikoto said as she left the field. Kagami and Kushina. Oh my god, she killed him. She killed my Naruto-kun. Kushina was about to cry when she heard Kagami sigh in annoyance. She was about to start yelling at him until she heard what he said. Mikoto still has a long way to go if she doesn't notice this. This filled Kushina with hope. She quickly looked at the battlefield and saw Mikoto deactivate her Sharingan and start walking towards them. I expected more, she said out loud, but something shook her. Oh, so you wanted more, didn't you? Mikoto quickly turned around, but all she got in return was a hard punch to the face. It hurt, but she was strong and quickly started to get up to start a counterattack, but then a knee touched her side, knocking the air out of her lungs. Mikoto didn't fall and tried to dodge, but Naruto wasn't going to give her that chance. He quickly grabbed her by the shirt and threw her into a tree. You think you're the only one who can use shadow clones? He punched her in the face again. You think that because you have the Sharingan, you can predict my moves? He punched her in the cheek again. Let me let you in on a little secret. You can have the eyes of a god and you'll still be useless if you let that stupid pride and selfishness get the better of you. Naruto punched her in the chest. He wanted her to know that being a woman and the daughter of the head of the family meant nothing to him. Mikoto suffered both physically and emotionally. Was everyone holding back because of who my father was? She began to cry quietly. She expected Naruto to insult her for showing such weakness, but what he did actually gave her hope. A great man once told me that there are two types of geniuses in this world, those who are born with talent, and those who work hard to gain those skills. I believe he was right. Sweat and tears will always surpass those who are born with talent. Remember, you can become anything if you try and give of yourself, Naruto said, looking into her eyes before turning around and walking away. Kushina looked at Kagami, nervously thinking that Kagami would be furious that someone beat up his daughter so badly, but to her shock, he actually looked happy. Kushina thought that maybe he didn't care about her, but then Kagami looked at her and smiled. I hope Naruto-kun taught her a lesson. Kushina thought her heart was about to stop and her jaw was about to drop when Kagami grinned at her. Well then, let's go talk to Naruto-kun and see if he's ready for the next test. As Kagami was leaving, Kushina yelled at him. Hey, what about your own daughter? Are you just going to leave her like that? Kushina looked outraged, thinking that Kagami was just going to abandon his daughter with severe injuries. Don't worry, she's already at the hospital, Uchiha answered calmly. She looked back to where Mikoto should have been and saw that Mikoto had disappeared. Maybe I'm not as lonely as I thought, Kushina thought as she followed Kagami to meet Naruto again. Well, that was fun, Naruto said sarcastically, giving Kagami an annoyed look. What's wrong, Naruto-kun? Kagami's voice was playful and condescending at the same time. You used me to talk some sense into your arrogant daughter, didn't you? Kushina gasped as she looked at Kagami, who only laughed, scratching his hair with a smirk on his face. Well, it looks like you found me out, but Mikoto is strong, I didn't lie about that, and you've proven that you're strong too, so all's well that ends well. Naruto rolled his eyes and crossed his arms, giving Kagami an Uchiha glare. You should have taught my daughter a harsh lesson. Ever since you showed up here, all she's done is go on and on about how she'll defeat Madara's descendant. And become stronger than even our greatest Uchiha. Naruto was already ignoring him and talking to Kushina, which really irritated Kagami. I was so worried about you. I thought you really died, Kushina said, holding Naruto's hand and squeezing it so hard that Naruto got scared. I'm flattered that you're worried about me. And I have one request for you. Can you help me with my training? The death grip on his hand told Naruto that it was not in his best interest to deny her what she wanted. Yeah, sure, I'd be happy to help you, Naruto said and sighed in relief as the pain and numbness went away. Thank you. I'll be waiting for you in the Senju quarter tomorrow morning, Kushina said as she ran away. When she was about 100 meters away from him, she stopped and gave him a death glare, otherwise, was all she said before running away, whistling a cheerful tune. She has such a strong grip, Naruto said, massaging her hand. I see you've already been whipped, said Kagami. Shut up, old man. Naruto shouted. After that they continued to argue for a few more minutes before Naruto retired to his room and fell asleep. It had been a long day for him, but he was happy that he was able to hang out with his mom. I just wish I could understand why Mikoto's fighting style is so similar to Itachi's. It's similar in many ways, but Itachi was always more cautious and kept his distance. Mikoto has the same style, but the opposite. She seems to prefer setting the pace and trying to defeat her opponents with her skill rather than her mind. Maybe that will change now that she knows she's not as great as she thought. Naruto thought as he passed out on his bed with a smile on his face. Okay, I'm ready for any intense training, 14-year-old Kushina confidently declared. She was wearing a red top that emphasized her chest, and red cycling shorts. And she had gathered her long hair into a high ponytail. And on her feet were ordinary sandals. I'm glad you have this drive, Naruto smiled. The guy himself was dressed in all black, a black t-shirt with the Uchiha clan crest, black knee-length shorts with the Uchiha clan crest and black sandals. And his hair was also gathered in a high ponytail, leaving a few strands. So, tell me what you can do. This is so that I understand where we should start training. I'm good at shuriken jutsu, I can walk on water, I can create an illusory clone, Uzumaki told about her skills. Well, for an academy student that's good, he said, and from his pouch he took out several kunai and handed them to Kushina. Throw them at the targets. If you don't believe me, Kushina took 3 kunai at once and threw them at the targets. I believe you, but I wanted to make sure, Naruto replied smiling, looking at Kushina. After throwing the kunai, Kushina had to walk on the water so that Naruto could make sure of her words. Now I need to create an illusionary clone, she asked with a raised eyebrow. No need, and shook his head. Now you need to run 10 laps for the first time, that's normal. And you also need to do some cardio exercises to the max. Kushina silently agreed and began training. She was glad that he agreed to train her. And somehow she was not going to disagree with his demands. Naruto sat in the lotus position and closed his eyelids. She's my mother, and I shouldn't stare at her, it's not right, Naruto muttered in his head. The Uchiha couldn't make out her B-cup breasts that sometimes swayed. And her good figure. 15 minutes later. I'm done. Naruto heard. Slowly opening his eyes, he saw Kushina in front of him. The girl was slightly sweaty, the guy immediately looked away when his gaze stopped on her chest. If you are all, and rose to your feet, now I will teach you the technique of shadow clone. And I will immediately answer your next question. Shadow clone and illusory, they have some differences. Shadow clone can cause physical harm, can use the techniques of the original, and after it disappears, it will be able to transfer all the memories to the original. I understand, and thank you for explaining, Kunoichi said with anticipation. It's my duty after all. They spent the first hour understanding how to form chakra and its amount for one clone. It was easier than regular cloning, it just seemed more natural to Kushina. After successfully creating one clone, they discussed Kushina's well-being. During the second hour, they decided to try creating more clones. Naruto was not surprised by the result. Kushina began to understand the essence of the technique, and gradually everything worked out for her. The exercise with trees took her about 2 hours. It was easier for Kushina to walk on water than on a tree. The girl was afraid to learn this technique on her own. But next to her new friend, she felt safe and trusted him completely. Kushina miscalculated with her chakra and began to fall with a scream. Uchiha caught her deftly and looked at her. Are you okay? The girl nodded her head at him, embarrassed. Due to the large amount of chakra, she had to find the amount of chakra for about an hour. After she had found the amount of chakra, she moved on to fixing the exercise. The main goal was to send a constant amount of chakra to the feet without thinking. After all, no one would think about sending chakra to the feet in a fight. Along with this, she practiced chakra-enhanced jumps, but there was no problem with this because she practiced them after finding the ideal amount of chakra for walking on trees. Naruto was there to help her and caught her when Kushina couldn't stay on the tree. Next was the transformation jutsu, which also didn't take Uzumaki long to learn. Phew! Uzumaki exhaled and wiped the sweat from her forehead with her hand. The girl was tired after 5 hours of training. She felt that she was getting stronger. And Kushina now wanted to eat something cold. Kushina, you trained well today, he noted. Naruto was incredibly happy to spend time with her. And he was happy how she developed. He wanted to spend more time with his mother, remembering her story. He understood how she lived. He saw his father a few times when he walked with some genin. He did not have such an attachment to him as to his mother. But, he was not against getting to know him and becoming friends. The girl nodded weakly and pressed her back against the tree. Watching her suffering, Naruto decided to reward her. Uchiha unsealed an ice cream with a stick and handed it to Kushina. The girl nodded gratefully to him. Tomorrow, same time, Naruto didn't have time to say, because the girl hugged him. Kushina wrapped her arms around his neck and laid her head on the guy's chest. Thank you, Naruto-kun. I'm glad that a person like you appeared in my life. And the corners of her lips slightly rose. Naruto in turn remained silent and stroked her back. Naruto was deep in one of Konoha's forests, looking up at a large tree. If anyone were to see the strange expression on his face and the tense muscles in his body, they would probably think that he was under some kind of terrible genjutsu, because nothing else could possibly make a person make such an expression naturally. Naruto stood in a clearing where grass grew. There were trees all around him that blocked his view for miles around, making it an ideal place to train. Naruto yelled as he sat down, crossing his legs, an annoyed expression on his face. All day he had been straining his Madara's Manjikyu Sharingan, staring at the same tree, trying to activate one of the eternal Manjikyu Sharingan's abilities. Naruto knew that each MS wielder could use a unique technique. What am I doing wrong? Naruto yelled, yanking the grass out of the ground and throwing it into the air. He watched with detached interest as a light breeze picked up the grass and began to blow it away. At that moment, a thought struck Naruto. Maybe he didn't have this unique technique? Naruto thought. I don't think there's any point in wasting your time on this. You know, you talk to yourself a lot. And that's a sign that you're crazy. When Naruto turned around, he was surprised by what he saw. There stood a girl, about the same physical age as Naruto, looking at him with a cheerful expression in her eyes. She was wearing a Konoha forehead protector, but her shirt had the Nara clan symbol on it, leading Naruto to believe that she was actually a Nara. Her hair was only shoulder length, but she had one long strand of hair that stuck out of her hair and hung over her face. Her hair was dark, not jet black like Mikoto's, but a dark brown like chocolate. Her eyes were the same chocolate brown as her hair, and she had a light tan, though her skin was smooth and flawless. She wore a mesh shirt under her gray Nara clan shirt, but she wore tight-fitting ninja pants that showed off her beautiful body. And her chest area was well developed. She also wore 2 pouches, probably for ninja tools, and black ninja sandals. I'm such an interesting guy that I can even hold an interesting conversation with myself. Naruto was glad to see her start to laugh. He didn't know why, but he had a feeling like he could tell that she was tense and needed to laugh. Or maybe you're so lonely that you can't find anyone to talk to, so you only talk to yourself. This time it was Naruto's turn to laugh. This girl was smart and snarky and reminded him of Kushina. Maybe. My name is Naruto Uchiha, what's yours? Naruto held out his hand and the girl looked at him to make sure she had nothing to worry about. She looked at him appraisingly. Yes, he was handsome and she would give it to him. Those eyes captivated her and she was happy to see them since Naruto deactivated his Sharingan when he looked at her. Apparently it was rude to look someone from Konoha in the eye while you had your Sharingan active. Well Naruto, my name is Yoshino Nara, a genin of Konohagakure. Yoshino took Naruto's hand in hers and shook it. She was curious to see Naruto's shocked look and immediately became suspicious of him. Yoshino Nara, wait a second, I know that name. That's Shikamaru's mother. Wow, I never thought Shikamaru's mother would be like that, Naruto thought. What was that look in your eyes just now? Yoshino asked, coming closer to Naruto's face. Naruto was sweating profusely now, because he knew that all Naras were very smart, and this woman seemed to be able to read him like a book. You are truly Nara and live up to your title. You've never talked to Nara before? It's strange, all the clans have always been friends, except for the Uchiha and Hyuga. And you, didn't go to the academy? No, I didn't go to the academy. I trained in the clan and I'm a clan ninja, so I didn't go to the academy and I don't report to the Hokage like other ninja do. Naruto could already see the surprise in her eyes. She must have been very curious. What do clan ninjas do? Naruto shrugged and sat down on a log lying on the ground. He used it as a chair. He gestured for Yoshino to do the same as him. Well, we make sure that the Hokage's ninja don't snoop around where they shouldn't. We also go on private missions for our clan. Yoshino listened with wide eyes. That's why I haven't seen you before. I take it you weren't supposed to leave the clan's territory? Naruto nodded. It was true anyway. During his first month in the village, he wasn't allowed to leave the clan's territory, even though the forest he trained in was the property of the Uchiha clan. And I noticed you were being watched by the Umbu. Yes, that's true. I just arrived in Konoha. So now I'm being watched for a while. And I have a question. What were you doing here? I trained my Sharingan, Naruto answered briefly. I see that you're not succeeding yet. Naruto nodded his head and smiled at her. Why did you come here? Well, this is the Nara clan's forest where we raise our deer, didn't you know? And I just wanted to take a break away from the clan. Everyone there is so lazy it's driving me crazy. By now, her hair had become a slight mess and a vein was bulging on her head. Laziness seems to be almost genetic for the men of the Nara clan, and from what I've heard, it actually causes a fair amount of stress for the women. That's true. She nodded her head at him. How about we get something to eat and get to know each other better? Yoshina came closer to his face and looked into his eyes. Naruto slightly moved away from her, understanding what this would lead to. There were some sounds, footsteps were heard. Uchiha and Nara turned their gaze to the man. A weak smile appeared on Naruto's face. It was Kushina. She was dressed in training clothes. The red-haired girl turned her gaze to the brunette for a few seconds and looked back at the Uchiha. Sorry I'm late. I had some problems. Kushina smiled guiltily in front of Naruto. It's okay, Naruto reassured her. He stood up from his seat and walked up to Kushina. Yoshina, this is Kushina, my friend, he introduced her, Uchiha. Yoshina looked at the girl standing in front of her and smirked. It was nice to meet you, Naruto-kun, and she stood up. Okay, I won't disturb you, but I hope that this wasn't our last meeting, and before leaving, she winked at him. Kushina noticed her looking at Naruto and frowned. Who is she? And looked at Naruto demandingly. Uchiha only exhaled tiredly and turned his gaze to the blue sky. I told you. You won't touch him. You've been trying that little move for months and it still hasn't worked, so why do you keep insisting on it? Why Danzo-san? Kagami was at another boring council meeting that had been repeating itself ever since Naruto entered the village. The war was still going on, but it seemed like the council was more focused on one boy rather than the war. Danzo didn't look worried on the outside, but inside he was furious. He felt that Naruto was a spy for another village. But he couldn't get to him, since Naruto was under the jurisdiction of the Uchiha clan, something Konoha had no power over. The boy is a threat and is likely giving our enemies secrets that he was undoubtedly looking for. This war may be coming to an end, but that doesn't mean it's over. Danzo was already furious, his shaggy black hair moving back and forth as he moved his head. Naruto's mind will not be tested, and this is my final decision. After that, the room became silent. Danzo and Kagami showed each other killing intent, but the heads of the other clans did not budge, and in this case, they supported Kagami without question. Okay, Kagami-san, Danzo-san, enough of that. For now, the matter of Naruto Uchiha will be put off until another time. Right now, we need to talk about the placement of all the new genin on the team, said the third Hokage. Kagami and Danzo continued to look at each other with hatred in their eyes, but their killing intent had disappeared. I think that Shikaku Nara, Inoichi Yamanaka, and Choza Akimichi should be on the same team. They grew up together, so their teamwork should be very good. They are well versed in their clan's methods, as well as other things," said the current head of the Akimichi clan. Anyone against this decision? No one raised their hand, so the Hokage said, "Well then, it's official. Shikaku Nara, Inoichi Yamanaka, and Choza Akimichi are to be placed on the same team. Their Jonin sensei will be decided later." Everyone nodded their heads in agreement. They had read the dossiers on the three boys and had to agree that this would only be beneficial in the long run. I myself have been tinkering with certain correspondences. I believe that Kushina Uzumaki, Minato Namikaze, and Hayashi Hyuga should be included in the team. Kagami narrowed his eyes at the Hokage. He knew the Hokage was up to something. It seemed the man favored the blonde Namikaze for some reason. Why did the Hokage want her to be on the same team as the boy he thought so highly of? Kagami noticed the Hokage's voice changed when he mentioned Kushina and Minato's names, but became quick and dismissive when he mentioned Hayashi, the future head of the Hyuga clan. Does anyone have any objections to this decision? The third really didn't think anyone really cared, and didn't think anyone would actually vote against him, but to his shock, Kagami raised his hand, causing a lot of whispers in the council. The Hokage was annoyed, but nodded towards Kagami. "I'm listening. Hokage-sama, I believe that with Uzumaki Kushina's condition, she should be teamed with someone who could suppress her emotions in emergency situations." The council began to whisper after his words. The Hokage bit his lips. He didn't expect anyone to be against it. But Uchiha was right, and he couldn't deny it. Hiruzen had a plan for Minato and Kushina. Minato was a genius of his generation and Hiruzen knew about this blonde very well. The third had no doubt that he would become the next Hokage. He really needed Minato and Kushina to be together. You want your daughter to be on the same team as Kushina? Her Sharingan is so developed that she can control people? The Hokage and Kagami met eyes for a second, and a titanic battle was going on, but then Kagami smirked, and the Hokage had a bad feeling. No. I would like Naruto Uchiha to be on her team. This guy is very strong, and his eyes are developed enough to suppress the Kyuubi. Uchiha's words amazed the council. Well, I'm very sorry to say this, but since Naruto is an Uchiha ninja and not a Konoha ninja, I can't put him on the same team as her. The Hokage thought he won. But the council was against the Hokage. Does it really matter, Hiruzen? If the boy can truly control a Jinchuriki, then I see no reason for Naruto to be on her team or even her mentor. Danzo wanted to bite his tongue off, but he knew that denying the facts would be foolish. He knew that the girl was made up of emotions and nothing more, so the chance that she would see real death and destruction like on the battlefield and then lose control of her powers was very likely. Why not make Naruto Kushina's mentor? They both get along well and he also trains her. The council supported Koharu's suggestion. So you want the team to consist of 2 people? Sarutobi clenched his teeth in displeasure. We've already had this practice, so I don't see anything wrong with it. If Naruto Uchiha is that strong, then that's great. In the future, he'll be able to train Jinchuriki in mastering the power of the Kyuubi. Now the Hokage was really angry. Not only did everyone agree with this madness, but it was also completely legal. Okay, Naruto Uchiha will be a Jounin and Kushina Uzumaki's mentor. Kagami smiled, knowing that he had stopped something, but, I would like to confirm your words, Kagami-san. Tomorrow, I will wait for Naruto-kun at training ground number 66. I'll warn him, Uchiha replied. Let's get back to business, the Hokage said, returning to his calm appearance. Kushina and Naruto were sitting at a table in one of the Akimichi clan's eateries, eating their food. Kushina surprised him by ordering a large steak and a large salad. She blushed when she saw him looking, but ignored him because of her juicy steak. Naruto was surprised by her appetite, and he ordered a salad. So Naruto, tell me about yourself. You are my friend, but I don't know much about you, Kushina said, eating her lunch. It feels like she's always hungry, and Naruto smiled at his thoughts. Naruto wasn't against inviting her to such establishments, despite the fact that she eats for a very large sum. But for him it wasn't a pity to spend, she's his mother after all. Watching her reminded Naruto of the sight of a fish that could cut up a carcass in the blink of an eye. There's not much to tell really. I moved to the village not long ago and immediately joined the Uchiha clan. My hobby is training and learning new things, as well as meeting new people. I have a vague goal, but I want to start a family someday. And I don't like ovs and arrogant. Kushina swallowed her steak with her mouth full as if it was nothing and then slapped her lips. Naruto liked that she wasn't trying to be reserved with him and was actually acting normal, even if her normalcy was a little weird. Kushina smiled at him shyly. Well, I like flowers and learning new things. I don't mind training, but I don't overdo it like some people do. She glances at Naruto and giggles a little before continuing her story. The dream is to have a happy family. And I don't like slackers. Naruto smiled and was about to continue, but the ninja jumped off the balcony and landed next to them. Naruto watched him for a while and came to the conclusion that he was definitely an Uchiha ninja. Can I help you? Naruto was curious as to why the Uchiha had come for him now. Kagami-sama wishes to speak with you. He says it is important and would like you to come as soon as possible. After that, the Uchiha disappeared without a trace. Again. Why don't they let us have a normal time? The girl said with a displeased face. Sorry. But I promise that this is the last time, he assured her and paid the bill. Kushina nodded to him disappointedly. When I finish with all the business, I will come for you, and continue our time of accompaniment. I will definitely wait for you. Naruto sat in a conference room with the Uchiha clan head and 6 elders. The elders were just as old. Some of them had wrinkles covering their eyes, and as Naruto suspected, none of them had the Sharingan that was active in all of their eyes. They were dressed in something between what monks wore and the normal Uchiha clan clothes, and were sitting on their knees, though they had a pillow underneath them to keep their old knees from getting hurt. Kagami seemed annoyed by their presence, which didn't really surprise Naruto. During his time with the Uchiha clan, Naruto learned that there was a rift between the two factions of the clan. There was a faction that didn't like Konoha as a whole and supported the elders who spoke of the greatness of the Uchiha clan, and a more peaceful side that simply wanted to live in peace and supported Kagami. Naruto was accepted by Kagami, so in a larger sense, he was accepted by his decision. Naruto wondered if they would ever try to pull off a coup d'état, but knew they would if they were ever given the chance. Basically Naruto was pulled away from the good time he was having with Kushina Uzumaki because of some important meeting that the elders and clan head invited him to, but as always he was forced to wait for them for about half an hour. Naruto thought about just leaving and ignoring them, but just as he was about to leave, they walked in. They were silent, although Kagami had a triumphant expression on his face and the elders looked worried as always. They sat in silence for a while until a young woman came in and served tea to everyone. Naruto, do you know why you were called here? The question was rather stupid, since they knew that he didn't know. No, sir. I was only told that it was important and that I should come immediately. Apparently it wasn't as important as I thought, because I had to sit here for 30 minutes waiting for you all. Have some respect for our leader. One of the elders said with an unpleasant look in his eyes as his Sharingan swirled wildly in his eyes. Naruto stuck his finger in his ear and pretended not to hear him. Enough. Naruto, we all apologize for our late arrival, but we have good news for you. We just got back from a council meeting after discussing what we should do with the team placement, and we decided that you should get this Jonin rank in the Uchiha clan, and tomorrow you have a meeting with the Hokage. He wants to test your strength. Kagami looked proud, while the elders were extremely angry. The youth was rising through the ranks too fast, and they couldn't control him. With all due respect, I don't want to train a bunch of disobedient Uchiha kids who think they are better than everyone else just because they are from the Uchiha clan and can one day awaken the limit of our clan's bloodline. The elders looked offended that Naruto had turned them down. But Kagami smiled, knowing that Naruto would soon change his mind. Yes, I thought you would say that, but it was decided that with your abilities, you would be the best person for the job in case your friend lost control. That's why you were chosen to lead the team consisting of Kushina Uzumaki. I didn't expect this turn of events. But, I'm glad that I will be training and being a mentor. Naruto smiled at his thoughts. He didn't care that the team consisted of one person. You should have started with this right away. But I agree, Naruto said as he started to get up to leave. Oh, and one more thing before you go. I wanted to tell you that the Hokage will be waiting for you at Training Ground 66 tomorrow morning. Okay, was all he said before closing the door. Kushina sat on the porch of the house and thought about Naruto. Kushina knew that the war would not last forever and would probably end soon, but she was afraid that Naruto could get hurt or even die. In addition, there was a terrifying thought in the girl's mind that they would slowly grow apart. She couldn't bear the thought of Naruto not being in her life after everything he had done for her. An Umbu appeared next to Kushina and handed Kushina a scroll before disappearing. They are so annoying when they appear, Kushina muttered, unrolling the scroll and starting to read. Kushina Uzumaki, you are to report to the training grounds at 9 tomorrow. Training will begin at 12 o'clock. Your Jonin sensei will be Naruto Uchiha. Signed by the third Hokage. Kushina was stunned into silence after reading this. It was as if all of her worries had just disappeared and all of her hopes and dreams had just come true. She had been worried about not seeing Naruto at all, but now she would see him every day. She did the only thing she could and let out a shrill scream that told the world how happy she was. Mikoto hadn't been training since her humiliating defeat at Naruto's hands. She had been working on her reaction time the most when she realized Naruto was right. Even though she could track movements at high speed with her eyes, it didn't matter much if she couldn't react fast enough. While Mikoto was training, her father Kagami came outside with a smile on his face. Hey Mikoto-chan, how's your training going? Kagami watched as two shadow clones stood at a distance from Mikoto and threw shuriken and kunai at her so she could improve her reaction. It's slow, but we're seeing results, Mikoto said, dispersing the shadow clones to take a break. That's good. You should never forget to work on the basics, as they usually save your life on the battlefield. Thank you, Dad, but what do you want? Kagami smiled, knowing that Mikoto had already understood him. Well, I have one good thing I know about your team. Mikoto looked at him with a keen gaze. You're on a team with Minato Namikaze and Tsum Inuzuka. Mikoto narrowed her eyes suspiciously. And what team is my friend on then? And why did they separate us? Calm down, Mikoto. Your friend is not with you because there are some problems, answered the father. Okay, but at least tell me what team she's on and who's her sensei? The girl was sad that she wasn't with her friend. She once dreamed that they would be on the same team and become the strongest duo. She will be the only one on the team, and her sensei is Naruto Uchiha. Kagami was not prepared for her daughter to grab him, which shocked him and knocked him to the ground. How is that possible? Isn't he a clan ninja? How can a clan ninja lead a team of genin? And why is Kushina alone? The questions never seemed to end as she continued to ask him question after question. Mikoto was confused as to why her friend was the only one on the team, and why Naruto was her sensei. But somewhere deep inside, she was a little jealous of her. So Naruto, I called you to test your skills, Hiruzen said. He looked into the eyes of the young Uchiha. Next to Sarutobi stood an Umbu in a wolf mask. I understand you, Hokage-sama, Naruto said. He already wanted to try his powers on someone. Most likely. This thirst for battle was passed on from Madara. The thought flashed through Naruto's head. The Hokage signaled his ANBU to get ready. The Uchiha activated his eyes in multiple ways. Let's begin. After his words, the ANBU went wild and rushed at his opponent. Naruto deflected the flying fist to the side and hit his knee at his opponent, instantly sending him flying. He hadn't opened up, the Uchiha had simply caught him during another hail of blows. The Umbu's inattention had played a cruel game with him. Jumping up again, he was in no hurry to rush into a fight. Maybe the Umbu had experience in battles, but the current enemy was not inferior to him in it, so further demonstration of skill became a useless exercise. They had already begun to adapt to each other. If this continues, then the one who adapts first will win. The guy is strong enough, his blows are very strong, his taijutsu skills are incredible, and his reaction is at a good level. If I don't think of anything, it won't be good. With these thoughts, the ANBU broke loose again, even faster than usual, but the attack was met with an attack. Both of them rushed forward and started a new battle, but it didn't last even a minute. Finally an opening appeared and Umbu took advantage of it, but he understood that normal strikes wouldn't be enough, so his next move surprised Sarutobi. He intentionally missed the blow to the body in order to catch the Uchiha's hand, which he tightly clamped in a vice. The brunette did not immediately understand why he did it. Continuing to hold the opponent's hand, the masked ninja began to spin like a top, and after a couple of seconds he picked up a crazy speed and abruptly let go of his hand. As a result, Naruto was thrown back with such force that he literally knocked out a tree with his body. He should be more vigilant. Uchiha is just getting started, Sarutobi noted. It's commendable, you managed to fool me, Naruto said, getting up from the ground. He shook the dust off himself. Is that all? His question and that cold tone left the ANBU stumped. The blow was certainly strong, but Uchiha had never used a single technique, even though he could, so why, one wonders. Was he having fun? Did he underestimate the enemy? Anything is possible, but what if the real reason is that using his abilities would instantly decide the outcome of the battle? His arm is fine, amazing. No wonder, he is a descendant of Madara himself. Umbu did not take his eyes off Naruto. All his fighting instincts screamed that something was about to happen. It's time to finish. A voice came from above and the ANBU's head was driven into the ground with extreme precision, then intercepted and thrown away like useless junk. He flew until his back touched a tree. How? He was only a few meters away from me. He couldn't have reached him with his speed, would have noticed. Maybe he used a clone? No, this is the original. Does that mean he was hiding his abilities from the beginning? Was he playing with him? Hiruzen thought in his head. Naruto's tactics were simple. He wanted to see how much stronger and faster he had become. The ANBU limped slightly and began to stand up. A crack was clearly visible on his mask. The ANBU quickly pulled himself together and jumped back and began to perform hand seals. Kato, Great Fireball. Kato, a whirlpool of fire. The Umbu was surprised again, because he knew such a complex technique. The fire released by the Umbu was quickly absorbed, and a large flame of fire rushed towards the Umbu. Doton, a wall of mud. The fire crashed into the wall, destroying it, but dissipated itself. After the technique dispelled, a small column of dust flew in the air. The masked ninja took the katana in his hand and ran at the Uchiha with the same fast speed. He swung his sword with all his might, but the sword stopped in front of Naruto's face. The Uchiha stopped his hand with one hand. What Naruto did surprised both the Hokage and the Umbu. Uchiha concentrated chakra into his outstretched hand and... What is this? Small streams of chakra began to swirl above his palm, growing stronger and stronger. Increasing in quantity until a ball was formed, slightly larger than the hand of its creator. The technique looked quite beautiful. It was pure energy, which you just can't see, a real blue mini-vortex. What kind of technique is this? This is the first time I've seen such a jutsu. The Hokage's emotions burst out. Grinning proudly, the brunette hit the umbu with a technique with all his might, in turn sending the masked ninja flying back several meters. All of his equipment was torn off. The Hokage's eyes almost popped out at what he saw. Yes, this technique was terrifying. He was angry that he didn't know anything about this guy. Sarutobi didn't know anything at all. But, he knew that Naruto hadn't shown everything yet. Sarutobi got himself together and called another ANBU who had been watching the fight the whole time. He ordered him to take the injured man to the hospital. "Follow me, Naruto-kun," Sarutobi called him. A satisfied smile played on Naruto's face. I can already imagine how that mummy is already going crazy. Kushina ate, got dressed and headed to the academy to get a shinobi headband. Entering the classroom, she sat down next to Mikoto. "Hello, children. Today is your graduation from the academy. You will be divided into teams of 3 people," said the teacher. After his words, whispers of students went through the classroom. "Hello, Mikoto. Do you already know who you're on a team with? And you?" "Yes, I know. My father already told me everything." "It's a pity that we're not on the same team," the girls whispered to each other. "I also thought that we would be on the same team, but if we become jounins then we can work together," Kushina answered with some optimism. "Do you even know who you're on the team with?" "Yes, but when I found out, I was a little surprised because the team consisted of 1 person." "And Naruto-sensei," Kushina's face turned pink. "It's quite strange, but I know why you are alone in the team and why Naruto became your sensei." "And why?" Uzumaki asked, slightly worried. "Most likely because you are a Jinchuriki." "Well, these are my personal guesses," Uchiha answered and began to get up from her seat. "Okay, I'm going." Before leaving, Mikoto hugged her friend. "Does he know about my burden? And what does he think about it? What if he turns away from me?" No, he can't do that, after everything. He has become a very dear person to me, and I simply can't stand it," Kushina thought with a confused expression on her face. Walking along the road, all her thoughts were about Naruto. Kushina couldn't calm down, she was still thinking about how Naruto would react. Uzumaki hoped that he would accept her and not turn away. She immediately threw away bad thoughts. Naruto-kun is a smart guy, he's not like the others. Her attire consisted of a sleeveless yellow kimono-style blouse held up by a green belt over a short-sleeved mesh shirt, a pair of dark blue shorts, and brown shinobi sandals. Kushina came to the training ground as she was ordered, but did not see her sensei. Is he late or something? And with these thoughts she sat down under a tree. Uchiha slowly walked towards Kushina. After he defeated the umbu, he was given a green vest. During the journey, Sarutobi asked Uchiha questions. Naruto understood what he wanted and simply avoided the questions. Uzumaki smiled slightly when she saw Naruto. Naruto waved at her as well, but immediately frowned. He noticed the sad look on Kushina's face, even though she tried to hide it. "Hello, Kushina. Are you okay?" Uchiha sat down next to the girl and looked at her with concern. "I'm fine, but be honest with me," and turned her head towards Naruto. Uchiha looked closely at his mother and took on a serious look. "You know that I'm a Jinchuriki? And how do you feel about it?" Uchiha froze for the first second, he didn't expect such a question from her. But he immediately hugged Kushina, he understood all her feelings. And how she felt now. "I already knew about it. I don't care if you are a Jinchuriki or not, you are a very dear person to me in my life. And I will never turn away from you. As long as I am near, I will not let anyone hurt you." Uchiha soothingly stroked the girl's back. Raising her eyes, still continuing to tear this topic from her heart, Kushina saw a smile. This smile that pierced and melted all the ice in her eyes. A small tear rolled down from the girl's eyes. No one since Mito Uzumaki left this life, no one had said such words to her. This guy appeared out of nowhere in her life, and accepted her as she was. Could he really be the red thread of her fate? Thinking about this, Kushina pressed herself even closer to the Uchiha's body. Stupid Hiruzen. He let a stranger into the village, and even allowed him to be near the Jinchuriki. Danzo raged. He was angry at his friend. In his opinion, he made very stupid decisions. Not far from the root Umbu chief was an Umbu wearing a mole mask. Danzo gave him a sign. Danzo-sama, according to our observations, the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki has already become very attached to the Uchiha. Most likely, Uzumaki Kushina is starting to fall in love. The Umbu reported to his master. It won't happen that Uchiha and Uzumaki will be together, not in this life, Danzo said angrily with his eyes closed. What else did you find out? According to our information, Naruto Uchiha will go on a mission with the White Fang of Konoha. And what the mission consists of is still unknown. A terrifying smile appeared on Danzo's face. This smile indicated that he had thought of something terrifying. Tsukumo Hatake, or whatever he is called, White Fang of Konoha. Father of the copy ninja himself. I wonder. Is this another test from the Hokage? Naruto thought with an indignant face. Today he was going on his first mission. And his partner was Tsukumo Hatake. Naruto didn't know much about him, but according to Kakashi, he knew that he was his father. And about his tragic death, all of Konoha knew, including Naruto. Such a shinobi died so shamefully, because of the villagers. His shameful death greatly affected Kakashi, that's why he was so cold and closed in his childhood. His death also led to a lot of events in the future. I still have no other choice, I am here to prevent all those terrible things that will greatly affect the future. Naruto was in the third Hokage's office, standing with a thoughtful face as he looked at the man standing in front of him. Hello, Tsukumo-san. It is a great honor for me to be the partner of the White Fang of Konoha, and extended his right hand. And I am also pleased to meet you, Naruto-kun, said Hatake, shaking his interlocutor's hand. Yes, you really got on the nerves of our top brass. The men simply smiled at each other. Here you go, Tsukumo, Sarutobi said, finding the scroll with the task. All the details are in the scroll. You have a week to complete the task, the faster you complete it, the better. Uchiha and Hatake nodded silently, disappeared into the Shunshin. The two shinobi appeared near the main gate of the village. First, they wanted to know what their mission was, and then set off. Hatake unrolled the scroll and began to study it. The two shinobi's mission was to assassinate a former high-ranking official who was heading to Amigakure. Apparently, he was supposed to deliver all the information about Konoha to the current leader, Hanzo Salamander. We must successfully complete this mission, our village's victory in this war may depend on it, Tsukumo said in a serious tone. So our goal will be to protect the Genin Chunin and their Jonin mentor, Strange. I noticed it too, but we need to be more vigilant. According to our sources, our target will arrive in the grass village in 2 days, from where he will enter the rain village. We need to first get to the point where they will definitely pass. There will be no detour. After that, we watch them for a couple of hours. When they decide to fall asleep, we attack and kill the target. It's simple. If that doesn't work, then we stand on the defensive and assess the strength of the opponents. And if we lose, do we retreat or continue? Uchiha was interested in what he would answer. Let's retreat, I won't sacrifice the lives of my comrades, Hatake said with a serious expression. Okay, I'll wait for you at the entrance, and you talk to your friend. Even so, he will not give up his principles. Naruto turned around and saw the scarlet-haired beast. In her hand was a bento. Uzumaki approached the Uchiha with a smile. Kushina, why aren't you in your Iri Ninjutsu class? Uchiha was the one who initiated his mother to attend Iri Ninjutsu classes. After all, he knew that they would soon be sent to war. And medical techniques would be very useful on the battlefield. I still have time for classes. I brought you a bento, in case you get hungry on the way, Kunoichi said, holding out the box with the red cheeks. Thank you for taking care of me. Naruto hugged the girl tenderly, making Kushina blush even more. I ask you to be careful, Kushina whispered in his ear. Okay, Naruto said. Uchiha looked at Kushina's face and smiled, giving her the same calming smile. Uchiha sealed the bento and began to say goodbye. Okay, I'm going. Good luck with your classes, and kissing the girl's forehead, Uchiha disappeared. Naruto and Tsukumo sat down near the bridge and began to wait for their target. From this place everything was visible as if from the palm of the hand. A couple of hours later they finally saw them, shinobi in amigakure headbands. A normal squad of 4 people. One of them was a sensei, the others were genin chunin. In the center of their formation was a man without a protector. In his hand he held a briefcase containing important papers. We're acting according to plan. Uchiha nodded to his partner and the sharingans lit up in his eyes. The surveillance continued for an hour. The shinobi squad stopped suddenly. Uchiha and Tsukumo were still watching them closely. Their team did not have a sensor, but our heroes hid their chakra to be careful. It would soon be dark. They would have to set up camp, because their target was not a shinobi and could not move without sleep. A simple person would be too tired even from one sleepless night. One of the shinobi of their squad gave a sign. The shinobi in the chunin vest sat the man on his back. Such actions alerted our heroes, and they prepared to begin the attack. A small puff of smoke covered the clearing. Hatake and Uchiha immediately realized that they had been spotted and descended to the ground. They took fighting stances. Tsukumo-san, our target is starting to run towards the border. Naruto shouted. I'll take them on myself. And you after him. Hatake said in a commanding tone, if they cross the border, then stop and go back. The Uchiha silently agreed and ran at full speed after the shinobi. Tsukumo Hatake, this is an honor for us, the swordsman of the hidden mist. Hatake took out his tanto and prepared for battle. Knowing that he could not defeat 2 swordsmen of the mist, Hatake now thought about his new plan. I need to hold out and try to at least defeat one of them, Tsukumo thought. Naruto frowned thoughtfully, a thoughtful expression on his face. The situation he found himself in was not what he thought. The Uchiha began to approach the shinobi, who was trying to escape from him. There are clearly no ordinary shinobi there, judging by their amount of chakra. I need to finish them off quickly, I don't think he can handle it alone, Naruto thought. Uchiha took out a kunai and covered it with wind chakra. With one wave of his hand, he threw the kunai. The kunai stuck right into the leg of the fleeing man. The man on top of him fell to the ground on his back. Having fallen from such a great height, the man lost consciousness. Amaterasu. And focused his gaze on the shinobi hanging on the tree. Instantly, a dark fire covered him. A cry for help was heard throughout the forest. The Uchiha appeared next to the man he was ordered to kill, silently twisting the neck of the traitor. Naruto picked up the briefcase with documents and left the battlefield. Nimpo, hiding in the fog, said the swordsman and disappeared into the fog. The Konoha shinobi cursed and jumped back and began to form seals. Futon, breakthrough. He shouted and began to blow away the fog. It helped him a little, but not much. Jinin Akebino rushes at Kakashi and starts to strike with his weapon. Tsukumo deftly dodges all the attacks and starts his own attack. Jinin tried to kill Hatake with his sword several times, but Tsukumo always managed to dodge the attacks at the last moment. Tsukumo uses a special fighting style. he inflicts small cuts all over the enemy's body without being noticed. They are not life-threatening, but after a while the victim gets very tired. I don't feel the second swordsman. Where is he? Hatake thought nervously. 2 clones stood behind the man, just in case. The swordsman, realizing that he had nothing to do in close combat, began to form hand seals. You really are very strong, the man chuckled. Suetun, water dragon. The swordsman created a projectile from water, which began to take the form of a dragon. Uchiha immediately jumped from the tree. In the place where he was, a huge sword was stuck, and on it stood a young guy with white hair and sharp teeth, and with a shark-like face, which all Kirigakure swordsmen have. So, you killed them after all, said the swordsman and jumped to the ground, holding the sword in his hands. You understand, the one you killed should have paid us? And a smile spread across his face. Get out of the way if you want to live, he answered coldly, and those same eyes lit up in his eyes. So you are still an Uchiha, there will be a high price for your head. The swordsman grabbed the hilt of the sword more tightly and began the attack. Kagami Uchiha was currently in the conference room. The elders of the clan sat on either side of him. Today, the meeting would discuss Mikoto. Specifically, her future husband. Soon, Uchiha Mikoto would become the head of the clan. And she would need a patriarch when she was named the matriarch of the clan. Only 2 people were nominated as candidates, namely Naruto Uchiha and Fugaku Uchiha. The first was a descendant of Uchiha Madara, and the second was the son of one of the clan elders. The clan had already heard about Naruto's strength, and most wanted him to become the patriarch of their clan and continue Madara's line. Little was known about Fugaku, only that he was the son of an elder and had recently become a genin. I guess there's no point in explaining why we're all gathered here. So let's get started, Kagami said. Let's just choose between the 2 young men. The patriarch of the clan must be a strong man, intelligent, responsible and politically savvy. Yes, you are right. And my son fits all these parameters. Fugaku is a smart guy, responsible, strong enough for his age, and in a difficult moment he can take responsibility, the old man said with a sly smile. Senji trained his son from childhood. The man wanted his son to become the head of the clan in the future. This is just ridiculous. I'm even surprised to see your son on this list. Naruto-kun is 2 heads taller than your son. The middle-aged man said with an obvious grin. And the fact that he is a direct descendant of Madara himself already says a lot. And we must not forget that he is currently the only owner of the eternal Mangekyouko Sharingan. The black-haired man looked at the head of the clan. Although I don't like Naruto-kun, I will give him my vote. Senji looked at his work friend with irritation. He's the descendant of the man who nearly destroyed our clan. Fugaku's father began to shout. Just accept the fact that your son will not become the patriarch of the Uchiha clan, the other man replied. The rest of the elders gave their votes to Naruto. And unanimously, Naruto Uchiha should become the future patriarch of the Uchiha clan. Kagami on the other hand was a little glad that Naruto would become the clan head. But, he felt sorry for his daughter. He was not going to force her to marry. If she did not want to be with him, then he would not persuade her. Mikoto was the only thing she had left and he did not want her to suffer and live under the same roof with a man she did not love. Uchiha Mikoto was shocked when she heard this news. Yes, she knew that she was supposed to become the matriarch of the clan, but she was not prepared for Naruto to be her betrothed. Yes, he was handsome, but that was not enough. And she was going to learn more about him. If you don't want to, just say so. You are above all others for me, I won't force you, said Kagami, stroking his daughter's head. Dad, give me some time. The first time Kushina finally managed to heal a broken bone, she nearly jumped for joy. However, seeing that it was completely unprofessional while she was still tending to the patient, she politely waited until she was out of the room to do it. Sensei laughed at her antics, smiling proudly. You're improving very quickly, Kushina. Certainly faster than me. Kushina blushed slightly at the praise. Thank you, but I'm still a long way from being called a medic. The woman waved the comment away. Don't belittle yourself, Kushina. You're a true prodigy in the medical arts. And quite modest. The woman smiled softly at her student. Kushina and Maya continued to chat, mostly talking about Uzumaki's training and progress. Their conversation was interrupted by a knock on the door. Come in. A young man entered the room. Kushina recognized him immediately. He was her friend, although an acquaintance. She did not consider him a friend, because she did not even really know him and did not communicate with him much. Minato, do you need something? Kushina asked, slightly surprised. She hadn't expected him to come. Yes, could you spare me a few minutes? Namikaze said, smiling sheepishly. Maya looked at her student and grinned contentedly, and left them alone. Minato, I'm listening to you. Uzumaki sat down on the sofa, but did not take her eyes off Minato. Namikaze exhaled calmly and relaxed before beginning his speech. Kushina, we've known each other for a long time. When I first saw you, I realized that from now on my life would never be the same, because all my thoughts were filled with you. Uzumaki began to understand what Minato wanted to say and immediately stopped him. Minato, I'm sorry, but we can't be together. Minato was shocked to hear this, as if someone had stabbed him in the back. Minato's heart broke into 1,000 pieces when he saw Kushina start to stand up. Uzumaki felt very uncomfortable in front of him. She just wanted to leave this office. This can't be, the blonde said with tears in his eyes. His voice became more and more strangled with each passing moment. Namikaze grabbed the girl's right hand, stopping her. "Why? Do you have someone?" "My personal life shouldn't concern you," she said, and removed his hand from hers. "Kushina, please don't do this. You are everything to me," Minato said in a breaking voice. "Minato, understand, I already have someone I like. We can remain friends. I can't pretend that I love you," and she looked at Minato with regret. "Sarutobi-sama, you lied to me. You promised to help me with her." With these dark thoughts, Minato left the room with a broken heart. Kushina just stood there with a sad expression on her face. Night. A wonderful time. Silence, calm and a pale moon that illuminates the path for travelers. The forest at this time of day looks most beautiful. White light that touches every tree, silence, and rarely can you hear the sounds of any animals. It would seem, what could spoil such beauty? And I will answer, a desperate cry of pain that pierces to the depths of the soul. A brunette was sitting in a clearing. The entire clearing was littered with motionless kunai, shurikens and, of course, blood. His face was smeared with blood. His eyes seemed to have a hint of madness. His lips were pursed from unbearable pain. Our hero was very badly battered. Numerous cuts from kunai were visible on his body. The fight with the swordsman had left him very tired. They had been fighting for several hours. No matter how strong his eyes were, his body was still weak for such loads, and from this battle, Naruto began to understand that he had not yet learned to use his eyes like Madara. And he understood how difficult it was without kurama, or rather without his regeneration. In his past life, he had not felt such severe pain. And his wounds healed very quickly. Uchiha bandaged the wound on his left side, and temporarily stopped the bleeding. Slowly getting to his feet, Naruto headed towards his comrade. Not even 100 meters away, he was surrounded by masked ninja. Naruto activated his eyes multiple times. Looking at their masks, he realized that they were Konoha Umbu. But whose exactly? Sarutobi or Danzo? Judging by their masks, they are definitely from Konoha. But from which structure? Naruto thought. He still looked at them with some danger. "We're from Konoha, so don't worry. We were told to escort you to Konoha. Whose orders are you following? And where is Tsukumo? Are you saying that you haven't met him? Naruto asked incredulously. The Uchiha didn't believe a single word they said. Knowing how the village's leaders treated him, he had every reason not to trust Konoha's Anbu. Naruto Uchiha, walk with us, or we will use force. Kobara Kibocho appeared in our hero's hand, and he took it from the defeated swordsman. The Anbu were about to attack the Uchiha, but immediately stopped. The reason for this was Tsukumo Hatake, who appeared just as unexpectedly, and just as unexpectedly, the Anbu quickly disappeared. Naruto looked at his partner. He looked better than him, but just like him he was tired. I see you got a good beating, and noticing the huge sword, Tsukumo was surprised. They weren't lying about him, he's definitely a strong shinobi, a thought flashed through Tsukumo's head. Uchiha was barely standing on his feet, and Hatake noticed it. The man sat him on his back. Tsukumo-san, I ask you not to leave me, please. These were his last words before losing consciousness. The man jumped onto a tree and thought. Hatake also noticed the strangers, but did not show it. Tsukumo could not see them clearly because of the darkness. What kind of shinobi were these? And what did they want? Tsukumo wondered. Uchiha woke up in room number 6. Naruto looked around and noticed that he was not alone. To his right sat Uchiha Kagami, slightly lost in thought. The man was wondering how Naruto would react to the news that he would become the patriarch of the Uchiha clan. Naruto's condition was going much better than Hatake's. The internal organs recovered quickly enough for an Uchiha, and this was very surprising for the doctors, and for the head of the Uchiha clan. Kagami thought that it was because he was a descendant of Madara. The doctors wanted to check his genes and study him, but seeing Kagami's angry look, they abandoned this idea. Kagami told Naruto what they had discussed with the elders. Naruto was about to voice his dissatisfied opinion for a second, but quickly calmed down. Very unexpected, but it's even good. Now it will be easier for me to save the Uchiha and stop the coup. And most likely in the future Itachi and Sasuke will not be born. But this was worth expecting. With my appearance, the future has already changed. And most likely Kushina and Minato will not be together, and this means that I will not be either, Naruto thought for a long time. He was not disappointed that Minato and Kushina would not be together, he had already come to terms with this fact. The main thing for him is that they live a long and good life. He was pulled out of his thoughts by Kagami. Do you agree? Yes, I agree, Kagami answered him with a smile and began to stand up. Your friend said that she will be gone for a while. She is currently undergoing training outside the village, Naruto informed Kagami. Naruto nodded to him and closed his eyelids. Mikoto is a smart girl, I hope we can come to an agreement. He was confused about being Mikoto's husband. Naruto had recently realized who he wanted to be with, and it was definitely not Mikoto. He wanted to express his feelings, but immediately wondered, is this right? You understand that if Kagami finds out about this, you won't live? Sarutobi asked. Almost shouting. He had already been informed about everything. Hiruzen and Danzo are old friends. They were on the second Hokage's team during the first Shinobi War. One was always kind and helpful to everyone, smiling every time, and the other was self-confident and envious. Hiruzen considers Danzo his friend, as does the other. For Shimura, the most important thing was to protect the village and the Jinchuriki. Those who did not listen or did not agree with his opinion, he immediately killed. Shimura was silent, he didn't know what to answer. Inside he was very angry at his Anbu. Shimura thought Naruto was a spy, he didn't trust him, he also found out about his bloodline and now he considered him even more of a threat. Sarutobi had already begun to trust Naruto Uchiha. The boy had done nothing wrong during all this time, but on the contrary, he protected the village. But still, he still had some concerns. Knowing that he was a descendant of Madara, Sarutobi was afraid that Naruto would use Kushina for his own purposes. "This is the last time I'm saving your ass. And don't come to me for help. Deal with your own problems." And slammed the door, leaving the office. Danzo's face twisted in anger. Doctors discharged Naruto a week later. This was done at Naruto's request. He was wary of Danzo at the moment. This man could do anything he wanted. Naruto would do everything to get rid of Danzo. To do this, he would need to find dirt on him so that he couldn't get away with it. It wouldn't be possible to quickly get rid of Danzo. This was a long-term matter, and there were other problems now. Naruto was going to take on Danzo after the war. Hiruzen was sitting quietly in his office looking at various papers. Until an angry Uchiha entered his office. Kagami was angry at Sarutobi, and especially at Danzo. He couldn't understand the Hokage's actions. Why couldn't he do anything to the head of Root? And why did he turn a blind eye to all his antics? So Naruto-kun did tell after all, Sarutobi thought desperately, realizing what kind of conversation was about to take place. "Hokage-sama, maybe you can explain it to me. Why were the Root Umbu following Naruto during the mission?" Kagami asked with a hint of displeasure. "Kagami-san, calm down. Let's have you sit on the chair now, and we'll discuss everything calmly." Sarutobi spoke calmly. He didn't want to make a scene now and raise his tone. Kagami angrily walked over the Hokage, but sat down on the chair and looked expectantly at Hiruzen. "Kagami-san, don't twist things like that. Everything was different. The Root Umbu were passing by the battlefield and, noticing Naruto in not the best condition, wanted to help him. And Naruto was most likely under the effect of the battle." Hiruzen lied without even blushing. "Danzo, this is the last time I'm saving you." Hiruzen wasn't used to lying and he himself wasn't pleased, but for the sake of a friend, Sarutobi would do this. Kagami calmed down a little, but still looked angrily at Hiruzen. "If this happens again, I will demand Danzo Shimura's resignation. He cannot spy on my clansmen without my permission." The Hokage smiled inside, glad that everything went smoothly and quickly. "How about taking a walk and discussing the problems of our village?" Mikoto came with a first aid kit in her hands. The girl had started to take care of him since he was discharged. Uchiha was happy. Now she would learn more about him and finally sort out her feelings. The brunette smeared ointment on the guy's injured side and wrapped the damaged area with a bandage. Mikoto, and turned to face her, "How do you feel about our future marriage? Do you want this?" "My attitude is normal, I don't mind." Mikoto lowered her head and hid her embarrassed face. "Are you ready to live with a person you don't even love?" "Well," Uchiha drawled, "I even like you, I'm not lying. You're a handsome, smart, strong, interesting guy," the girl said with red cheeks and a thoughtful face. "We don't even really know each other, how is that possible?" Naruto didn't understand. The girl in front of him was attractive. He didn't deny it. But, for Naruto it was strange how Mikoto, without knowing him, already wanted to marry him. "Naruto-kun, we have plenty of time. During this time, we will be able to get to know each other better." The corners of the girl's lips rose, watching Naruto's reaction. "What if I love another person? What should I do then? I can't just forget about my feelings." The question surprised Mikoto. The brunette thought for a second about who he could like so much. If you become the head of the clan, it won't be a problem for you to have 2 wives." Naruto shuddered at her words. "To have 2 wives? Is that normal? How will others react to this? Can't we formally make us husband and wife?" Naruto wondered. "But, 1 wife will be enough for me. Naruto-kun will never become the patriarch of the Uchiha clan. He said that my hair was the red thread of fate that led him to save me that night and that it connected us." Kushina said with a sour expression. She was very angry after hearing this. Kushina already realized that she felt something more for our hero. Next to Naruto, she felt protected, felt calm. Uchiha was very kind and cared about her. Mikoto was taken aback by this reaction, but now all her assumptions were true. The girl now knew that she would hardly have any kind of relationship with Naruto. She was not going to share him and ruin her relationship with Kushina. Uchiha calmed her friend down and explained that she and Naruto would just formally sign and that was it. Kushina calmed down a bit, but something still made her wary. And she also had a lot of questions. Naruto will become the clan head in the future, so he can change some laws in our clan. And you can easily marry him. Naruto, one of the main characters, was lying on the bed and sleeping soundly. His long black hair was scattered in different directions. Sweet sleep was interrupted by loud sounds, they came from the street. Unwillingly, he woke up and trudged to the door. Uchiha wanted to know the source of the noise. Before he could open the door, something heavy pounced on him. Naruto was now lying on the floor, and Kushina was on him. She was beaming with joy. Uchiha looked at her with irritation. The girl quickly got off him and asked for an apology. "It's okay, but don't do that again," Naruto said, standing up. "Now tell me about your training." At this point, the scarlet-haired girl got excited again. Naruto accompanied her to the kitchen and made himself and Kushina some tea. Uchiha listened to her attentively, without interrupting the girl. Kushina talked about the theory of medicine, about different types of poison, and about antidotes. And they explained to her the most important rules of the Irionen. The Irionen told her what and how they do with the wounds of our shinobi and civilians, why exactly this way, what herbs and medicines they use for certain cases, asked questions, and she answered. While the clones were trained in the basics, and the originals dealt with easy cases personally. Kushina began training in the mystical hand technique, Shosen no Jutsu. This technique allows you to transform your chakra in your hands into medical chakra, which is absolutely neutral, thanks to which you can carry out various manipulations with the patient's body without harming him. The mystical hand allows you to conduct a full scan of the body, identify and remove poisons, affect cells, bones, blood, organs. Influencing the nervous system and the chakra channel system is also possible, but this requires a very high level of Irionen Jutsu and control. Irionen of this level do not exist in the world now. For example, only Tsunade Senju has such a level, S rank. She also began to be taught the chakra scalpel, chakra no Mezu. For Kushina, this did not become such a big problem with her chakra control, mainly thanks to Naruto. Irionen used the chakra scalpel for surgical operations instead of tools or if there are none at hand. In fact, the chakra scalpel and the mystic arm are all that a medic needs to treat people in any conditions. In addition, she began to learn medical seals. Another unique pride of the Uzumaki clan. When using these seals, it is enough to stick them to the patient and pour chakra, the seal itself will do what is embedded in it. The Irionens enlightened her in more detail about the chakra circulation system, CCS, the channel system, the hearth and tenketsu, chakra tension points or channel nodal points. At birth, the CCS is very weak, and the channels are very thin. The chakra channel system develops with maturation and by 3 to 4 years old it is strong enough for training. Over time it strengthens and becomes more flexible by moving the entire chakra through the channels. This can be done by increasing your chakra control, forcing it to circulate through all the channels. Control is increased by sticking a leaf to the forehead or hands with fingers, meditation, walking on hard surfaces, and then on water. During her training, Kushina devoted some time to meditation and developing her SES with control, driving chakra throughout the body in meditation or slowing its circulation for disguise, controlling these processes, and this is what clones do. Additionally, she improved her sensorics. Her story lasted for 2 hours. Kushina told everything in detail so that Naruto could fully integrate. Listening to her, Naruto smiled periodically. What did you have? You were on a mission, tell me what happened there. She asked, pouring herself another portion of tea. It was difficult, but that was to be expected. The essence of our mission was achieved, to catch the traitor and kill him. But everything did not go very smoothly, and we had to fight 2 swordsmen. The main thing is that we won, although not without injuries, answered Naruto. I hope the injury isn't that serious? She asked with a hint of concern. Naruto gave her that same smile that calmed her down. Everything is fine, I'm already getting better. And, yes, I would like to teach you one interesting technique. Kushina was already interested and wanted to start training. Naruto and Kushina were in the training grounds. Uzumaki was all motivated. Naruto hadn't told her about the technique he was going to teach her yet. You know about the summoning technique, right? Naruto asked the girl. Yes. Each person has a predisposition to their own summoning. But if the one who owns the summoning calls a scroll with a list of everyone who has entered into a summoning contract and gives it to another, then he will be able to calmly summon this animal. I hope I can summon Fukasaku-sama, Naruto thought to himself. Uchiha, upon coming to this world, realized that he had forgotten how to enter Sennin mode and now he would have to learn it again. That's right. And I have my own summoning, namely toads. Would you like to sign a contract with them or do you want to sign a contract with others? Only if you want to sign a contract with other beasts, you will go to an unknown world and I will not be around, Naruto warned her. I don't mind signing a contract with the toads. But going to another world, I don't want that, Kunoichi said smiling. Kushina was extremely grateful to this guy. He raised her skills mentally and physically. And he took care of her like a family member. Naruto nodded his head and began to form seals. In the clearing, in the white haze, a small green toad appeared. The toad, seeing Kushina and Naruto in front of him, almost gasped. The Uchiha shut his mouth, and they went away from Kushina for important conversations. Fukasaku-sama, I'll tell you everything now. And Uchiha began his story. The toad immediately understood everything. Fukasaku-sama, why was I able to summon you? And why didn't my name disappear? I died in that life after all. Naru-chan, this does not affect our world in any way, and a person who signs a contract with us, his name will never disappear from the scroll, he answered, looking at the new Naruto. And this made Naruto think, if their world is not affected in any way, then they can live in the past and in the future. Okay, I called you here so that you would allow my mother to sign a contract with you and teach me and her senjutsu mode. Fukasaku agreed, he knew this young girl and they had a good relationship at one time. Fukasaku summoned a large scroll for the contract and handed it to Naruto. Did you want something else? Fukasaku asked, noticing Naruto's plan. Listen, I have one request for you. Uchiha and Uzumaki found themselves in the land of toads. They had 1 month to prepare, then they would go to the battlefield. Shima welcomed them with open arms, just like every other toad summon they had encountered. Standing in front of the sacred oil fountain are Naruto, Kushina, Gamakichi, Shima, and Fukasaku. This oil has special properties that allow you to feel the energy of nature around you. It is intended to give you an idea of what the energy of nature is like. Naruto, knowing the dangers of using senjutsu, told Kushina about it. Don't worry, Kushina-chan, I have a way to stop you from turning into a toad if you start turning into one, Shima assured her. Feeling confident, Kushina took a position at the edge of the fountain. Once you have passed this step, I will take you both to another area. There, you can begin the process of obtaining a version of the Toad Sage mode. Naruto and Kushina nodded to him, and began their training. Fukasaku used a special staff to knock the nature chakra out of the girl, hitting her on the head with said staff. Oi, who? The girl shouted, holding her head. You were turning into a toad. This staff of mine allows me to knock the energy of nature out of you if you are in danger of turning into a toad. Now stop whining and go back to meditating, Fukasaku told her. Kushina grumbled, but did as she was told. Much to Fukasaku's surprise, it only took Kushina a week to complete the first part of the training. Now they were in a place with a bunch of tall, sharp earthen spikes. This will be your next training spot, Fukasaku declared, lifting up a slab of dirt. Raise the slate up and engage in Zen meditation. If your concentration falters or you move even a little, you will fall to the bottom of the ravine. Oh, yeah, goosebumps ran through her body. Seeing her anxiety, Naruto hugged Kushina calmingly. Everything will be fine, nothing will happen to you. If you are afraid of falling, then Fukasaku will ensure you, calmed the girl's anxiety a little. Uzumaki looked at her friend gratefully. Stop talking, follow me. Fukasaku jumped onto the spike. Soon, they both found themselves on the slate, trying to keep their balance while meditating. It wasn't going too well for Kushina, as she kept falling off the slate. The Uchiha only fell once, and hadn't moved since. After some advice from Fukasaku and Naruto, she finally got the hang of it and remained completely still on the board, meditating. Days passed as they remained in their meditative states. Even when night fell and even when it rained. Neither of them moved even once. It was day again when Fukasaku noticed a change. It looks good, they both accumulate nature energy quickly. He smiled to himself as he watched the two. Kushina's eyes suddenly flew open. Yellow irises with toad-like pupils were revealed. There was orange pigmentation around the eyes. Fukasaku smiled proudly and gave her a thumbs up. Naruto opened one of his eyes and saw the result, he smirked. Inside, he was happy for his friend. Uchiha achieved the same effect as Kushina. Every day she gets stronger and stronger, now I don't have to worry about her. She finally understood. I'm impressed by how far she's come without using oil. Both of them have rings around their eyes. Proof of Senin mode. There's no sign of toads either, Kushina-chan can store up more sage chakra than when she used oil. Fukasaku finished his thoughts. How does it feel? Naruto asked. Now I kind of understand what it means to be alone with nature, the girl answered with a smile. As soon as she finished her sentence, a small orange and white bird landed on her right shoulder, forcing her to lean to the right. She then began waving her arms, trying to keep her balance. She still has a lot to learn, Naruto smiled, watching her. How old are you, Kushina-chan? Fukasaku asked, sitting on his student's shoulder. In a few months she will be 15 years old. 14 years old and already a sage, Jiraiya the boy became incomplete at 30. This is an abnormal result, Fukasaku frowned thoughtfully. At 16, I also learned how to perfectly enter Senin mode, and her result doesn't surprise me, she's an Uzumaki and my mother, Naruto said with the same smile. Okay, let's go, now we'll go through the final stage of training, Naruto agreed, and jumped down after him. Uzumaki, seeing her name, jumped down and landed right on Uchiha. Looking at the redhead, he couldn't help but smirk. Her randomness is another reason why he loves her. Realizing that she was sitting on Naruto's lap, she quickly got up from him. The scarlet-haired girl smiled guiltily and apologized to him, realizing her guilt. Fukasaku cleared his throat. If you two are ready, it is time to begin the final stage of training. I will be teaching you a style of taijutsu, it is performed using the chakra of a sage. It is called the frog kata. Hi, Fukasaku-sensei, Kushina and Naruto said at the same time. My dream is to gain everyone's respect, to become the greatest Hokage, to protect everyone in the village, Nawaki said. He smiled, knowing that this was what he truly wanted, and he would do whatever it took to achieve it. Tsunade smiled as she slowly began to remove her grandfather's necklace, placing it around Nawaki's neck, receiving a shocked look from him. "Why this necklace? I thought you would never give it to me," Nawaki asked, twirling the precious part of the necklace between two fingers. "This will help you achieve your goals. With this necklace you will definitely become Hokage," Tsunade replied, leaning forward and kissing his forehead, making him blush in embarrassment. "Sis, there might be someone watching," Nawaki said with a pout. Tsunade took a step back to give him some space, and she looked at her brother in the dim sunlight. "I'll make you and Grandpa proud," Nawaki said with a smile. "I know," Tsunade replied, ruffling his hair. They didn't know that Naruto was standing on a tree, listening to every word that was said. "I will make sure you survive, Nawaki. No matter what, you deserve a second chance. You were an innocent who died in the war, but this time you will live," Naruto said. Realizing that this was the only dear person left to Tsunade, Uchiha intended to save him and not let him die. And Tsunade was not just an acquaintance, but a part of his family. "I didn't get much sleep last night since I was called away on a mission, but it doesn't bother me. I haven't slept before either," Naruto thought as he sighed a bit. He looked around the forest where he and about 6 jonin were fighting 2 battalions of IWA ninja. The place looked like a mess with blood dripping from the trees as well as body parts scattered throughout the area. The morning sunlight made the scene even worse, showing the blood in a glow-like hue. "I think this is the last of them," a random jonin to his left declared. 2 of the jonin had been seriously injured during the fight. One had a broken arm and the other had a kunai pierced through his chest, but they were all alive. "Okay, let's go back. I have a few things to do in the village," Naruto said. Most of the jonin looked relieved that the battle was over for now and they were heading home. As they started to leave the forest, the place where they once stood lit up, lifting some of the trees high into the sky. Naruto got away with a few burns because he let his guard down for a second. "Take that, if I hadn't let my guard down, maybe we all could have returned safely," Naruto said. The other jonin heard him, but most looked at the destroyed forest where the explosion had occurred, seeing about 30 rock ninja emerge from the foliage. "We're outnumbered," a random jonin next to him said. He knew that if 3 jonin fought here, they would die due to the sheer number of ninja in front of them, so he decided to fight alone. "Get out of here, I'll take care of them. Meet me at the next town, this will be over soon," Naruto shouted. The jonin looked at him like he was crazy. They knew it was suicide, judging by how many ninja there were. "We can't just leave you, so we'll fight together," another jonin stated. They all readily agreed, but Naruto didn't because from the numbers he saw, they wouldn't survive this fight, and he wouldn't be able to protect them while he fought. "Don't worry about me, just go, I'll deal with them," Naruto shouted at them. A few seconds later, seeing Naruto's gaze, they ran in the opposite direction from the advancing IWA nin squads. The IWA ninja looked smug. They thought it would be very easy because there was only 1 ninja left. "You should have gone home crying while you had the chance, but it looks like you're going to die here," the IWA ninja said confidently. Naruto smirked at the guy who was acting cocky. Most likely the guy was the leader with the way he was dressed since no one else had the same clothes as him. "You're supposed to be the leader, but I have to say your scare tactics suck. The burning forest behind you scares me more than your ugly face," Naruto said with a smile spreading across his face. The IWA ninja was furious at how this guy was acting. The other IWA ninja around the leader were now looking angry, but they hadn't attacked yet, which confused Naruto greatly until he realized something. "They are trying to attack me from underground. About 10 ninja are advancing on my position," Naruto thought. He pulsed chakra through his legs and found them. He showed no signs of knowing that they were trying to attack him from underground. Katan, Ash Concealment Technique. Element, Uchiha released a massive cloud of ash, and helped him obscure their view. Naruto did not stop and folded more seals. Katan, Mass Fire Destruction Technique. The brunette exhaled a long stream of fire, covering a large area. The fire engulfed all the enemies nearby. Screams of pain filled the entire forest. The grass was covered in blood, guts and dismembered body parts, and he almost threw up from the terrible sight of this place. I guess that's it, Naruto thought. He sensed two IWA ninja quite a distance away, probably some scouts, he assumed. The Uchiha disappeared from sight into the clearing. Did you see what just happened? One of the scouts asked from his position behind a bush. The other scout could only nod, by what was happening before them. The scout wanted to say something else, but he couldn't because the katana sticking out of his chest stopped him. The scout next to him jumped back, scared out of his wits. I'm sorry, you were in the wrong place at the wrong time, Naruto said. As he swung his blade at the scout, not giving the man time to react, the sword pierced his shoulder, nicking the main artery of his neck and causing a stream of blood to gush out from the wound, leaving the boy stunned and confused. Naruto ran the blade across the cloth to wipe the darkened blood off the blade. He sheathed the blade and began to walk away from the two dead scouts. War is meaningless, this unbridled hatred towards the fact that this world is filled with many changes, Naruto whispered. It was around 1 a.m. when Naruto saw the city he had told the three retreating Jonin about. They must have noticed his chakra signature. On the way, the Jonin questioned Naruto. But showing their irritation, the ninjas left him behind. Once they reached the gates, Naruto didn't wait for the other Jonin to follow him as he disappeared from view, appearing in the Hokage's office. He was wary when he didn't sense Kushina and Nawaki's chakra. The Senju was now on the team, it was the Uchiha's own request. And most surprisingly, Sarutobi approved. The Sandaime looked up from his paperwork when Naruto appeared in his office. How was the mission, Naruto? Asked the Sandaime. He put his papers aside and asked the question with a serious expression. Everything went well, we killed about 40 IWA ninja near the border. I felt more coming, but they'll probably go further north. And how many are there? Asked Sandaime. If I had to guesstimate, probably around 200. They weren't all together, I felt like they were some distance apart, Naruto replied. He used Sage Mode at the start of his fight, catching the other ninja within range. The Sandaime went from calm to worry crossing his face. If that's the case, then I need to send more ninja in that direction, because the ninja I just sent 3 hours ago won't be enough to handle that amount, Sandaime said. Tell me, did you send my team on this mission? Naruto asked. He was hoping for a negative answer, since they were still genin. I did, they were the only ones, with a couple of Chunin and Jonin along with Orochimaru as the mission leader, the Sandaime announced. Naruto realized that they were completely outnumbered compared to the advancing IWA nin. Then I'm leaving, since my team is in danger, it's my duty to save them, Naruto said as he started to leave. Wait, you don't even know where you're going. I can easily sense IWA nin, so I can easily find them, so you have nothing to worry about, Naruto replied. After a moment Naruto blew out a puff of smoke indicating that he was a shadow clone, meaning that he had already left probably about halfway through their conversation. The Sandaime began to organize a group to help Naruto and the ninja. Tell Jiraiya to come here and hurry, we have a problem, the Sandaime Anbu shouted. A moment later, an Anbu appeared from the shadows, who disappeared a moment later. I hope Nawaki can hold out until I get here, Naruto thought. Once it was activated, he leapt into the tree line away from Konoha at breakneck speed, knowing there was no time to waste. With Sage Mode activated, he knew exactly where the IWA nin were, so he didn't have to stop and think. While Naruto continued on his way, Team 5, Orochimaru and the rest of the Chunin and Jonin were in the town that was under attack by IWA, but the strange thing was that no IWA ninja were seen anywhere near the village, so they had no problem getting in. I wonder why IWA attacked this place if they weren't planning on using it as some sort of base, Shikaku said. He walked alongside Kushina and Nawaki, scanning the city for anything suspicious, but found nothing. There are no IWA ninja left in this place, so why should we continue searching? Kushina asked. They had been doing this for about an hour, while Orochimaru was busy with something important. The shops around them were open and the people walking down the streets didn't look scared, everything looked completely normal. You may be right, but we have to keep searching because we were ordered to, unless you want to go and report now, Nawaki said, looking around the empty bar. After another 20 minutes of looking around the normal-looking city, they decided to go back to the hotel room. Did you find anything in the city? Orochimaru asked. No, everything looks relatively peaceful, as if there was never an attack, Shikaku answered his question. Orochimaru looked at them for a few seconds before nodding, giving them a moment to rest in case any fighting broke out. Finally, I need a little break, especially since we ran from Konoha here without stopping for 3 hours, then they made us search the city for an hour, Kushina said grumbling, leaning back on the futon. We might have to move soon, Nawaki said, lying down as well. Shikaku simply sat in a meditative pose to think about a few things. I wonder what Naruto-kun is doing right now, Kushina thought as a blush appeared on her face. She didn't know why she felt this way, it was completely new to her. She turned over, burying her face in the pillow, trying to get rid of the blush, but she couldn't. Nawaki noticed this, and a wide grin appeared on his face. You know, I've noticed this strange behavior from you for a long time now. If you like sensei, you should just tell him how you feel, or just kiss him right on the lips, Nawaki said, teasing Kushina. She raised her head from the pillow, looking at him with a cold, sharp gaze, saying, "Don't mess with me. Shut up. Go mess with someone else but me," Kushina said growling. Nawaki gulped in fear as he ran out of the room, not wanting to get punched in the nuts again like before. Kushina quickly rolled over on the futon, facing the wall, and stared at him until a voice came from behind him. Kushina, what do you really feel for Naruto-san? I can help, Shikaku asked, standing against the wall. Shikaku's eyes were still closed as he sat in his meditative pose. I don't know, it's so confusing, Kushina replied. Well then don't worry about what Nawaki says, if you like him, well fine, if you don't it doesn't matter. Just take the time to figure out how you feel before you do anything, Shikaku explained. Kushina listened to his every word and knew he was right. I guess, Kushina muttered. What Shikaku had just told her had indeed helped, but she still felt lost due to the range of emotions she felt towards Naruto-sensei, not knowing what to do with them. Her thoughts were interrupted when Nawaki returned to the room with a serious expression on his face. A pair of IWA ninja were spotted entering the forest nearby. Orochimaru-san thinks they know we're here so we're going to attack soon, Nawaki explained. Kushina and Shikaku nodded as they stood up and began to prepare their equipment for battle. They came with 2 sets of weapons in case of a long battle. Let's go kick some IWA ninjas' ass, Kushina yelled, raising her fist in the air. They left the room, noticing that there was no one left in the hotel, so they quickly ran out of the hotel and out of the city. As they left the city, they saw Orochimaru and the rest of the Konoha ninja near the forest on the outskirts of the city. We will enter the forest in 3 ways, each team will consist of 4 genin, 10 chunin, and 8 jonin, Orochimaru stated. He began to organize the teams. Nawaki was in the group with Orochimaru that took the central path, and the group that Kushina was in took the other. Good luck, Nawaki, Kushina says. Nawaki nodded, as did the Nara, a moment later, before the 3 of them split into separate groups, led by an elite jonin. Proceed with the plan. His team rushed into the forest along the main path, with Nawaki somewhere in the middle of the group as they ran. The other 2 groups ran into the forest a few seconds later. After 5 minutes of running, there was no sign of the IWA ni nearby. There's no one here, Orochimaru was about to dignify him with an answer, but before he could, Nawaki stepped forward, cutting the tripwire a few feet in front of the group. New trap, Nawaki thought. Everyone except Nawaki jumped back as explosive tags lit up on all the trees in the area. He wouldn't be able to escape in time. As soon as the explosion rang out, our hero appeared. A humanoid creature with armor appeared in the clearing. "I made it," Naruto whispered, looking at the boy, who was in fear and horror. "Sensei!" Kushina shouted, running up to him. Closing his eyes, he deactivated his Sharingan. Uchiha felt pain and fatigue. He had not had an easy day today. Uchiha passed out from the injuries he had received, and from the fatigue in his whole body. Kushina jumped forward, catching Naruto before he could hit the ground. "Thank you for saving Nawaki," Kushina whispered, holding him close for a moment. The rest of the battle was over rather quickly, because Jiraiya showed up with some ninja to help him. The next morning in Konoha. "Where am I?" Naruto asked, slowly opening his eyes to the white ceiling, finally realizing where he was, and he didn't like it at all. "Take it, I'm in the hospital. I hate the hospital," Naruto thought as he sat up. A groan came from his left side, making him look confused, but what he saw made him smile a little because Kushina was sitting in a chair with her head resting on the bed itself. Nawaki was laying in the bed across from him and Shikaku was sitting next to his bed. He began to twirl a strand of Kushina's bangs that hung over her face. "Naruto, what are you doing?" Kushina asked, slowly raising her head with a noticeable blush on her face. "No reason, I just thought you looked really cute," Naruto said, smirking as her face turned crimson, as did her hair. "You're even cuter now," Naruto said, ruffling her hair. Kushina began to grumble, pushing Naruto's hands away, fixing her hair. "You're an idiot, you could have died, you were so reckless," Kushina said, looking down. She knew that if it weren't for him, Nawaki would have probably died, but she felt terrible that he was injured. "It would take a lot more power than that to kill me, so don't worry," Naruto replied confidently. After he said that, Kushina punched him hard in the arm and she yelled at him for being so careless before running out of the room with tears in her eyes. What just happened? Naruto thought as he looked at the room's door, confused, not knowing what had her so upset until Tsunade Senju appeared in the doorway. "What's wrong with her?" Tsunade asked. "I don't know, she said something about how reckless I am," Naruto replied. Tsunade looked at the scarlet-haired one, who was standing near the window. It was clear that she was not in the mood. "He's still worried," Tsuna thought. Senju walked confidently towards Uchiha. The blonde hugged him tightly. So tightly that the Uchiha began to have difficulty breathing. "You're gonna choke me," Naruto said in a hoarse tone. That was all he managed to say before Tsunade's lips connected with Naruto's bottom lip, leaving him confused. After a few seconds, Tsunade pulled away from him with a smile on her face. "That's for risking your life to save Nawaki." Senju's face was left red. Tsunade gave the boy in front of her a final smile. He lay down again, trying to get more sleep, as he felt exhausted. "At least Nawaki is alive, I'm glad I was able to make it in time," Naruto thought as he looked towards Nawaki's bed before dozing off a moment later. The morning sun was slightly shining through the window, but it didn't wake Naruto up from his soundless sleep that he needed so much. "It's been about a month since I've seen Tsunade. I avoided her for about a week after she kissed me until she got sent on a mission," Naruto thought as he grabbed Nawaki's arm and threw him at Shikaku, who was trying to sneak up on him. Team 5 was at the training ground. The training area was in disarray, with fallen trees and small craters in the ground. He had kept his team in tip-top shape for about a month, training them whenever they were free and not on missions. Naruto stared into the distance, completely ignoring Kushina's incoming attack. He was snapped out of his thoughts when Kushina's fist connected with his stomach, causing him to smirk. "Too close," he said, glowing white before exploding. Luckily for him, she was expecting it. Kushina came back out of range in time, but moments later she was hit in the stomach. Shikaku caught her mid-flight, setting her back on her feet. All three of his genin had become significantly stronger. He was very proud of them for how far they had come in such a short time, but he never talked about it too much because too much praise was a bad thing. You guys have gotten a little stronger, but you still have a long way to go before you can defeat me, he said, smirking. The reactions on their faces were priceless, especially Nawaki and Kushina's, because they were furious. Someday I'm going to slam you into the ground, Kushina shouted, raising her fist in the air. Naruto was about to comment on her statement, but then he felt a chakra signature, causing him to draw his katana, quickly turn around, and cut Kushina's clone straight through the stomach. He watched for a second as the clone rose in a column of smoke before turning to face his team, but all he saw were 3 columns of smoke. They're definitely better than before, he thought. After several training battles, the training was over. Naruto and Kushina were left in the clearing. Uchiha was going to talk to her, because he was wary of her attitude towards him. In the last month, she entered very angrily at the sight of Naruto. And when Naruto showed interest in her, she avoided the conversation. I wish I could understand why she became like this. Everything was different without her usual screams and without his teasing, so he decided to try and start a conversation, but before he could, Kushina spoke up, which surprised him. Why were you kissing Tsunade? Kushina asked. A slight blush on her face. She was furious, but she also wanted an effective answer from him. It hurt her to know that Naruto was with someone. It doesn't matter, me and her aren't dating, he replied, not really caring how the words came out. Kushina's face went from a light blush to a frown in less than a second. It matters, Kushina screamed. In her head, she was wondering why she had just yelled at him, but she couldn't find an answer. No, it was an accident. And the one who initiated this kiss was Tsunade herself, he said. Seeing how she was starting to get even more angry, Naruto wanted to calm her down. He was stopped by Kushina's right hand, which hit his right cheek, and tears started to flow from her eyes. A moment later, she disappeared into the shunshin without saying a word. His eyes widened. He didn't expect Kushina to cry or act like that. I should go and look for her, Naruto said to himself. However, right before he was about to leave, an Umbu appeared. The masked ninja informed him of the meeting. This made him sigh that he wouldn't be able to talk to Kushina right now. When he reached the conference room, he noticed that there weren't many people in the room, so he sat down on the left side of the chairs provided. People began to enter the room as the Hokage and his advisors took their seats at the large table at the front of the room. He didn't pay attention to them though, as he was thinking about Kushina and how upset she was. I should make peace with her once I find her after this meeting, Naruto thought as the room began to fill with jounin, some of whom had recently been promoted. Naruto was patted on the shoulder, snapping him out of his thoughts. He turned his head slightly, noticing that it was Jiraiya. You know you're a lucky son of a bitch. Every man in the world would have loved to be in your place at that moment, especially me, Jiraiya said, sitting down next to him. Probably, but it was only once. I have another girl that I like, he answered. And how does she kiss? Jiraiya asked. He always wanted to know what it was like to kiss Tsunade. Naruto was about to answer, but a punch to the back of Jiraiya's head stopped him. Naruto stared wide-eyed as Tsunade lifted him out of his chair, threatening him that if he said another word she would strangle him. The meeting began a few moments later where they began to discuss issues about the war, the academy, and also about the teams in general so that they could create new teams that were of a higher quality. And fortunately for everyone, it became known that the war was at the end stage. Hiruzen and the third Tsuchikage found compromises and were able to settle the conflict. And the negotiations with Suna were already at the end stage and everything was going smoothly for Konoha. But, there was still one problem that needed to be solved somehow. Namely, the Rain Village and its leader Hanzo Salamander. The Kazekage and Hokage were ready to compensate for all the damage they had caused. Hanzo did not agree to these conditions, he wanted to get at least some part of their territory. But Oanoki didn't care, he got what he wanted. And the Rain Village didn't bother him much. The Hokage and his advisors came to the conclusion that they would simply remove Hanzo and put their own man in charge of the Rain Village. About an hour later, Naruto laid his head on the table and began to fall asleep at how boring the meeting was. Most of the problems presented were good, but had serious gaps. Does anyone have any questions or suggestions? Sarutobi asked while his advisors were busy looking over other suggestions. Naruto raised his head to look around the room until his gaze fell on Tsunade, who stood up from her chair. Yes, I have a suggestion, we need to organize teams to save more lives, Tsunade replied. A ninja looked at her, curious. Naruto knew she would make her point to the people in the room. Okay, then tell us your idea, Tsunade, Koharu said. The counselors looked at the Hokage with interest before she started speaking. We should place a medical ninja on every genin team and build a school where genin can become medical ninja. This would help save people in Konoha and in combat situations. That way we will lose fewer ninja, Tsunade said in a business-like tone. The jonins around agreed with the idea, but they wondered if the village could afford a medical school. It sounds like a good idea, but a medical school would cost too much for our budget, and we need that money for other things. Placing a medic on every genin team would help save lives, but where are we going to get that many medics? Hamura asked, standing up from her seat. The idea itself was good, but the time it would take to create would be too long. Money is the least of your worries, if we don't do this, it will come back to haunt us in a while, Tsunade shouted. She was furious, there were far more pros in her proposal than cons. Sorry, Tsunade, but we don't have the resources right now. Koharu was interrupted when the Uchiha stood up from his seat. That's a good idea, in war many people die due to blood loss, if we had ninja medics we could minimize our losses. Tsunade turned her head, looking at him with wide eyes, not expecting someone to stand up for her like that. Money is needed for supplies and equipment for the ninja, these essentials are needed more than field medics, Koharu shouted back, but a second later the Sandaime Hokage waved his hand at her, which she did. Sandaime, realizing that this plan was very good and would bear fruit in the future, agreed and signed the decree on the construction of the medical school. As time went on, they began to discuss other issues. It was already dark, but the meeting was still going on. After about an hour, no more topics were presented, and the meeting came to an end. The meeting is over, the matters that were decided today will be decided in 2 weeks or less. The Sandaime stated as he stood up with his advisors leaving the room. Most of the jounin began to leave the room, Naruto was one of them, but he was quickly stopped by Tsunade, who stood in his way. Thank you for supporting my idea, Tsunade said smiling. You should thank the other ninjas too, he replied. At that moment, Jiraiya came up, catching everything that was said. You don't need to thank me, Jiraiya stated, but Tsunade quickly hugged him, Jiraiya enjoying every minute of it, though not showing much of what he was feeling. Thank you, Jiraiya, for helping me with my plan, she said. Jiraiya smiled at her gratitude as she hugged him. Don't worry about it, I did what I thought was right, but I was wondering if you wanted something to eat? Jiraiya asked. She thought about it for a minute, watching Naruto's retreating figure. Sure, why not, I'm in a good mood, she said, grabbing his hand and dragging him to a local bar for a drink and some food. Naruto smirked as he watched Tsunade drag Jiraiya down the street. Naruto appeared in Kushina's living room. All the lights were off in the room as well as the kitchen, but he hadn't checked her room yet, so he walked up to her door, turning the knob, finding it locked. Kushina, are you there? Naruto asked. He didn't get an answer, but he didn't give up and knocked on the door again. Come on, Kushina, open up, I need to talk to you, Naruto said, hoping she would answer. Go away, just leave me alone, Kushina said. He caught the sadness in her voice, so he did the only thing that came to his mind at that moment. He kicked the door, seeing that the room was as dark as the rest of the house. Kushina jumped up from her sitting position when her door swung open. "What the F. are you doing?" Kushina screamed. She looked angry as she stood up from the bed, looking like she was going to kill him. He saw dried tears on her face, as well as fresh tears around her eyes. He walked forward, wrapping his arms around her waist and pulling her into his chest. Her eyes widened, not expecting anything like this. "Let me go," Kushina cried. If he had looked down at her face at that moment, he would have seen that the tears were flowing even harder. "Not until you forgive me. And the reason Tsunade did it was to thank me for saving Nawaki. I don't have anything with her and I never will," Naruto explained. Kushina was still a little sad and angry at him, but she felt better when he explained a little. But when Naruto said he liked someone else, it immediately caught her attention. "Who do you like?" Kushina asked, looking at him, still in his arms. He smirked at the innocent question, not really wanting to answer, so he decided to tease her. He raised his right hand to her hair and intertwined his fingers with her hair, combing it smoothly, bringing a deep red blush to her face. "You know, ever since I met you, more good things have started happening in my life," Uchiha said, smiling, and still twirling the locks of her hair on his fingers. Kushina looked at him, listening to his every word. Each time, her face became brighter and brighter. This reaction amused the guy. Naruto decided to tell about his feelings. "I love you, Kushina." Naruto could see the girl's shocked face. Uzumaki was experiencing a range of emotions. She felt butterflies fluttering in her stomach, and goosebumps ran all over her body. And his confession was playing over and over in her head every second. Uzumaki carefully squeezed Naruto's fingers and smiled timidly. She was happy that her beloved was nearby. Her feelings were only getting stronger with each passing day. "I hope my feelings are mutual," the guy smiled lovingly. "Yes, I love you, Naruto-kun," she blurted out immediately. Kushina began to press herself closer to the Uchiha's body. Her actions made Naruto smile. "I'm glad to hear that." A wide smile blossomed on his lips. He responded to her embrace. "I love you too." Uchiha felt his clothes starting to get damp. Tears started to form in Uzumaki's eyes. Naruto gently wiped them away with his thumb. "I'm happy," she admitted. "These are tears of happiness." Naruto smiled wider, then leaned towards his beloved and gently touched her lips. Kushina responded to the kiss and placed one hand on the Uchiha's chest, where his heart was beating. It was the first long-awaited kiss, full of love, tenderness, and happiness. For some time, Uchiha and Uzumaki just lay in an embrace. They enjoyed each other. Kushina was incredibly happy, as evidenced by the way she hugged him. The silence was broken by Uzumaki herself. "Naru, I have one request for you, can you fulfill it?" Kushina asked in a quiet tone. Naruto looked interested and showed with his whole appearance that he was waiting for her to continue. "Can you talk to Namikaze? This idiot is already annoying. Every day he comes to me and knocks on the door. And chatters under the door about how unhappy and suffering he is. I already told the Hokage about this problem, but nothing changes," Uzumaki said plaintively. "Okay," Naruto said with a slight frown. He was displeased with Minato's behavior, and he was also angry at Hiruzen. It was raining in Konoha. Not that it was a regular occurrence, but the last couple of weeks of heavy rain had seriously messed up the third Hokage's plans for search missions. Even the most sensitive noses of the Inuzuka clan dogs couldn't detect anything. All traces had been washed away, the scents had become dull. Somewhere in the distance, thunder rumbled and lightning flashed. The sky split in two, and the darkness became even thicker. A lonely teenager, with his arms outstretched, lay in the middle of the street. Who knows how long he had been lying there? The boy limply raised his hand and placed it over his eyes, hiding them from the heavy drops of rain. The young man tried to get up. Only after a couple of unsuccessful attempts, he finally succeeded. Standing up, he looked at the Uchiha clan territory with a malicious look. It was impossible to tell if these were tears or just rain. He bent down with difficulty and picked up a stone lying nearby. Ov Uchiha! Minato shouted and threw a stone into the air. Namikaze. After that meeting with Kushina in the hospital, he was confused. He did not expect a refusal. The Hokage himself guaranteed that Kushina would become his girlfriend. But what outraged him more was the reaction of Sarutobi Hiruzen. The third did not say anything about it, and asked him to accept, and to forget about Uzumaki Kushina. With the appearance of Naruto Uchiha, he could not talk normally with Kushina. She spent all her time with this guy. Namikaze was very pissed off by this. Uchiha appeared out of nowhere, but they talked as if they had known each other for many years. Minato was now punching the tree with his bare fists. The guy's face was distorted in anger, and with each blow a loud roar came out of his mouth. The blonde's fists were covered in blood. He didn't hear anything, and he was throwing out all his anger on the tree. It didn't last long. Minato fell to his knees 10 minutes later, exhausted. Completely ignoring the burning sensation on his hands, he sat down on his butt, pressing his back against the tree. He looked into the distance of the forest, breathing slightly heavily. Minato did not notice the new guest walking towards him. Love is a very dangerous thing. We give someone the opportunity to hurt us. At any moment, your heart can be broken and your whole life can be destroyed. Minato looked towards the source of the sound and saw the second Hokage's student and the current head of Root Umbu walking towards him. Danzo-sama. Namikaze looked at the man, stunned and depressed. Danzo sat down carefully next to Genin. And looking at the blonde, he smiled falsely. I see you need help with Uchiha. Minato looked at Danzo in amazement. Where from? I am the elder of Konoha, and it is my duty to know everything about the inhabitants of my village, Danzo answered calmly. So, do you need my help? Why do you want to help me? And what is your goal? Minato was completely in the dark. Danzo looked up and exhaled. Returning to Minato, he began to talk. Minato, you and I are pursuing the same goal. In my plans, we also need to eliminate Naruto Uchiha. He is a danger to our village. Shimura did not take his eyes off, and looked into the blue eyes of the young man, as if he was Jin-posing the guy. Naruto Uchiha is a descendant of Uchiha Madara. Minato felt uneasy from what he heard. He did not think that a descendant of Madara lived in the village. As you know, Madara was the one who started wars, and tried to kill our first Hokage. And in this he used the nine-tailed Kyuubi. Does he really want to use Kushina for his own purposes? Minato asked in amazement. Danzo calmly nodded to him. He won't bring anything good to our village. Now Uchiha is actively training Kushina and does it for his dirty purposes. The blonde absorbed his words and thought about them. Just think about it, out of nowhere Uchiha appears and saves Kushina, the Jinchuriki of our village. And he starts communicating with her, trains her, pampers her. It's not for nothing that he does. Namikaze listened to his every word and was amazed, and began to trust him. But, that was not the only reason. If a person like Danzo wants to help, why not agree? Okay, I'm ready to cooperate with you, Danzo-sama. Shimura remained silent and smiled, but behind that smile there was something terrifying. I've been in this camp for a couple of months now, but there hasn't been any real action yet, Naruto thought. He was so bored. Part of the squad had gone with the Sannin to another sector to take control. They had to leave a strong man behind in this camp, which turned out to be him. The camp they were placed in was near a small village that was still untouched. Naruto had his own shinobi squad. He trained them like crazy. He still worried about whether he trained them well enough. Naruto-san, some of the Chunin got worried and left the camp heading to a small village. The Kunoichi girl shouted as she entered the tent. Come on, what are they thinking? We shouldn't draw too much attention to ourselves, Naruto shouted, jumping straight up as he turned to his comrade who had just entered the tent. What should we do? The girl asked. Naruto had been in command since the Sannin had left, leaving him with a squad of 300 men. It depends on how many shinobi left the camp. Naruto asked, looking her straight in the eyes. About 10, maybe more. Kunoichi stated, watching Naruto assemble his katana. You're in charge while I'm gone. The reason I'm going alone is because if a large unit like us were to enter a small village, we'd probably attract too much attention, Naruto stated. You should at least take a couple of ninjas with you just in case, it's too risky to go alone. She knew Naruto was strong, but a sneak attack from other ninjas was a different story. Any strong ninja would miss if he didn't have his back covered. Don't worry about me, but make sure this camp is safe, because our ninjas entered this village, our camp could be attacked by stealth, Naruto said. As he walked out of the camp, he turned around slightly, looking back at the camp, seeing that the guards had a worried face. Don't worry too much, Tsuma's in charge. Until I get back I have to get these Chunin back before they get into trouble, he stated, watching as the guards at the gate relaxed a bit, feeling more confident than before. A few moments later he disappeared without a trace, appearing just outside the village. At the moment the village looked peaceful, but he knew that if he didn't bring the Chunin back, trouble would soon arise. I have to hurry, he thought as he entered the village. However, he was too late when he heard the sounds of battle. The battle began. He watched as the Aim and Konoha ninja clashed. The Konoha shinobi squad, which included Uzumaki Kushina, was busy rescuing civilians in small villages. When the ninja first entered the village, they were surprised to say the least. The entire village was destroyed, some houses were on fire. Having split up, they all spread throughout the village. Go away. A childish voice echoed through the streets. Kushina's eyes widened and she quickened her pace, stopping in front of a house that had only just started burning a few minutes ago, so she didn't have much time. She rushed inside, not even thinking as she entered. In front of her lay the bodies of 2 dead civilians, and not far away was a boy pressed against the wall. The child's gaze was frightened. Please go away, leave me, said the baby, looking straight into her eyes. I'm here to save you. And I'm sorry. Do you want me to take you away from this place? Kushina said, lowering herself to the child's level and placing her hand on his shoulder. The child's eyes lit up as he looked straight into the Kunoichi's eyes with hope. You're not lying? Asked the little child. Kushina smiled softly and nodded her head. My team came here to save the civilians. So, don't worry, I won't hurt you, she sighed, looking back at the 2 civilian bodies that were burning on the floor from the intense fire. We better get out of here before the flames engulf us, Kushina said. She quickly stood up, placing the baby on her back. Kushina had thoughts that this boy might be a member of the Uzumaki clan. May I know your name? She asked. She felt the baby squirm on her back for a second before settling down. Uzumaki Nagato, the child stated. Kushina nodded and smiled weakly. She was pleased to see a clansman. She no longer believed that she would meet someone from the Uzumaki clan. As soon as she got out of the burning building, it collapsed in a heap, and the rest of the village continued to burn. Uzumaki immediately headed for the exit. After all, that's where they were all supposed to meet. This has turned into a huge mess, Naruto thought as a kunai whistled over his head. He saw 3 Aim ninja standing in front of him, and from the way they looked, he knew they wanted to kill him. I am not here to fight, but if you attack, I will have no choice but to kill you, he said. 3 of them accused him of ignoring the warning. Seeing their looks and attitude, he had no other choice. The Uchiha appeared behind the first, piercing him through the chest with his katana. The other 2 ninja watched in horror as their friend fell dead in front of them in a pool of his own blood before they met the same fate. Naruto swung his sword, not once looking at the bodies, as he continued through the village, seeing the brutal carnage. He was very angry at his subordinates. Blood dripped from the buildings. The streets were filled with chaos and screams, fire danced everywhere, leaving no room for argument. There would be no more buildings after today. This place was tantamount to disappearing. This place has already attracted a lot of attention, we should get back to camp quickly, Naruto thought. He winced as a dead-aim ninja fell from the roof, leaving a splatter of blood on the street. Naruto's squad returned to the camp. Uchiha scolded each of them for disobeying him, and promised each of them that he would remove them from their shinobi positions. He was also surprised to see his old friend. The Uchiha had first examined him for the Rinnegan, but the boy did not have this Dazutsu. He clearly remembered that Madara had given his eyes to Nagato when he was a child. And this made Naruto think. The Rinnegan had terrifying power. If they were in the hands of a bad person, it would not be good. Naruto was dejected, thinking that because of his actions, something more horrific than the Fourth Shinobi World War could happen in the future. He was also confused that he could not find the memories of Zetsu and Madara's future plans. As if they never happened. Naru, did something happen? Why are you sitting there so sad? The questions came from Kushina, who came up to him and sat down next to the Uchiha. It hurts me to realize that these children were left without parents because of a bunch of insufficiently rulers, Naruto said with bitterness in his voice, looking at the children in the camp. Among the crowd of children, he could see Yahiko and Konan. There were at least 40 children in the camp who were left without parents. Uzumaki nodded in agreement to her beloved. You're right, Naruto-kun. There should be no war anywhere, ever. Everyone suffers from it. There are no winners and losers, there are only crippled people and destinies. In this difficult moment, we must support each other. Uchiha and Uzumaki were hugging each other and were discussing what would happen after the war and what they would do. A pair of scorching eyes were directed at the guy's back. Not much left. My whole body hurts, as if a truck hit me. Uchiha barely woke up, his eyes hurt a lot. He was surrounded by white walls. Naruto's gaze immediately stopped on a dark figure. All his fighting instincts woke up at once. Uchiha got into a fighting stance, activating the Sharingan. He was now worried about where he was, and why Uchiha Madara was doing here. Puffing out his chest proudly as he watched his actions, Madara smirked. Calm down, I won't touch you. I don't have such an opportunity, he spoke clearly and without any emotions. Naruto looked at Madara carefully. He didn't sense any hostility or lies from him. Let's say. Where am I now? And what are you doing here? Naruto asked calmly, with his Sharingan deactivated. You are here by my will, as you know I am dead. I asked the higher ones to give me the opportunity to meet you. Naruto frowned and lowered his head. He had many questions. If you are dead, then the current Madara in this time period also died? Uchiha asked an interesting question. Madara only chuckled before answering. To be honest, I don't know myself, Madara shrugged. First, I have to explain to you how it all happened. Uchiha exhaled. When our techniques collided, we created a rift in time. At the time when Jubi began to separate from me. Even then, I understood that my plan had completely failed, and I felt the approach of my death. And you still happened to be at my fingertips. Seeing how you were beginning to be sucked into some hole, I decided to give you all my memories and power. I wondered what would happen to you. Listening to the Uchiha's words, Naruto thought about them. I don't even know how to react to this. Naruto said slowly. Madara stepped towards Naruto and sat down next to him. I've been watching you since you came here. And I myself am interested in whether you, being an Uchiha, will be able to change the future and whether you will be able to create a world without wars. Answer me, Madara. Where is your base? And tell me about your plan with all the details. Because no matter how much I dug into your memories, I couldn't find anything about it. Naruto's gaze was fixed on the white wall. he didn't expect it to give him any information. Analyzing his words, Naruto could tell that Madara was only watching him for his own interests. No, it won't be fair or interesting if I tell you. You have to find the answers to the questions yourself, Uchiha answered, standing up. He glanced at the young Uchiha for the last time and disappeared, leaving Naruto behind. It was raining. Not pouring, but still heavy. Several ninja squads patrolled the military camp every hour. Konoha ninja were rescuing nearby villagers who had been attacked. After meeting Madara, Naruto sorted through Madara's memories. Naruto put his childhood memories aside because there was nothing interesting in them. Although you can't call them childhood memories, if you know that Madara grew up during the war. There was also nothing interesting in his teenage memories, but when he got older, it became more interesting. Naruto went through Madara's memories several times, and found one clue. In his memories, Madara once mentioned a cave. Sangaku no Hakaba is a mountainous region located in the northern part of the area between Takigakure and Otogakure. This area interested Naruto, and in his free time, the Uchiha intended to go there. Now he was going to the battlefield. Knowing that Tsunade, Jiraiya and Orochimaru would not be able to handle Hanzo, Uchiha was going to kill Hanzo himself. Taking everything he needed, Uchiha left his tent and headed to the battlefield. "Naru, where are you going?" He was called out to before he had gone 10 meters. Turning around, the brunette saw Kushina in front of him. After examining him, the girl realized that he was heading to the battlefield. "Kushi, I have to go to the battlefield, this is the Hokage's order," Uchiha lied. Uzumaki sighed in disappointment, because they had agreed to go together to the nearest village to help the residents. Okay, the scarlet-haired girl stood on her tiptoes, wrapped her arms around the Uchiha's neck, and gently kissed the boy on the cheek. "Take care of yourself, Naruto-kun." Kushina realized Naruto's full strength. She could definitely say that he was one of the strongest shinobi in Konoha. But inside she felt worried about Naruto. Yes, and since the morning she had strange feelings, as if something was going to happen today. "Everything will be fine, and I will be grateful to you if you look after my squad. If they do something again, do not be afraid and write a report about them." Uchiha smiled softly at the girl. Kushina nodded in agreement. The brunette turned his back to her and quickly began to move away from the camp. A yellow flash erupted behind the young kunoichi. "I'll hope that the battle isn't over," Naruto thought as he picked up his pace, quickly approaching the sound of the battle that had reached the middle. When he got close enough, he saw Gamabunta's sword turn into a liquid made of acid. The large salamander was on the side of the cliff, watching the battle. Orochimaru was nowhere to be seen, which surprised him, but he knew that he had to be somewhere. Naruto turned his head, looking to the right, trying to see Orochimaru, but found nothing. To Naruto's surprise, a giant snake burst out of the ground, attempting to wrap itself around the giant salamander that Hanzo was on. The snake couldn't hold it for long as it was thrown aside, but it was enough to confuse Hanzo. Katsuya appeared on the battlefield, and immediately disintegrated into many smaller copies of himself. They glowed green, beginning to suck out the salamander and Hanzo's chakra. The salamander released a stream of chakra, throwing the slugs away. Hanzo jumped off the salamander, landing on Gamabunta's head. Jiraiya, who wasn't expecting this, received a punch to the face. Jiraiya was thrown back several meters. His opponent did not stop and began another attack. Jiraiya blocked the blow with his elbow. "We will defeat Hanzo," Jiraiya shouted as he pushed Hanzo. He watched as all three of their summons disappeared in a huge column of smoke, but the giant salamander did not, so Hanzo jumped on it again just as Tsunade and Orochimaru joined Jiraiya, all three of them tired from the drawn-out battle they had been fighting. "Wow, now this is an exciting battle," Naruto said in his head. Uchiha didn't understand Sarutobi's decision. Why didn't he send Tsukumo Hatake? He was clearly stronger than the three of them. The whole area was in disarray. There were ninja bodies lying on the ground where the Sannin had fought. "They're just like me when I was a kid," he said, chuckling quietly before turning serious and disappearing from his spot. Hanzo walked away from the previous battle area a bit before he stopped dead in his tracks for a couple of seconds, allowing whoever was following him to catch up to him. "Looks like you knew I was coming," Naruto said as he stepped out from behind the trees. The area around them was thick forest, but if they were fighting here, that area would have disappeared. "Judging by your chakra, you are not a simple ninja. You are too confident in yourself, Uchiha," Hanzo answered calmly, turning to face the guy. "You think correctly, I am strong, and what you are doing to the people of the Land of Rain must be stopped. You're too confident in thinking you can defeat me, but I'll teach you a lesson," Hanzo said as a serious expression appeared on his face, pulling out his poison blade while Naruto pulled out his katana. They rushed forward, colliding heads with each other as their swords sparked. "It's over, Hanzo, your reign of terror ends today," Naruto said, pulling his sword out with a quick flick of his wrist as blood began to spurt from the wound. Hanzo didn't give up though. He jumped 10 feet to the side, quickly turning around and throwing a kunai that was quickly deflected. He dropped to one knee, watching as Naruto got closer and closer with each passing second. "They will avenge me. Know this." A moment later he coughed blood onto the cold, unforgiving ground. Naruto smirked at his pathetic threat. Hanzo was left alone, coughing up blood. His blood on the ground went unnoticed because the grass was no longer green, but had turned a dark red hue from the 15 dead ninjas sprawled in different directions. "Konoha gave you a chance, but unfortunately you missed it," Naruto said, approaching the defeated Hanzo. Naruto swung his sword, decapitating him. Hanzo's body lay lifeless on the ground, his head rolling several feet away, leaving a trail of blood behind it. The Uchiha stood on the battlefield, surrounded by blood and corpses of shinobi. Emitting imperceptible waves of chakra, Naruto felt the presence of other ninja. And there were about 8 of them. "There is no need to hide so persistently, I know that you are here," Naruto shouted. After his words 6 Anbu appeared on the battlefield. They stood on either side of the Uchiha. The masked shinobi stood silently and motionless, waiting for an order. Naruto let out an irritated breath, realizing whose Anbu were standing in front of him. "This is not how I expected Danzo to die, but it seems he doesn't understand," Uchiha thought. Thunder rumbled in the sky. Namikaze and Shimura appeared on the battlefield very suddenly. Naruto's fears were confirmed. Namikaze was not in his plans. Uchiha was going to talk some sense into Minato, because he was going down the wrong path. Minato and Shimura watched Uchiha silently. Finally they could take him out. They had been waiting for this moment for a long time. "Shimura, tell me honestly, are you stupid?" Naruto watched Danzo with a grin. "You've been told several times that I'm not an enemy. You should mind your own business, otherwise you've been suffering lately. Only I can decide who is an enemy and who is not. I will not allow such an impudent person to walk around my village. You are a threat." Danzo began to lose his temper, because it infuriated him when he was treated with disrespect. "And you, Minato?" And he transferred his from Danzo to Minato. "Why did you get involved with such a person? He will set you up at any convenient opportunity. Understand that what you are doing now puts an end to your goals. Just think about it while you have time." The Uchiha's words slowly but surely began to affect the young blonde. "How blind I was, Danzo-san is using me for his own purposes. My goal is to become Hokage, and what kind of Hokage am I if I kill everyone I don't like? Minato-kun, don't listen to him. He's trying to pull the wool over your eyes." Danzo was starting to get a little nervous, as Namikaze was starting to have doubts. "If you want to become Hokage, then kill him. He's a threat, and what does a Hokage do with a threat?" Namikaze looked at Uchiha and then turned his eyes to Danzo, who was pushing him to kill. The young man walked away from him and shook his head. "I refuse. Danzo's face turned red with anger. Ah, you little puppy. I gave you a helping hand in a difficult moment, and this is how you respond to my gratitude? Danzo raged. Naruto was pleased with himself that he had managed to bring Minato to his senses. Now all that was left was the small matter. Minato, go away, our conflict with Danzo does not concern you, Namikaze answered with a half nod. Minato silently disappeared, leaving Danzo alone. Danzo looked at the object of his anger. This Uchiha has ruined all my plans. I had big plans, for the Jinchuriki, for the Uchiha clan, and now I'm on the brink of collapse, Danzo thought angrily. The root leader gave a sign to his Umbu. The Uchiha placed his katana in front of him and waited for the attack. The three Umbu on the sides wanted to attack, but they were stopped by the Uzumaki's golden chains. A dome of chains formed around the Uchiha. What is she doing here? The brunette did not expect her arrival. Now do you understand the consequences of your lies? The girl looked at the guy with disapproval. Kushina was angry at her boyfriend for deceiving her. There was no order from the Hokage, she learned this from Tsunade when she came from the battlefield. Jiraiya and Orochimaru received serious wounds in the battle with Hanzo, and they had to return back to the camp. And Kushina was ordered to find and return Naruto. Now she was stopping the bleeding from the wound. Kushina, that's enough, Uchiha said irritably. A terrible pain struck Naruto's body, he was not in the right mood, and then Kushina got on his nerves. What, enough? Do you even understand that because of your deception, you and I could have died here? Tears flowed from Kunoichi's eyes. Uzumaki was worried about him and his life, and did her best to stop the bleeding. Feeling a strong pain, he exhaled loudly. His whole body ached from unbearable pain, now he wanted only one thing, for all his suffering to stop. Uchiha restrained himself from yelling at Kushina. Now the red-haired one really irritated him. Ah, he shouted loudly when Kushina tightly bandaged his wound. The pain slowly began to go away, the guy's breathing was heavy. Looking at Kushina, Naruto nodded gratefully, if not for her, he most likely would have died from blood loss. The scarlet-haired girl quickly wiped away her tears and smiled happily. Everything was fine with her boyfriend, and that was the most important thing for her. We need to find some shelter now. And we'll wait for reinforcements there. With your condition, we won't be able to get to our base, it will be hard for you, Uchiha nodded to her, agreeing with her. The fire burned with a bright flame. Dry branches crackled in the fire. Sparks flew up into the air and disappeared into the dark heights of the night. It was raining heavily outside. Our heroes were near the fire. Naruto was lying on his back, and his head was located on the girl's lap. Running her hand through his hair, Uzumaki smiled, looking at her boyfriend's face. It had already been 2 hours since Kushina sent her clone to the camp, she received information from her clone, and they were ordered to wait for the arrival. Taking the girl's hand, he kissed it tenderly, making her blush. Thank you, Kushi. Naruto said quietly, looking into the eyes of his beloved. The red-haired girl smiled with her lips closed. Raising her head, Uzumaki thought with an anxious face. And the reason for this was Danzo, whom they killed. The girl was afraid for herself and for Naruto, because for killing an advisor they could be sent to prison for many years. Naru, what will happen to us? The girl lowered her head, we killed the Konoha advisor. For this we can be imprisoned or worse. Seeing her concern, Uchiha took her hand and looked at her confidently. Kushi, you yourself saw and heard about his intentions. And do you remember his right hand? He was against us, Danzo would have killed you and me without hesitation. We were just defending ourselves. And we did everything right, the Hokage can't do anything to us. If we prove his involvement in the murder of the Uchiha. This old man killed the Uchiha, and they are also residents of Konoha, this makes him a threat to our village. With such incriminating evidence, nothing will happen to us. I agree with you. But Danzo has loyal friends who will want to punish us. Hamura and Koharu will do everything for this. After Hanzo's death, all Amigakure actions ceased. The Rain village immediately surrendered, and agreed to all of Konoha's proposals. The Rain counselors had no other choice, their village had suffered colossal losses. The Rain village appointed a Konoha man to the post, and the two villages signed a cooperation agreement. Danzo's death caused a great stir in Konoha. After all, the death of such a person was a great loss for the village. For the villagers, he was remembered as a protector, and most of the villagers mourned his death. The Root Umbu were not disbanded, but transferred to the leadership of the Uchiha. The Hokage wanted to at least make amends to Kagami, and also gave several hectares of land to the Uchiha. There was a lot of indignation, especially from the Hyuga. Kagami was angry at Danzo. The man scolded all the advisors and the Hokage for turning a blind eye to Shimura's dirty deeds. Kagami and Naruto did not tell the other clansmen anything, because they did not want a rebellion. And knowing that there was a group of people in the clan who were dissatisfied with the current head's rule, it was dangerous. Kushina was nervous at first, because she was afraid that they could be charged. Uchiha calmed her down, saying that nothing would happen to them. If they were charged, they would win in court. After Danzo's death, all of his cases came to light. And there was something there that would make your mother cry. Shimura had completely ruined his reputation, and it was unlikely that anyone would support him. And Naruto was slightly surprised that an investigation into Danzo's death had not been launched. Everyone should have wondered what Danzo was doing on the battlefield. The Hokage had not given him an order, he should have been in the village and given commands. Maybe it was for the best. The attitude of Naruto's clanmates and Hiruzen changed. Naruto had a support group in the clan. And Sarutobi was now completely confident in Naruto. And soon it became known that the Hokage was looking for a successor. Sarutobi was going to hand over the reins of his rule to a younger and more experienced shinobi. The candidates were Jiraiya, Orochimaru, Tsukumo Hatake and Uchiha Naruto. The last candidate caused discontent among the elders. For Uchiha to become Hokage? It was unthinkable for them. And every time they reminded him of his pedigree. Uchiha himself asked to remove him from the list. Becoming Hokage was not in his plans. But Kushina insisted that he not refuse such a choice. The girl at one time was also going to become Hokage, and most likely it will not work out, but she wanted her boyfriend to become Hokage. Naruto immediately made it clear to Kushina that the post of Hokage does not appeal to him. He will soon become the patriarch of the Uchiha clan anyway. An awful lot of people gathered in the square in front of the Hokage building. From the civilians to the elite shinobi, everyone was discussing the new leader of the village. From the Hokage building, joyful cries were heard, saying that the fourth Hokage would soon give a speech. And then everyone saw the fourth Hokage. This moment will be remembered by all the villagers. Everyone was shocked and happy at the same time. And then Tsukumo began his speech. Among the crowd of people, our heroes were standing. Naruto and Kushina were listening to the Hokage's speech. And I wanted him to become Hokage. It's so cool when all the villages fear you and respect you, the girl said with a dreamy smile. Uchiha only exhaled. The girl was still too young to understand the full responsibility of Hokage. Kushi, the position of Hokage is a very responsible matter. A lot depends on your decisions. Naruto lowered his head to Kushina. If I did not become one, then you can still become one. And I will help you achieve your goals. Naruto said with a smile, hugging Kushina. After 20 minutes, everyone began to go their separate ways. Uzumaki and Uchiha went to the nearest cafe. Naruto was going to take a walk in the park with her, but Kushina had other plans. She was going to have a serious talk with him. Kushi, what do you want to talk about? Uzumaki hesitated slightly before starting. I wanted to talk about you and Mikoto and your union. Deep down, she was not pleased with this. You understand that if you become the clan patriarch, then you and Mikoto must have a child? Kunoichi said with an uncertain tone. The brunette took the girl's hand, thus calming her down. Uchiha was confident in his plan, and he would carry it out. Kushi, you don't have to worry about it. When I become the head of the clan, I can change the laws in the clan. And I can easily make you the matriarch of the clan. At the last word, Kushina was surprised. What? I'm an Uzumaki, and I'm not allowed to be the matriarch of the Uchiha clan. All decisions depend on me, what I say will happen. Naruto said firmly, and I already have support in the clan that will follow me. Does Mikoto know about this? To her question, she received an approving nod. Kushina calmed down in her heart. This topic was very troubling to her. Seeing your beloved, with whom you have big plans for the future, marry your friend was becoming painful, even if it was a fictitious marriage. The pair continued to talk about other topics. Until Namikaze came, no one expected him. Seeing his figure, Uzumaki clenched her fist. God, she wanted to paint his face so much for collaborating with Danzo. She didn't even care that he betrayed him at the last moment and came to his senses. If he comes, I'll. Uchiha motioned for Namikaze to stop, sensing the evil energy. Naruto stood up from his chair and headed towards Minato. Hello, Naruto-san. I came to apologize to you for that action. Forgive me, please. Namikaze bowed his head guiltily. It's okay, I'm not offended. But promise me you won't do such stupid things again. I promise, Minato said honestly, and raised his head. I would also like to apologize to Kushina. I am guilty before her, too. Naruto looked at Kushina for a second, and then turned his gaze back to Minato. Minato, she's not in that state right now. Kushina is still angry at you, give her time to cool down. Namikaze nodded disappointedly and left the establishment. All the blonde's feelings for Kushina began to fade, he had no desire to win her heart. Returning to her, Naruto smiled. Kushina looked so cute when she was angry. You're really cute when you're angry, he commented. All her anger immediately evaporated, and she blushed deeply. No one called her that when she was angry. Most guys are usually afraid of this side of her, even the Hokage. Shut up. You're talking such nonsense, Dadabina. She told him. Uchiha was just having fun, he liked to put her in such a state. People in the establishment began to turn their attention to them. Kushina was simultaneously embarrassed and angry. Even when you're embarrassed, you're even cuter. Season 2. The gentle rays of the rising sun illuminated the room with bright light, penetrating through the curtains and playing on the walls. The guy, in whose eyes these rays shone, winced slightly, trying to hide from the light. Naruto. Wake up. A female voice was heard in the room. Kushina, approaching the bed, began to gently wake up the sleeping guy. Naruto, come on, wake up. She whispered softly. The black-haired boy reluctantly opened his eyes and saw Kushina's radiant smile before him. Her hair glowed in the morning light, creating an aura of warmth and comfort around her. 5 more minutes, Naruto mumbled, closing his eyes and turning over onto his side. Kushina smiled softly at his behavior and, without losing hope, continued. Naruto-kun, you know what day it is today, right? Anniversary, he said with his eyes closed, feeling the memory of how they became a couple begin to warm in his soul. That's right. Kushina exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with joy. We've been together for 3 years now, Naruto-kun. And this day should be eventful for both of us. The Uchiha slowly stood up, staring at Kushina, his gaze reflecting gentle respect. Kushi, maybe we should spend this anniversary at home? I feel very tired after a sleepless night, he admitted, suddenly remembering his tormenting dreams. In recent months, he had been tormented by insomnia, and every night he saw the same dream that did not give him peace. He did not want to tell Kushina about his fears and worries. It was too early, as he thought. Naruto-kun, maybe you should go to Tsunade? You don't look like yourself every morning. And we can spend the anniversary here. I don't mind. Kushina sat down next to him and took his hand. Her touch was warm and soothing. Naruto-kun. Kushina ran her hand over his palm again before looking into his eyes. Maybe you could tell me what's going on. I can tell you're hiding something from me. Naruto was about to answer, but was interrupted by Kushina. Naruto-kun, don't lie to me. He just sighed resignedly, not knowing where to start. What do you want to know? All. Kushi, what you are about to hear is all true. After hearing this, it will be hard for you to accept. Naruto-kun, I will understand and accept. I will be with you and support you in any situation. Kushina looked into his eyes with love, and there was sincerity in her gaze. Naruto, having collected his thoughts, began to tell her everything he wanted about his past. He shared with her that he was from the future and that in his past life he was a Jinchuriki of the Uzumaki clan. However, he kept silent about his parents, not daring to reveal that part of his story. Kushina sat for several minutes, staring at one point, digesting everything she heard. That's why, the day you saved me, you suddenly appeared from the whirlpool. And you seemed surprised to see me. She whispered under her breath before meeting his gaze. She hugged him, trying to convey all her support to him. Naru, I won't tell anyone. She pulled away from him and looked into his eyes. If, as you said, Madara and Kagaya Tsuki appear in the future, I will help you prevent it. Naruto looked at Kushina with understanding. Thank you, Kushina, he said, pulling her towards him and kissing her. This kiss was full of passion and tenderness, and Kushina willingly responded to it, immersing herself in an atmosphere of love and trust. So what are we going to do today? She asked, and the kiss was over, smiling and looking at him hopefully. I have an idea and I think you'll like it, Naruto replied, confidence in his voice. An old cave in a hill, overgrown with grass on top. It was cool and smelled damp. Suddenly a flame lit up. Next to the fire was a dark figure, his body and face hidden by a black cloak. Everything is not going according to plan, a loud and rude voice was heard. So what are we going to do? Uchiha is already dead and we haven't found a new vessel for his eye anyway. So we need to get started with our plan as quickly as possible. And for that we need to find a puppet. I think I have one option, but for this I need to wait for the perfect moment, the stranger said with a sly smile. The hall was full, all the main figures of the Uchiha clan were in the room. Today was a clan meeting in which the future of the clan was discussed. I declare today's meeting open. After this, one of the clan members stood up from his seat. Naruto-sama, yesterday I was studying the documents and reports for the last months. And I noticed that several million ryo are spent from the budget every month on the construction of a large hospital, but work there is currently suspended due to a lack of funding. It was Mikoto. After the war, she completely got her head together. And began to study more about the politics of her clan. And eventually replaced her father at the meeting. Thank you, Mikoto-sama. If you've already taken on this matter, then you'd better finish it. The girl nodded approvingly before sitting down in her place. After that there was another hour of discussion after which everyone began to disperse. Naruto stared at Mikoto, who remained behind, with confusion. Mikoto, if you still have questions and suggestions, then let's do it at the next meeting. I wanted to know if everything is okay with you and Kushina, the girl asked with a slight blush. Yes, we have it good, Naruto answered calmly. And when will you declare her the matriarch of the clan? The girl did not stop asking questions. Why such questions? Naruto asked in bewilderment, we discussed this at the council a long time ago. As soon as Kushina turns 18, I will declare her the matriarch of the clan. Ah. I see. Okay, I'll go then. The girl's voice was filled with sadness and sorrow. Mikoto quickly turned around and also left. Uchiha didn't pay attention to Mikoto's strange behavior and continued to sort through the documents that lay in front of him. As soon as Uchiha Mikoto left the room, she squeezed her fingers tightly and leaned against the wall. Mikoto had long since sorted out her feelings. That day when Naruto appeared in the village and she had a lesson, she became very interested in him. For her, Naruto was different from all the Uchihas. That's why she took her father's place to be closer to Naruto. The girl did everything to attract the attention of the clan head. Mikoto. A female voice was heard, which brought her out of her own thoughts. The Uchiha made a serious face and looked towards her friend. Kushina ran up to the girl with a smile on her face and hugged her, greeting her best friend. Uchiha, after greeting her, was about to leave, but Kushina stopped her. "You know, I got promoted today," she said in high spirits. "Mikoto, Naruto, and I are inviting you to the party this evening." "Thank you, but I have things to do. There are a lot of papers that need to be sorted out," the black-haired girl answered and quickly hurried away. "What's wrong with her?" Kushina looked after her friend with bewilderment as she left. Naruto was sitting in his office, sorting through a handful of papers, when suddenly his attention was drawn to the sound of the door opening. A red-haired girl was standing on the threshold, gradually approaching him. Kushina immediately sat on his lap and bit into the guy's lip. "You seem so cheerful today." "Naruto-kun, I've been promoted to the rank of Jonin," she exclaimed. Naruto watched with a smile as his beloved talked about her achievements. "Naruto-kun, in 2 days I'm leaving for a mission. And I'll be back in a month. And I want to spend these 2 days with you." "I'd be happy to, but I need to finish," he said, and with his eyes he drew her attention to a handful of paper. "That's why I came, Naruto-kun," the kunoichi said and got to work. Uchiha, seeing his girlfriend's optimism, immediately felt a surge of energy. Uzumaki and Uchiha quickly finished their work and went to the clan head's estate. The third Hokage sat in his chair, smoking and signing papers. His advisors sat on either side of him. "Hiruzen, I would like to talk about our Jinchuriki," the elderly woman said. Hiruzen looked up from his papers and looked up. "Koharu, we've already discussed this. I trust Naruto. He's a good guy and he'll take care of Kushina. We all understood that he is a good guy. If the Jinchuriki becomes the wife of the head of the Uchiha clan, then their influence will become even greater. And this means that other clans can revolt. If one clan has more rights than others, then this can lead to a civil war," Hamura said in a serious tone. Hiruzen let out a tired breath and rubbed his head. "Everything will be fine. I won't allow it," Hiruzen answered shortly and continued working. "Really?" Koharu asked with a smirk. Hiruzen looked up from the documents again and raised his gaze. "As far as I know, the Uchihas began building their own hospital on their territory. And they also received several hundred hectares. There is no need to worry about that. All the clan heads approved the construction of the hospital. And regarding the land, they originally belonged to them." After the third's words, silence fell in the office. The advisors froze and said nothing more. Deep down, they were very angry. After all, once again they were unable to catch Hiruzen. The sun's rays begin to appear from behind the horizon, illuminating the blades of grass still covered with crystal dew. A young kunoichi stood near the huge gates. She was wearing all the shinobi gear. And she also had a bag with supplies for a whole month. Kushina was now waiting for her companions. 2 black figures appeared on the horizon, quickly approaching her. When they were already close, she recognized them. One of them was Hyuga Hanum. The kunoichi immediately waved to her as a greeting. And the second was Namikaze. Seeing him, she immediately frowned. After all, the blonde was not on her team. I see you are confused to see me, but Tsum Inuzuka is currently at a clan meeting and because of this he will not be able to take part in the mission, said the approaching blonde. Uzumaki was still dissatisfied. After all, they were a perfect team and understood each other 100%. And then Minato appears, with whom she goes on a mission for the first time. Kushina, I know you're not happy, but this is the Hokage's order, Hanabi whispered in her ear. Kushina let out a resigned sigh, accepting it as her due. She had long since forgiven Minato and held no grudge against him. But Kushina found him unpleasant. Our mission is to deliver a letter to the Raikage, the relationship between fire and lightning depends on it. The team captain explained the details of the mission to them. And they set off to carry it out. The team had no problems during their journey. Kushina and Hanabi often talked to each other. Namikaze tried to talk to them, but nothing worked. The Kunoichi walked ahead of him and laughed all the time. Having reached the village of Shima, the team decided to camp for the night in the middle of the forest. The Konoha shinobi set up tents and lit a fire. I'll go get some firewood, Hanabi said and went deep into the forest, leaving Kushina and Minato alone. Kushina, attracted the attention of the girl, Namikaze, I heard that soon you will become the matriarch of the Uchiha clan. I won't ask who told you this, but why are you interested in this? Kushina, I just want to warn you, Kunoichi didn't let him finish. Minato, you're at it again. Stop worrying about me and thinking that Naruto is some kind of villain. Kushina stood up and headed towards the tent. Kushina, please. Minato called out now, just think about it. Out of nowhere, he appears and saves you. And everyone in the village considers him a hero after the war. And the clan makes him the head. Don't you think that's strange? Kushina stopped instantly and looked unkindly at the blonde. Shut up. You don't know anything, Minato. You don't know anything. Don't you dare talk about him like that. Her voice was cold. Colder than he had ever heard. The Kunoichi went to her tent, leaving the guy alone with himself. Minato clicked his tongue angrily. Namikaze eventually realized that he still had a soft spot for Uzumaki. In his opinion, Kushina was in danger because he didn't trust Naruto. He didn't trust the Red-Eyed clan at all. He was brought out of his thoughts by Hanabi, who brought brushwood. Hyuga threw them into the fire one by one. Why don't you go to bed? Asked the Kunoichi. Today is not a day for sleep. You can go to your tent, I'll watch the fire. Said Minato. The blonde approached the Kunoichi and took the brushwood from her hands. Hyuga smiled sweetly at him and went to bed. Uchiha sat on the top of the mountain, deep in meditation. The surrounding world gradually disappeared, giving way to a state of complete calm and harmony. Suddenly, golden lines began to flicker near his eyes, indicating that he had begun to absorb natural energy. Naruto, with the 3-volume Sharingan, suddenly opened his eyes and felt an incredibly powerful flow of power inside himself. Using the Sharingan in hermit mode, he realized that his perception of the world had changed. In every blade of grass, in every breath of wind, in every movement of the smallest creature, he felt something familiar and related, as if the world had finally acquired new colors for him. You finally achieved the perfect balance, Fukasaku said, watching him with respect, his eyes shining with pride for his student. This is amazing, Naruto allowed himself to smile for the first time. I feel a power within me that surpasses anything I've known before. With that, he launched himself down the mountain in one swift motion. His feet touched the ground softly, as if he were as light as a feather. The soil remained unharmed, as if nature itself had succumbed to his will. Naruto-chan, you're incredible. Your new form is simply amazing. Fukasaku shouted, jumping onto Naruto's shoulder and clapping him on the head, almost with fatherly concern. How about the memories? The old toad found the place you were looking for. It's not far from the land of fire, Fukasaku replied with a note of warning. It's finally over, Naruto thought. For many nights he had studied Madara's memories, tracking down the smallest clues to find Zetsu's lair and destroy it. He knew this was his chance, and he couldn't wait any longer. But before you go, you need to master your new abilities thoroughly. Otherwise, you risk losing everything you have, Fukasaku added seriously, his voice sounding worried. Naruto nodded, realizing how important his preparation was. He knew that every step was crucial. Meanwhile, the Konoha team was slowly walking through the streets of the Lightning Village. Since the disagreement between Uzumaki and Namikaze, they had barely exchanged a word. Hanabi tried to find out what had happened, but as soon as she mentioned Namikaze's name, Kushina immediately fell silent, avoiding further conversation. The villagers watched them with curious glances. Many of the men smiled when their gaze fell on Kushina and Hanabi. Admiring glances followed them like a warm stream of summer wind. Hanabi felt this attention and raised an eyebrow mischievously. "They're not bad," she whispered, barely holding back a smile. "What did you see in them?" Kushina snorted incredulously, trying not to pay attention to the intent looks. "Well, they look strong and manly," Hanabi replied with a slight blush, as if she didn't quite believe her own words, "and I heard that they—" "Oh, of course," Kushina rolled her eyes, realizing that her friend was carried away by fantasies. So, carried away by the conversation, they reached the Raikage's residence. Seeing them, the secretary immediately let the team inside. The Raikage sat on a throne that looked like it was carved out of rock. His dark skin and powerful muscles were awe-inspiring. His white hair was combed back, and his face was adorned with a mustache and a small beard. "Hello, Raikage-sama," the Konoha team greeted politely. "We are from the Hokage." "Yes, I know. Hiruzen already informed me that you would come," the Raikage answered calmly. Kushina handed him a scroll from the third. The Raikage quickly skimmed through it. "Okay, I agree," his hand confidently placed a seal on the document. "But tell the Hokage, in exchange, I will demand that one of the women of Konoha marry my brother." "We will pass this on to the third," Kushina replied, not showing that she was surprised by this demand. After a short conversation with the Raikage, the team set out to explore the village. "We're leaving tomorrow, so get some rest today," Kushina announced. The team members went their separate ways. Namikaze went to the Raikage's younger brother, Hanabi went to Unraikyu, and Kushina was left alone and decided to take a walk around the village. She thought about Naruto, about Hanabi's words, about the strange feelings that did not leave her. As dusk fell over the city, Kushina returned to the room. Noticing that the door was slightly open, her heart began to beat faster. She cautiously stepped inside, instantly grabbing her weapon, and froze when she saw Hanabi, almost naked, stretched out on the bed. "Hanabi! I thought you were joking about this," Kushina barely squeezed out the words, blushing from surprise. "Oh, come on, I just wanted to relax. You know, Hyuga men aren't as passionate as you'd like them to be." Hanabi smiled as if it was the most normal thing in the world. "You could have relaxed in your room," Kushina muttered, lowering her eyes. "But, well, what happened. She lay down next to her, feeling strangely calm next to her friend, as if this situation had become a new bridge between them. "Hey, did you have, Lim?" Hanabi asked with genuine interest, her gaze intense, almost challenging. Kushina's face flushed, and she felt something explode inside her. She wanted to turn away, but Hanabi was looking so straight and open that she couldn't. "Well, no," Kushina finally whispered, as if confessing a terrible secret. "So what? Everything has its time. Girl, do you believe this?" Hanabi propped herself up on her elbow, her voice soft but convincing. "You and Naruto have been together for so long, and you haven't even been intimate. She moved closer, as if revealing a secret. Maybe he just doesn't want you. You have too many bad thoughts. Naruto-kun is not like that, Kushina whispered, feeling her heart pounding wildly. I'm so sorry, I didn't mean to offend you, Hanabi touched her shoulder encouragingly. But don't you want this yourself? Kushina closed her eyes, feeling everything inside her turn over. It was like a bright light suddenly illuminated her consciousness. Yes, she wanted this, but how to approach Naruto? How to tell him that her heart was burning at the very thought of him? You don't have to say it, Hanabi smiled, as if reading her thoughts. It's enough to show him. Just show him with your actions, and he'll understand everything himself, she said tenderly, running her fingers through her friend's hair. And then, just enjoy the moment. Trust me, Uchihas are good at this. Kushina glanced at Hanabi, who winked like a cheeky girl sharing a secret with her. Kushina laughed, feeling a lightness and joy she hadn't felt in a long time. Maybe it's time to make the first move, she thought as she walked into Hanabi's room. Her heart was filled with excitement and anticipation. The Konoha team had been walking home non-stop for several days now, and fatigue was starting to show. The evening was cool, and after pitching their tents on the border of the land of fire, they lit a fire. Kushina and Hanabi chatted while Minato became more and more lost in his thoughts, which immediately attracted the attention of the girls. Hey, Namikaze, the commander called out, tugging at his sleeve with a grin. Are you okay? You're being too quiet today. Minato, slightly startled, looked at Kushina and put on an uncertain smile. It's okay, he said, trying to convince not only her but himself. I'm just thinking about yesterday. Kushina and Hanabi exchanged glances, catching a hint of falsehood, but did not press. Everyone had the right to their secrets. A few more hours passed, and the team settled comfortably around the fire. Suddenly, Minato, breaking the silence, looked away from the flames and turned to Kushina. Kushina. I would like to apologize for that incident. Kushina smiled slightly, remembering their recent argument. She lightly patted him on the shoulder. It's okay, Minato. I don't hold a grudge, but please don't say that again. The boy nodded, feeling relieved. But suddenly his gaze became tense. All three of them instantly felt a terrible chakra that washed over them like a crushing wave. They grabbed their kunai and stared tensely into the darkness of the forest. A rustling sound cut through the silence, and a hooded figure, hiding his face under a mask, smoothly stepped out of the shadows. Minato tensed up, ready to throw the kunai with the teleportation seal. Who are you? He asked coldly. The stranger was silent, his one visible eye shining with vague pleasure. He looked slowly at the team, his gaze lingering on Kushina. Hello, guys, he said with a frightening laugh. Nice to meet you. This isn't a human, Hanabi whispered tremblingly, activating her Byakugan. I don't understand what kind of creature this is. The stranger grinned predatorily and calmly raised his hands. Suddenly the ground in front of him exploded, and wooden spears flared up around them, engulfing them from all sides. This is Mokuton? Kushina whispered in horror. She knew that only the first Hokage had it, and the realization made her tense up even more. The shinobi jumped back, barely dodging the deadly attacks. Kushina swung her arms, her eyes flashing with determination. Ninjutsu. Hell's chains. Golden chains burst out of her back and rushed towards the enemy, but immediately met with a wall of wood. Minato and Hanabi exchanged glances. Suddenly, he grabbed her shoulder and used his technique to teleport them both behind the stranger. They coordinated their strike, but an invisible force, like a barrier, threw them aside. Minato hissed in confusion, catching his breath. What was that? The sinister stranger meanwhile turned his gaze to Kushina, who had already managed to accumulate natural energy. Her gaze was cold, focused, every muscle was tense like a string. "You have the Sanin regime," the stranger whispered, and something like surprise slipped into his voice. He barely finished his sentence when Kushina lunged forward with astonishing speed. He tried to dodge, but her fist had already collided with his body, sending him flying backwards. Minato watched her movements, amazed by her speed and strength. "She's incredible," he said, watching her fight with admiration. "Yes, she uses natural energy," Hanabi confirmed, but her brows were furrowed. "But he doesn't have chakra channels." "What?" Minato stared at her in amazement. "How does he even control chakra then?" The stranger, noticing that the battle had become more difficult, jumped back again and raised his hands. He was clearly at a disadvantage. "I think that's enough for today," he said, and a dangerous determination flashed in his eyes. Making a dark seal with his hands, he sent out a wave of energy that seemed to explode around him, raising a giant cloud of dust and leaving a crater in the ground. Minato managed to cover it with his hand, but the blast wave sent him flying backwards. After the dust settled, Minato and Hanabi approached the place where the fight had just broken out. Their eyes darted around, searching for Kushina. But as soon as they noticed her absence, worry gripped their hearts. "Where's Kushina?" Hanabi cried out, her voice filled with panic. "She was here when we fought." Minato clenched his fists and looked around. "We have to look for her. She couldn't have just disappeared," he said, looking around nervously. Kushina tried to move, but the pain in her body was becoming unbearable. The tree roots were squeezing tighter and tighter, holding her tightly, not giving her the slightest chance to break free. She couldn't believe what was happening. How could this man, this stranger, get her so easily? He was strong, and his chakra, squeezing her like an unknown weight, seemed to be squeezing all the life out of her body. Her hands were chained to huge, seemingly living roots that dug into her shoulders and chest, taking away her chakra, sucking out her strength like a ruthless parasite. Kushina tried to concentrate, to call upon her strength to break free, but her chakra seemed to disappear, absorbed by the dark creature standing. He came closer, his face hidden by a mask, but Kushina felt his cold gaze piercing her through and through. He took his time, enjoying her despair, her weakness. "You won't be able to resist. Everything you've ever been, everything you've experienced, will soon become a part of me." His voice was soft, yet ominous, like a shadow whispering. Her heart sank at those words. The pain in her body continued to build, but it wasn't the physical pain that was the most excruciating. It was the pain of loss. It was as if parts of her were disappearing forever, dissolving into nothingness. Her memories, her identity, her love, all of it was being taken away from her, like a dying spark, consumed by eternal darkness. She couldn't think of anything else but him. Of Naruto. Naruto. Her thoughts rushed to him, like the last saving light in this dark world. She remembered how he smiled at her, how his eyes shone, full of determination. She remembered those moments when, despite everything, he was always there, when she felt like he was her support. He was her strength, her light. He was her boyfriend, her only source of hope and love. Her body ached more and more, her breathing became difficult, but the thought of Naruto supported her consciousness. He must not know about this, he must not. She could not let him see her in this state, could not let him be drawn into this. The stranger stood in front of her, watching carefully. He knew that her thoughts did not belong to her. They were part of her power, her memory, her emotions. He felt how with each passing moment her connection with reality became more and more dimmer. "Are you thinking about your boyfriend?" he said quietly, looking at her with cold curiosity. "You think he'll save you?" Her gaze dimmed, but she saw something in his eyes that made her heart clench. He knew what she was thinking about Naruto. He hadn't just drained her chakra, he'd drained her feelings, her deepest emotions, and now she was almost completely stripped of her memories. Everything you love will disappear, Kushina, he continued, bringing his hand to her face. The powers you've built, the love you've felt. It will all become part of me. You will become part of my plan. Kushina felt herself losing control of her body. Memories of Naruto flashed through her mind more and more often, of how he carried her in his arms, how he fought for her. He was the meaning of her life. But the light he gave her was now fading, like a star being swallowed by fog. The memory of him was disappearing. She fought, but she had no strength. She could no longer resist. Every memory she had, every moment of happiness with Naruto, every tender look disappeared, as if they had never been. He was pulling out her memories, pulling out her essence, leaving behind an emptiness. You will be my tool, the stranger whispered almost tenderly. You do not have the strength to resist. I will take your body, your soul. I will take you. You will no longer be Kushina, Naruto's wife. You will simply be a part of me. The last thing she felt before her consciousness began to fade was a flash of pain, and then, absolute darkness. Meanwhile, Minato and Hanabi, who had been searching for her in a panic throughout the forest, had found no trace of Kushina. The void left by Kushina's disappearance was becoming more and more threatening. Minato's body tightened in worry, his heart clenching in anxiety. We have to find her, he said, unable to hide the fear in his voice. Hanabi, with her sensitive Byakugan, searched for her chakra flows, but it was useless. Kushina seemed to have disappeared, as if she no longer existed. But Minato felt that they were too late. It's your fault, Hiruzen. Hamura's voice was filled with indignation. The news of the missing Jinchuriki hit the village like a bolt from the blue. All of Konoha was now on edge. Losing their most important weapon in this politically tense environment could seriously weaken their position among the other hidden villages. Hiruzen thoughtfully blew smoke from his pipe, trying to calm his nerves, but his inner tension was betrayed by his gaze, directed somewhere deep inside. There was something more than just fatigue in his eyes. We must remain calm, he replied, trying to sound confident in his words. The news must not spread beyond the village. I have already sent my squad to search for her. You're losing your touch. Hiruzen, Koharu's voice was cold and unreadable. How could you let this happen? How could you make her a Jonin, a squad captain? She's a Jinchuriki. Her place is on D rank or C rank missions, not A rank, and certainly not B rank. We're risking too much. The pressure from the elders was increasing with each passing second. Hiruzen knew that they were using this situation as a chance to undermine his position. Maybe even remove him. We turned a blind eye to Danzo's murder at the hands of the Uchiha, Hamura said forcefully, but if she is not returned by this evening, I will send a letter to the daimyo. Konoha needs a new leader. The words echoed in the silence. The elders, with one last unkind glance at Hiruzen, turned and walked out of the room, leaving the Hokage alone with his thoughts. Hiruzen watched them leave in silence, and with a heavy heart, he turned back to the portrait of the second Hokage. What should I do? The third said quietly, almost in a whisper, as if addressing the spirit of a long-departed mentor. At the same time, Uchiha Naruto was sitting in his room, watching the setting sun slowly disappear over the horizon through half-closed eyelids. He knew that Uzumaki Kushina was missing, and every minute of waiting tore him apart from the inside. The fear and worry that he usually hid so skillfully were now impossible to ignore. He understood why she might have disappeared and what her disappearance meant for the village. But most importantly, he knew that he had to find her, and as soon as possible. He simply could not lose her. Just wait for me, Kushina. I'll be there soon, flashed through his mind, and for a moment his usually cold and impenetrable face reflected desperate determination. The time has come. I am ready. Naruto's voice was as hard and sure as steel, but there was an unwavering strength in it, forged in the shadow of his loneliness and long training. He stood in full combat gear, ready for his most dangerous mission yet. Fukasaku, the wise old toad hermit, nodded silently, his gaze showing understanding and respect for the young Uchiha's determination. "Well, let's go," Fukasaku said, making seals. The next moment their figures were enveloped in white smoke, and when it cleared, the room was empty. A heavy, oppressive silence filled the hall. The daimyo watched the elders carefully, seeing barely suppressed irritation and fear flicker across their faces. These emotions were not only related to Kushina's disappearance, there was something more behind all of this, and that was obvious. "Hamura, Koharu," the daimyo's voice pierced the silence, and both elders flinched. "You have come to me with disturbing news about Kushina. But aren't there other ninja in the village who can find her? Or, does this matter require more than just a search?" Koharu took a deep breath and finally spoke, trying to be as careful as possible, but there was still a hint of harshness in her voice. "Your Excellency, this matter is much more serious. It's not just about Kushina's disappearance. The fact is that the Uchiha clan's influence has been growing in the village lately. Their ambitions, their methods. We cannot trust them with Konoha's safety." Hamura nodded, his eyes gleaming with cold determination. "Especially Naruto Uchiha. That boy. He is smart, strong, but his heart is full of darkness. We see that his loyalty is in question. We fear that the clan's influence could destroy everything the village has achieved. The Uchiha have always been prone to rebellion and selfishness." The daimyo frowned, listening carefully to their words. "I understand that you have had a complicated relationship with this clan for a long time," he said calmly, "but Uchiha Naruto does not deserve the same contempt as some of his predecessors. Hasn't he proven his loyalty?" Koharu clenched her fists, trying to hold back the anger that was rising. "Loyalty?" she whispered, almost through her teeth. "We see something different. His power is growing too fast, his ambitions are too great. We see him as a danger, and it would be madness to allow him to take a place in the village leadership, even close." The daimyo, as if realizing that the issue of trust in the Uchiha ran much deeper than just suspicion, nodded. "So, if not Hiruzen and Naruto," he said, casting a sharp glance at them, "then who do you think is worthy of taking the place of Hokage?" Hamura and Koharu exchanged glances again, this time confidently. "We believe that the candidate should be an experienced warrior, someone who honors the traditions of Konoha and is loyal to it without question," Koharu said, her voice echoing an old belief in order. "Someone who will not allow the clans, especially the Uchiha, to take over the others. We propose Jounin Shikaku Neru," Hamura continued. "He has proven his wisdom and loyalty to the village, his decisions are always balanced, and he is far from ambitious and rebellious." The daimyo nodded thoughtfully, considering their proposal. A tense pause hung in the hall. His gaze wandered between Koharu and Hamura's faces, and then, as if testing their strength, he said, "Shikaku Nara. He is indeed wise and prudent, but the question is whether the village will accept him as easily as Hiruzen. Konoha loves its strong leaders, its fighting spirit is based on loyalty to the strong and brave." The elders nodded, relief evident on their faces, though not everything was going so smoothly. They knew that this might not be the final answer, but at least a hint that their voice would be heard. "As long as Hiruzen is here, I will not make any drastic moves," the daimyo added, his voice filled with commanding confidence. "However, if he continues to endanger the village and fails to find Kushina, we may have to return to this conversation." The sun was just touching the horizon when Naruto Uchiha, all in a black cloak and with a firm gaze, stepped onto the cold ground hidden under the shadow of the tall trees. Fukasaku followed silently beside him, his ancient toad-like face expressing a mixture of tension and caution. Each step through the forest felt heavier than the last, as if the ground itself was reaching out to Naruto, not wanting to let him go to the place where the enemy was hiding. The very thought that Kushina could be in danger tore at his soul. Anger, worry, and fear mixed inside him, forming an unbearable mixture. "Are you sure it's here?" Fukasaku whispered, his gaze sweeping over the surroundings as if searching for hidden enemies. "Yes," Naruto answered firmly, although there was a hint of doubt in his voice. "I'm sure. I can feel her chakra here. She's somewhere nearby, I know it for sure." Fukasaku frowned slightly, but said nothing. He knew better than to distract Naruto at times like these. Too much depended on his resolve right now. After what felt like an eternity, they came to a rock covered in moss and bushes. In the very center of it was a wide, but barely noticeable passage, as if nature itself was trying to hide it from view. Naruto, gritting his teeth, walked forward and, concentrating his chakra, carefully entered inside. The stone walls squeezed him in from all sides, and the feeling of being in a confined space increased his anxiety. "Kushina, hold on," he whispered, as if she could hear him. The corridor led them into a large cave, and Naruto, looking around, felt a strange emptiness. This place seemed too quiet, too calm. "Something's wrong," he growled, looking around. "She should be here. But why can't I feel anything?" Fukasaku watched his reaction closely, noticing how Naruto's shoulders began to tense up, and his gaze became cold and sharp as a blade. "It might be a trap," Fukasaku said quietly, choosing his words carefully. "Whoever took her knew you'd try to find her." "Zetsu," Naruto whispered, the enemy's name falling from his lips with quiet contempt. "He's playing with me, leading me by the nose." His fist clenched painfully, and his heart pounded wildly. He felt as if his trust had been betrayed, as if he was one step behind, and that step was decisive. "If he thinks he can make me surrender, he's wrong," Naruto said coldly, his eyes flashing with determination. "I'll find him. I'll find him, wherever he hides." But at that moment, something disturbed him. The silence was too dark. Too absolute. Naruto approached one of the walls and carefully placed his palm, trying to feel even the slightest response of chakra. Fukasaku, sensing his comrade's tension, asked cautiously. "Naruto, maybe we missed something? Have you checked everything around?" "I checked," Naruto whispered, his voice unsure. "I was sure I'd feel it here, feel something, but it's empty." The feeling of his own failure struck a painful blow to his pride. He stood with his fists clenched, staring into the empty cave, realizing that he had probably wasted his time while Kushina remained in the hands of the enemy. He whispered, slamming his fist into the stone wall. The sound echoed, filling the empty space around him. Fukasaku gently placed a paw on his shoulder. "Calm down, Naruto. Panic won't help here. We may have missed something obvious. Rushing to a decision is a sure way to fail." Naruto closed his eyes and sighed, trying to calm his emotions. He needed to calm down, to focus. "Kushina needs you," he whispered to himself. "You can't afford to be wrong. Think, Naruto. Where could they hide her?" "Let's go," he said, opening his eyes, and there was a firmness in his voice. If Zetsu has this game in mind, then he will continue to leave traces that lead to false targets. But I will figure out his plan, I will figure out what he is trying to achieve. We will find her. Fukasaku nodded silently, following him out of the cave. Their silhouettes disappeared into the darkness, leaving behind only the cold and pulsating silence of the empty lair, where the echo of their footsteps remained, and a silent shadow disappeared into the depths of the cave. The copy of Kushina standing in the shadow of the ruins tensed as the monk in front of her summoned Shikaku's power. His calm face twisted, and a huge amount of chakra trembled in the air, reminiscent of the power of a sandstorm. Sand particles swirled around him, quickly condensing into a thick curtain, as if protecting their master. The monk's eyes gleamed with unprecedented determination, his hands formed signs, and there was not a shadow of doubt on his face. "I will protect Suna, even if it means fighting until my last breath," the monk roared, and a dark golden aura, symbolizing the One-Tail's power, flared up around him. The copy of Kushina did not speak, but her eyes, with the Rinnegan, shining through the slits of her mask, spoke for her. Like an ominous ghost, she took one step forward, and her cloak fluttered behind her like the wings of a dark angel. She formed hand seals, and her body was engulfed in the glow of the Rinnegan, awakening techniques that could match the power of the tailed beast. The monk, without waiting for her to act, commanded a huge wave of sand to rise into the air and rush forward. The sand stream swirled around him, rising in the form of a huge paw of Shikaku, which, like a monstrous claw, fell on Kushina. The copy of Kushina remained unfazed. Her Rinnegan vibrated with the concentration of chakra, and she extended her hand in front of her, creating a powerful shield. The blue barrier of Shinra Tensei blocked the attack, and the sand that hit it flew in all directions, forming clouds of dust. The monk screamed in rage and commanded the sand to close again, surrounding her in a tight circle, but Kushina was fast and merciless. "Just sand," she whispered behind the mask, and her voice sounded like an icy sentence. She made another seal, and Mokutan roots shot up from the ground, rushing quickly towards the monk, wrapping themselves around the sand curtain and destroying it. Each root pushed through the sand, tearing his defenses apart. The copy of Kushina continued to move, her cloak fluttering like a shadow, her Rinnegan flickering from the slits of her mask like an ominous light. The monk, seeing the sand losing its power, summoned more of Shikaku's chakra. The curtain of sand began to transform, taking on the shape of the One-Tail's head itself, with its menacing, twisted eyes and terrifying gaze. Its roar deafened the night sky, and the sand around them shook with the onslaught. The monk howled along with Shikaku, releasing a stream of sand with unprecedented force. Aimed straight at Kushina. "Get lost," the monk shouted, directing the destructive power of the sand. But the copy of Kushina remained unfazed. She raised her hand, and her Rinnegan glowed even brighter, absorbing and redirecting Shikaku's power. The Bansho Tennin technique pulled the sand, swirling it into a powerful vortex that quickly grew into a deadly tornado, controlled by her will. The forces collided. Sand and Mokutan chakra intertwined into a ball, in which whirlwinds of fury and destruction mixed. The copy of Kushina, subduing the whirlwind, sent it back to the monk. Before he could even breathe, the sand whirlwind contained in the Mokutan technique surrounded him, pressing him to the ground. For a moment, everything was silent, and only the monk's heavy breathing broke the silence. He, exhausted but still not broken, raised his head with difficulty, and through the slits of the mask he saw the Rinnegan, cold and soulless. He could only admit that his powers were useless against this merciless enemy. The copy of Kushina leaned over him like a cold ghost. Her voice, muffled by the mask, sounded like a final sentence. "Suna will fall. Shikaku belongs to me now." And with the final seal, she pulled his chakra, taking the One-Tail. As his chakra was absorbed, the entire space around him froze. The monk exhaled his last breath, and his body sank, empty and exhausted, forever trapped in her power. Just as she was about to leave, the Kazekage appeared in front of her. When messengers brought news of a mysterious enemy approaching the village of Sand, the Kazekage immediately took control of the situation. His eyes lit up with the determination to protect his people, and, clad in his battle armor, he gathered all the best shinobi of the village. Together, they stood on the walls, awaiting the threat that radiated icy terror. "You are trespassing on Suna's borders. Retreat, or I will be forced to stop you." The mysterious figure paused at the foot of the wall. She raised her head briefly, looking at him, and for the first time the Kazekage saw her eyes through the slits of her mask, the Rinnegan. Their piercing, soulless radiance took his breath away. These were not the eyes of a living person, but something far more sinister. I have come for Shikaku, the copy of Kushina said in a muffled voice, and her voice echoed in the silence of the night. You will not have it. The Kazekage pulled out a kunai, signaling the shinobi on the walls to prepare for battle. I will protect the village until my last breath. He made a few quick seals, and at his command, the ground in front of Kushina rose up into a wall of dense sand that was supposed to stop her. He hoped that the power of the sand release technique that had been used to repel attacks on the village for decades would work this time. But the copy of Kushina barely seemed to notice his defense. Her rinnegan glowed even brighter, and she formed hand seals, causing a powerful wave to sweep away the obstacle. With a soft whisper, she said, Shinra Tensei. The force waved toward the sand wall to shreds like dry grass. The sand flew up like a whirlwind and was scattered by the wind. The shinobi on the walls screamed in horror as they saw their best defenses destroyed so easily. The Kazekage, trying not to panic, instantly jumped down to face the mysterious figure. His heart was pounding, but he kept his cool. At that moment, he realized that he would have to rely on his full strength. You may be strong, but this is my village, and I will not let you destroy it, he shouted and folded the seals, summoning huge sand hands that reached out to Kushina, hoping to bind her and hold her. But the copy of Kushina, without flinching, used the Mokuton technique. Strong roots immediately shot up from the ground, wrapping themselves around the sandy hands and tearing them apart. Her figure, completely absorbed by her terrible power, left him no chance. The Kazekage froze for a moment, realizing that even his most powerful technique would be no match for this enemy. He realized that he was not just fighting a man, but something designed to destroy. But he was not going to back down. Gathering all his chakra, he turned to the remaining sand that swirled around him. He put all his power into forming a massive sphere of sand that swirled above his head. This was his last, desperate chance to stop her. This is where it ends, the Kazekage shouted, sending the sphere forward. It rushed towards the copy of Kushina, spinning with unprecedented speed and power, destroying everything in its path. But Kushina only raised her hand and said, Bansho Tennin. The massive sand sphere, being pulled by her power, suddenly changed direction and crashed to the ground in front of her, disintegrating in a cloud of dust. When the cloud cleared, she was standing before the exhausted and stunned Kazekage, her rinnegan glowing and glaring coldly at him. I'll take Shikaku. And you won't be able to stop me, she said. The Kazekage didn't even have time to move when her hand, wrapped in chakra, touched him, and a stream of power burst out of his body. The sand around him froze, and he knew that he had lost. The copy of Kushina, having completed her capture, stepped back, leaving the Kazekage on his knees, exhausted and defeated. She left him without looking back, dissolving into the night like an inexorable shadow, leaving only destruction and horror in her wake. The news of the attack on the sand village spread throughout all the villages, causing the hearts of the Kage and elders to tremble with anxiety. No one knew who exactly had carried out the attack, but each of them knew one thing: this unknown person was a powerful and ruthless threat that no one was safe from. It was felt that he would not stop there, and any of the villages could become his next target. Hiruzen Sarutobi sat in his office, carefully studying the scroll containing the report of the attack. His thoughts returned to the recent disappearance of Kushina, and he began to connect the dots. A picture was forming in his mind, and it was disturbing. It seemed that what was happening was part of a much larger, sinister plan. There's no time to waste, Hiruzen muttered, thinking out loud. I need to gather all the Kage. We need to discuss how to stop this unknown, before something irreparable happens. Meanwhile, Naruto Uchiha, far from Konoha, already knew about the attack on Suna. The news reached him through local spies and transmitters. He understood that this was the first step in the implementation of Zetsu's plan. Fukasaku-sama, we must act quickly, Naruto said decisively, turning to his mentor, who was sitting on a rock, his pearly eyes narrowed. I can't let this escalate into a new scale of war. There have already been too many casualties in the future. Fukasaku lifted his old head and, as usual, tilted it slightly to the side, carefully watching Naruto. "You're right, Naruto-chan," he replied quietly. "We've explored every possible route, and this lead is the only one so far. It's the only one we can use to stop him now." Naruto closed his eyes and lost himself in his thoughts. He tried to figure out what Zetsu's next move would be. In the future, things were different, he mused, plunging into his memories. Zetsu initially gathered a team, hesitating to act alone. But something clearly changed in his plans after being transported here. He's in a hurry. That means his goal was to seal the One Tail. Perhaps he realized that time was short and is starting with the most important thing. His thoughts were interrupted by Fukasaku's quiet but insistent voice. "Naruto-chan, I think he needs Kushina not only as a Jinchuriki, but also as..." The toad hesitated for a moment, as if choosing his words, "a vessel for the Rinnegan. You yourself said that Zetsu has no one he could use. He lost his previous team, and now Kushina is his only chance." Naruto took a deep breath as he considered these words, his chest weighing down with the knowledge that Kushina, his girlfriend, might be involved in these sinister plans, albeit against her will. "I think so too," he finally said, looking into the distance, where the smoke of distant villages rose, driven by the wind. "If she is in his hands, it is not an accident. And he will use her power if we do not stop him." He was silent for a moment, clenching his fists, and then turned to Fukasaku with determination in his eyes. "Fukasaku-sama, send one toad to each village. If Zetsu appears somewhere, have them teleport us there immediately. We must be prepared." Fukasaku nodded without saying a word. He understood the gravity of Naruto's decision and shared his anxiety. The large, illuminated room in Konoha's barracks was filled with an air of unease and anticipation. Torchlight played across the faces of those gathered, casting shadows across the massive wooden table where the three powerful leaders sat, Hokage Hiruzen Sarutobi, the Kazekage, and the Mizukage. They sat in grim silence, aware of the weight of the decisions ahead and the danger that hung over their villages. This time, they were the only ones to answer the call of Konoha and Suna. The other Kage had refused, their villages were safe for now. The Kazekage, frowning, was the first to break the silence. "We need to discuss the problem we face. It is a threat that cannot be ignored," he said, his voice low and determined. "We must fortify the borders immediately," Hiruzen responded, "and also form a group of shinobi to learn more about this unknown enemy." Mizukage, listening to their words, thoughtfully rubbed his chin and asked, What exactly does our enemy have? It seems to me that sooner or later he will reach our village, if his goal is the tailed beasts. But I want to better understand his strength." All eyes turned to the Kazekage. He sighed heavily, looking away. Tension could be read on his face, as if those terrible memories of the recent fight were coming alive in his mind. The Kazekage spoke slowly, choosing his words. "This opponent, he uses strange techniques that I have never seen before. He can attract and repel. I personally felt this power on myself. He is able to absorb chakra, and what is even more surprising is that he has Mokutan, a technique of trees." The Mizukage, hearing this, raised his eyebrows in surprise. "Mokutan? I always thought that only Hashirama had this power. Could someone else have awakened it?" Hiruzen, who had been silent until this point, finally spoke, his voice hoarse and heavy. "I admit, I didn't believe it when I first heard it. Mokutan was thought to have died along with the first Hokage. But now..." He sighed and looked at the Mizukage, worry evident in his eyes. "This enemy is very dangerous." The Mizukage frowned, a sense of impending danger flashing in his eyes. He couldn't ignore Hiruzen and the Kazekage's words. If he's hunting the tailed beasts, then his next target is Yujito ni, the Jinchuriki of the Nibi, the Mizukage cautiously suggested. Hiruzen shook his head. No. I don't think he's that straightforward. That would be too obvious. We might have the illusion that we know his next move, but enemies like him probably prefer to stay in the shadows to deceive us. I think he'll retreat for a while, give us a chance to relax, and strike again when we're not ready. The Kazekage nodded silently, agreeing with Hiruzen's insight. The Hokage's words pierced his mind, making him realize that this opponent was not just a ruthless killer, but a strategist with a plan. Gathering his thoughts, Hiruzen tapped his fingers on the table, emphasizing the seriousness of the moment. The most important thing now is our cooperation. Konoha and Suna cannot cope with this enemy alone. Mizukage, your village is suffering from an economic crisis, but if you unite with us, we will support you, and you can help us with your shinobi and knowledge. The Mizukage looked at Hiruzen for a long moment, weighing his offer. A spark lit up his eyes, indicating that despite the difficult circumstances, he was ready for this alliance. Well, I don't like the idea of someone threatening my people, the Mizukage said firmly, leaning forward. If this cooperation leads to victory, then the mist will support you. But rest assured, if we encounter this enemy, we will fight to the last drop of blood. The meeting ended with the details of the alliance being discussed. An agreement was reached between Konoha, Suna, and Mist to share intelligence, jointly guard their borders, and strengthen the defenses of key points. But even after reaching an agreement, the village leaders knew that many trials lay ahead, and one wrong move could result in disaster. When Naruto left to find Kushina, the Uchiha clan was thrown into a state of tense anticipation. As head, he had left a significant leadership vacuum, which was immediately felt by all of his followers. Mikoto Uchiha, who had become Naruto's temporary replacement, tried to maintain order, but deep down she was torn by the desire to help him in his search. Her thoughts constantly returned to Naruto, and she felt helpless, left behind in the village when she could have been useful in his mission. Meanwhile, the Konoha elders, disdainful of the Uchiha and seeing Naruto's temporary absence as an opportunity to tighten their grip, began attempting to impose further restrictions on the clan's activities. This increased tensions, and Mikoto, as the substitute head, found herself in the middle of this conflict, attempting to smooth things over. Mikoto had always tried to remain cool and level-headed, especially during the difficult circumstances her clan had faced over the years. However, when it came to Naruto, her reserve seemed to dissolve. She couldn't understand why her heart responded to his name, and why her thoughts about him brought up mixed feelings of tenderness and anxiety. From the very beginning, when Naruto appeared in her life, his strength and sincerity, his calm and sober outlook on things, had attracted her attention and conquered her mind. Mikoto had always tried to remain cool and level-headed, especially during the difficult circumstances her clan had faced over the years. However, when it came to Naruto, her reserve seemed to dissolve. She couldn't understand why her heart responded to his name, and why her thoughts about him brought up mixed feelings of tenderness and anxiety. From the very beginning, when Naruto appeared in her life, his strength and sincerity, his calm and sober outlook on things, attracted her attention and conquered her mind. For the first time in her life, Mikoto felt like she was ready to sacrifice herself for someone she considered more important than anything else in the world. When Naruto left to find Kushina, Mikoto felt a strange emptiness, as if a part of her had gone with him. Her heart sank at the thought of him being in danger. Her concern for Naruto became a deep, quiet feeling that she hid even from herself, afraid to fully comprehend it. She knew that her attraction to him was much more than just sympathy for the leader or empathy for his loss. It was the feeling that made her leave everything behind and follow him, no matter the risk. Under the cover of night, the copy of Kushina glided among the trees and rocks like a shadow, silent and elusive. Her Rinnegan, glowing through the slits of her mask, carefully monitored every movement in the camp where the Jinchuriki of the Eight Tails, known as one of the strongest shinobi of his village, was guarding. She knew that every minute was precious. Her goal was to quickly and silently neutralize any threat that could hinder the capture of the Eight Tails. Moments later, Kushina stopped, sensing the presence of a hidden protector. Listening closely, she discovered a small spy, a toad, who was monitoring the camp with a sensor to warn of an attack in advance. The toad was carefully studying the area, its keen gaze wandering along the perimeter. The copy of Kushina held its breath, focused its chakra, and, raising its hand, whispered. Mokuton, eternal root. Roots grew from the ground right under the toad, quickly wrapping around it and hiding it in the soil, leaving behind only a couple of rustling leaves. Before the toad could make a sound, it was gone. After making sure that there was no observer, Kushina moved on. The faint sounds of the shinobi on duty could be heard around the camp. Kushina, staying in the shadows, approached the center of the camp, where the Eight Tails Jinchuriki sat relaxed against a rock, deeply immersed in meditation, his face expressing calm and confidence. But at that moment, a sudden feeling of alarm pierced him. He opened one eye, alert. Something's wrong, he said, feeling vibrations in the air. Someone's here. The copy of Kushina, realizing that her presence had been exposed, took a single step forward, causing her silhouette to become visible against the moonlight. She raised her head, her Rinnegan eyes flashing a cold light, and her voice, low and ominous, echoed through the camp. I came for your power, Jinchuriki. B slowly rose, straightened up and looked appraisingly at her figure. You think you can take the Eight Tails from B himself? Ha, he chuckled, folding his arms. This will be an interesting fight. Without waiting for an answer, he activated his chakra. His body began to be covered in a red shell of the Hachibi's chakra, which sparkled in the darkness like fire, and he immediately went on the attack. Powerful chakra tentacles emerged from his body, crashing down on Kushina like an avalanche. Kushina remained calm. She performed several seals, and the ground beneath B's feet came to life. The power of Mokuton caused hundreds of strong tree roots to emerge from the ground, which, like snakes, wrapped around the chakra tentacles, instantly restricting B's movements. Mokuton? Are you really? B tensed up, feeling the power of Mokuton. Interesting. Gritting his teeth, he activated his chakra even more, transforming into a partial Hachibi form. His arms and back were covered in solid black patterns, and huge tentacles, wrapped in powerful chakra, burst out from the tree roots, tearing them to pieces. However, the copy of Kushina was ready. Her Rinnegan glowed and she activated Shinra Tensei, sending B flying back several meters. B, barely able to stay on his feet, felt his chakra shell tremble under the influence of her power. He frowned at her and, realizing his opponent's strength, completely transformed into his Hachibi form. The figure of a huge eight-tailed demon appeared before her, his eyes blazing with anger and determination. You'll regret getting involved with B and Hachibi, he roared, his voice deep and roaring, shaking the night forest. Kushina remained unfazed, and her Rinnegan glowed once more, absorbing the power of the chakra. She raised her hands and channeled the chakra into the ground, invoking the Mokuton Eternal Net technique. Giant tree vines rose from the ground and surrounded the Hachibi, containing its power like a trap, preventing it from moving. 8 tails, but not enough power to break me, she said with cold confidence. The Hachibi roared in rage, its chakra shell flaring up as it began to rip apart the tree roots. Suddenly, it released a powerful wave of chakra, knocking Kushina off her feet. However, she recovered instantly and activated the Bansho Tennin technique, pulling the Hachibi's tentacles in and controlling them with her power. She quickly channeled chakra into her Rinnegan and added another technique to finally bind B. Dozens of thick Mokuton stalks grew from the ground, forming a wall around him, holding his body firmly in place. Hachibi, realizing that his strength was insufficient, released a stream of chakra again and formed a turtle-like shell around himself, protecting himself from the Mokutan. But Kushina was relentless. She created a spear from tree roots and threw it at the shell, piercing it through. "It's all over," she said calmly. Her hand extended forward, and the Rinnegan technique absorbed the Eight Tails chakra. A moment later, the energy began to flow from the Hachibi to her, and he, exhausted, was unable to resist. As the copy of Kushina finished absorbing the chakra of the Eight Tails and its Jinchuriki, she felt a powerful force pull her back in. It was the Reikage, the brother of the captured Jinchuriki, clad in a glittering armor of lightning, surrounded by furious swirls of chakra and unwavering determination. "Stop! You're not getting away," he growled, rushing towards her with incredible speed. His fists, surrounded by blue lightning bolts, clenched, ready to deliver a crushing blow. The copy of Kushina only looked coldly at the approaching enemy, her Rinnegan flickering with an icy light, radiating a calm, silent confidence. "You will never see him again," she whispered, her calm voice sounding like a death sentence. The Reikage unleashed a powerful blow on Kushina, but she, as if anticipating his actions, created a Shinra Tensei barrier. Lightning struck the barrier, scattering into sheaves of sparks, and the Reikage was thrown back. "Do you really think you can stop me?" she asked coldly, her Rinnegan's piercing gaze never leaving his. With fury, the Reikage leapt to his feet, his chakra flaring with renewed vigor. He charged at her again, throwing punches at incredible speeds, but Kushina deflected them with her Mokutan technique. Roots burst from the ground, shielding her from each blow, wrapping around the Reikage's arms and weakening his movements. "You can't defeat me," the Reikage growled, unleashing another burst of lightning that shattered the roots holding him in place with a loud crack. He tried to strike her again, sending the lightning straight for her heart. Kushina only smiled under her mask. She used the power of the Rinnegan and instantly redirected his chakra, pushing the Reikage back. She raised her hand, and a powerful Mokutan technique, like living roots, surrounded him with incredible speed, entwining his body and depriving him of freedom of movement. The Reikage tried to free himself, but the roots grew stronger, preventing him from moving. He felt his strength begin to fade, his body becoming covered in wounds from the constant struggle. Kushina slowly approached him, her eyes shining coldly. "Now you will understand that resistance was useless," she said calmly. Her hand rose, surrounded by ominous chakra, ready to deliver the finishing blow. The Reikage made one last effort to break the Mokutan's bonds, but his strength was gone. The copy of Kushina unleashed a blow on him, her chakra crashing down on him, shaking the ground around him. He fell to one knee, breathing heavily. Kushina calmly turned away from him, knowing that she could not stand in her way now. Konoha, Suna and Mist. In Konoha, Hiruzen Sarutobi sat in the Hokage's office, listening intently to the report of the shinobi who had just returned from the cloud. His face was filled with worry, although he maintained an outward calm. "So the Reikage has been defeated," he said quietly, taking a drag on his pipe. "What about the Eight Tails?" "Captured, Hokage-sama. He has proven too strong. The Reikage requests an alliance. He is willing to join forces with Konoha, Suna, and the Mist to stop the threat." Hiruzen slowly stood up, his eyes flashing with determination. "We can't ignore this," he said firmly. "Call Jiraiya, he will lead the group to Suna. We need to ensure the Three Tails' protection at all costs." The next day, Jiraiya, the great Sannin, was sent to Suna. His presence not only boosted morale, but also served as a signal to all villages that Konoha was taking the threat seriously. At the same time, an emergency council was convened at the Kazekage's residence. The Kazekage, being a wise leader, listened attentively to the envoys from Konoha and the Mist. "The Three-Tailed is in danger," explained the representative of the Mist, a middle-aged woman with a cold gaze. "If the masked man attacks, we won't have time to respond. We must strengthen the village's defenses." The Kazekage bowed his head, considering their words. His face remained calm, but inside he felt tension. If this man is as strong as you say, why did he attack Cloud first? He asked. To eliminate the strongest Jinchuriki, replied Hiruzen, who had come personally for the discussion. We must be prepared for the next attack to be directed at you or us. The Kazekage looked at Hiruzen, evaluating his words. I agree, he finally said. But if we are to form an alliance, we need guarantees. Is the Raikage ready for an alliance? Yes, Hiruzen answered firmly. His pride was wounded, but he understands that without us he cannot stand. Raikage. In the cloud, the Raikage sat on the edge of a collapsed cliff, his gaze fixed on the distance. The heavy wind carried the scent of burning trees, a reminder of the recent battle. Dodai, his closest advisor, approached him. Raikage-sama, he began cautiously, are you sure of your decision? The Tsuchikage refuses to cooperate. If he does not join, the alliance will be weak. The Raikage clenched his fists and lightning flashed around his body. If this stubborn man wants to die, that's his choice, he said through clenched teeth. I've lost a brother. I won't let this man destroy everything we've created. He stood up, his eyes burning with determination. Tell everyone, Cloud joins the alliance. We will fight to the end. Tension with the stone. A few days later, representatives from Konoha, Suna, Mist, and Cloud gathered in Suna to discuss strategy. The Tsuchikage, as expected, did not show up. His absence cast a shadow on the plans. He thinks he can stand alone, the Kazekage said, his voice filled with concern. Onyoka's stubbornness could cost us our lives, the Raikage replied, his voice hoarse with anger. Hiruzen raised his hand, calling for silence. We can't waste any more time, he said. We'll begin preparing to defend the Three Tails while sending a team to negotiate with the stone. If we don't convince Onioki, our entire strategy could fall apart. Who will lead the detachment? The Kazekage asked. Jiraiya, Hiruzen said firmly. Jiraiya, who was present at the meeting, chuckled and stood up from his seat. Don't worry, old man, he said, turning to Hiruzen. I know exactly how to convince old Onioki. If words don't work, I'll hit him with my fist. I hope it doesn't come to that, Hiruzen replied, but his eyes showed confidence. Preparing for battle. At this time, all the villages began active preparations for defense. Shinobi strengthened their defenses, trained day and night, knowing that the coming battle could be their last. Tension was growing, and a threat loomed over the world that could destroy everything. And somewhere in the shadows of the forests, a copy of Kushina continued to move forward, her eyes with the Rinnegan burning with a bright light, and a shadow of a mysterious smile playing on her face. For weeks, Mikoto Uchiha walked through forests, fields, and rivers, not letting fatigue get the better of her. The borders of the Land of Fire were long gone, and every step she took seemed less and less confident. She didn't know exactly where to look for Naruto, but her heart told her that she had to find him, no matter what. When a small clearing finally appeared ahead, her gaze immediately caught a familiar figure. Naruto was sitting on the ground, under a huge tree, with his eyes closed and his legs crossed. His face seemed calm, but she knew it was a deceptive expression. A storm was raging inside him, which he so carefully hid from everyone. She moved closer, trying not to make any noise. Her heart was beating faster than usual, but not from exhaustion, but from his closeness. Over the past weeks, she had realized that these feelings for Naruto that she had ignored for so long had become stronger. But she knew that he only loved Kushina, and this realization burned her inside. Naruto, she called out quietly. His eyes opened slowly. He stood up abruptly when he saw her, a mixture of surprise and irritation flashing in his eyes. Mikoto? What are you doing here? I was looking for you, she answered, feeling her cheeks flush. Naruto frowned, his voice becoming cold. Were you looking for me? You left the clan. Do you understand what you've done? I couldn't just sit and wait, she flared up, but immediately fell silent under his heavy gaze. You left alone, without warning. We didn't know where you were. I was worried. Worried? He chuckled bitterly. You should have stayed in the village. You're the clan leader, Mikoto. They trust you, and you abandon them to what? Follow me? Her embarrassment turned to shame. She looked down, feeling her own words catch in her throat. I just wanted to help, she said quietly. Help? His voice was getting sharper. Do you even realize how dangerous what you did was? You put yourself at risk, left the clan without a leader. Did you even think before coming here? She looked up, her eyes shining with unshed tears. Yes, I thought so, she snapped. But I couldn't just stay there, knowing that you. She fell silent, realizing that she had said too much. Naruto looked at her carefully, waiting for her to continue. What am I what? He asked, but his voice was no longer so cold. Knowing that you could die, she whispered, turning away. You always take everything upon yourself, without thinking about how it affects others. He looked down for a moment, exhaling heavily. I left so that no one would get hurt because of me, he said quietly. Mikoto wanted to say something, but hesitated. Her feelings that she had been trying to suppress for so long came to the surface. She knew that Naruto loved Kushina and was only looking for her. But that didn't change how she felt about him. Naruto, she began, but immediately stopped, clenching her fists. What? He looked at her, his gaze softening. It's nothing, she replied weakly. Just, don't leave like that again. Naruto looked at her silently and then turned away, his face becoming serious again. I can't promise that, Mikoto. My place is where Kushina is. The words were like a blow. Her lips trembled, but she held back, only nodding. She knew he was right, but her heart still refused to accept it. Then, let me help you, she said, gathering all her resolve. You've done enough, he replied. Go back to Konoha. The clan needs you. Mikoto took a step forward, not backing down, her gaze full of determination despite Naruto's tired and disapproving expression. I won't leave, she said firmly, breaking the silence. Naruto frowned, crossing his arms over his chest. You don't understand what you've gotten yourself into, Mikoto. It's dangerous here. I can protect myself, and you have to go back to the village and take care of the clan. And leave you alone? Her voice wavered, but she tried to sound calm. Knowing that you could die? Never. This is not your war, he answered sharply. I am going after Kushina. This is my goal, my decision. The words about Kushina made her heart clench painfully. She lowered her gaze, trying to hide this feeling. Naruto. She began, her voice softening. I know you love her. I know she's the most important thing to you. But someone needs to be there for you. You can't carry everything on your shoulders all the time by yourself. This is my fight, he repeated, but his voice was no longer as cold as before. Mikoto, you don't have to do this. But I want to, she interrupted, her voice insistent. And don't try to convince me otherwise. She took another step closer, and there were only a few steps between them. Her confidence wavered for a moment when his bright eyes met hers. You left the clan for me, he said, quieter but still stern. Do you understand what this means? The elders already hate us, and now you've given them another reason to blame us. I know, she said, looking down. Her face was flushed with shame, but she continued, but I couldn't stay. I saw you leaving, and I knew you wouldn't come back unless I helped you. Naruto looked at her long and hard, as if he was struggling with himself. You're as stubborn as ever, he finally said. She smiled slightly, but immediately became serious again. Just let me stay. I'm not asking for more. He sighed heavily, running his hand through his hair. Okay, he said, finally giving in. But you have to listen to me. No unnecessary risks, no impulsive actions. Mikoto nodded, feeling relieved. She knew this decision wouldn't change his feelings for Kushina, but now she could be there to help him. Thank you, Naruto, she said quietly. Don't thank me, he replied, turning away. Just don't make me regret this decision. She smiled to herself, feeling that she had made the right choice. Now, even if she had to hide her feelings, she would be there for him as a friend, ally, and protector. The soft light of the setting sun filtered through the dense foliage of the forest, illuminating a small clearing where Naruto and his small team were discussing the latest news. Fukasaku-sama, sitting on a rock, looked unnaturally depressed, which was rare for him. Naruto-chan. Our toad, which was supposed to warn us about the actions of the man in the mask, disappeared without a trace, he said sadly, sighing heavily. The words of the Toad Master irritated Naruto. He clicked his tongue, clenching his fists. Thoughts of the masked stranger who had already taken the 8 tails did not leave his head. He felt helpless, the enemy was too strong, and his actions were impossible to predict. What should we do now, Fukasaku-sama? His voice was harsh, but there was also a hint of despair in it. We have 2 options, Naruto-chan, Fukasaku replied, folding his paws. The first is to try to find this stranger's lair. It will be difficult, but possible. The second is to hope for luck, because we really can't predict what his next move will be. Naruto frowned, considering his mentor's words. Both options seemed hopeless. The enemy's lair was carefully hidden, and hoping for luck would be just sitting back. Mikoto, standing next to him, was watching Naruto closely, her mind also searching for a solution. She couldn't afford to remain idle while he was tormented by doubts. Naruto, I have an idea, she suddenly said, getting his attention. Her voice was calm, but there was confidence in it. Naruto looked up at her, full of interest. What's the idea? You said that every village has a watch toad, she began. Their job is to warn you when enemies appear. But if the masked man always starts by eliminating these toads, then he knows about them. Her words made sense. Naruto nodded thoughtfully. Are you saying that he is deliberately hunting them? Exactly, Mikoto confirmed. That's why we can't rely on toads alone anymore. Fukasaku, who had been silent until now, frowned as he thought about what he had heard. And what do you suggest? Naruto asked, looking at her intently. Mikoto took a small step forward, trying not to show her uncertainty. Instead of the toad watchers, we can use small seals, she suggested. These seals will contain the enemy's chakra, or at least a trace of it if we can gather the rest. When the enemy crosses the village's border, the seal will immediately activate and give off a signal. Fukasaku shook his head, but interest lit up his eyes. It's a risky but interesting idea, he said. If these seals are placed correctly, they'll be much harder for the enemy to detect. Naruto folded his arms across his chest, thinking hard. Her idea seemed brilliant, but he didn't want to overestimate it. That might work, he finally said. But how do you propose to obtain this stranger's chakra? We could use the chakra that was left over from his attacks in previous battles, Mikoto replied, enthusiastically developing her thought. For example, in places where he encountered you or the others. Even small fragments could be useful. Naruto looked at Fukasaku as if waiting for confirmation. In principle, it is possible, Fukasaku said, scratching his chin with his paw. But for this we will need an experienced Fuinjutsu specialist. Mikoto nodded, her eyes lit up with determination. We have you, Naruto. You have the Hiraition technique. If anyone can handle those seals, it's you. Naruto chuckled, but the smile quickly faded. You're too optimistic, he said, but there was no negativity in his voice. But the idea is really worth trying. Fukasaku stood up, his small body seemed to be filled with energy. Then let's begin preparations, he said decisively. We need to gather as much information as possible and begin creating these seals. Mikoto and Naruto exchanged glances. For the first time in a long time, he felt like they had a chance to outsmart the enemy. Thank you, Mikoto, he said quietly, unexpectedly for her. She was a little embarrassed, but smiled. I just wanted to help. At that moment, a silent understanding arose between them. Naruto knew that he was not alone in this fight, and Mikoto knew that her place was right here, next to him. A warm breeze rustled the leaves as Naruto and Mikoto left the shelter. Their destination lay far away, in the land of clouds, where the mysterious masked man had last appeared. It would be a long journey, but neither of them wanted to waste time. They moved quickly, jumping through the trees. Naruto stayed ahead, focused, his face serious. Mikoto, on the other hand, watched him furtively, her heart beating a little faster than usual. She tried not to show her emotions, but her thoughts kept returning to him. Why is he like this, she wondered. Strong, determined, but at the same time so closed. Always keeps everything inside, as if he is afraid to show his weaknesses. They moved in silence for a long time, but Mikoto suddenly decided to speak. Naruto, she called. He slowed his pace slightly, turning his head in her direction. What? She felt her cheeks flush slightly with excitement, but she tried to remain calm. You're always so focused. Isn't it tiring to always be in control? Naruto was surprised by her question. He thought for a moment before answering. I can't afford to relax. Especially now. We have too much at stake. I understand that, she continued, smiling. But still, sometimes you can allow yourself to be distracted a little. At least for a little while. That's not my style, he replied shortly, but there was no irritation in his voice. Mikoto looked at him with a slight smile. Have you always been like this? Or is it just because of responsibility? Naruto thought. I don't know, he chuckled slightly. It's probably because of my path. If it weren't for all this, maybe I would be different. Mikoto noticed that his tone had softened. She felt a strange warmth inside, they were finally speaking simply, without tension. You know, she said suddenly, I thought you didn't really like to talk. Naruto glanced at her out of the corner of his eye, a faint smile touching his lips. And you thought I was completely silent? Well, perhaps, she admitted, slightly embarrassed. And I thought you were too serious to ask such questions, he retorted, and Mikoto suddenly laughed. Her laughter sounded unexpected for both of them, soft and sincere. Naruto glanced at her in surprise, but said nothing. I'm just glad we can talk like this, she said, pausing for a moment. Why? His voice became more serious, but there was no coldness in it. Mikoto looked at him, her gaze a little warmer than she wanted to show. You've always been a mystery to me, Naruto. You're strong, determined, but sometimes I feel like you wear a mask so no one can see what's inside you. Her words stung him. He looked away, as if considering her words. Maybe you're right, he said quietly. But I have no other choice. Why? She asked softly. Naruto stopped on one of the branches, turning to her, his face became serious. Because I love Kushina. Because her life now depends on me. And I can't allow myself to be weak. These words stung Mikoto, but she quickly suppressed her pain. She knew that Naruto would always love Kushina, but that didn't stop her feelings from growing. I understand, she said, nodding. Naruto nodded in response, as if thanking her for understanding. Thank you for coming with me, he added unexpectedly. Mikoto was slightly embarrassed, but a warm smile lit up her face. I just want to help you. It's important to me. Naruto looked at her with gratitude and they continued on their way. Mikoto walked next to him, feeling a little happier despite the pain. Even though he didn't know her feelings, this conversation had become important to her. For the first time, she felt like she wasn't just with a leader, but with a person who had become more than just an ally to her. Zetsu stood before a huge statue of the Gedo Mazo, immersed in a mystical dance of light and darkness. A dim light of chakra erupted from its black, twisted hands, enveloping the air in an eerie aura. This place was not part of the ordinary world, it seemed to be a fragment of another reality, where time did not exist. On the walls of the room, as if alive, the roots moved, reminiscent of predatory snakes ready to strangle all living things. Black Zetsu, his face half covered and expressionless, spoke the dark words of an ancient spell. His voice sounded unnatural, like hundreds of voices speaking at once. It was a voice that belonged to the darkness itself. The limp body of the eight-tails Jinchuriki hung before him, like a puppet on strings. Around his body, the remnants of chakra swirled, alive but in agony. It slowly separated from its host, spiraling into the Gedo Mazo's maw in bright spirals. The Jinchuriki, a young man, was making muffled wheezing sounds, as if he were trying to breathe, but something invisible was choking him from the inside. Soon. Zetsu whispered softly, his voice slithering like a snake, filling every corner of the room. Mother will wake up soon. His eyeless face lit up with a cruel grin. In the corner of the room lay the other Jinchuriki, one-tailed and two-tailed. Their faces were disfigured with fear, frozen for eyelids. Their eyes were empty, clouded. It seemed that even death could not free them from the nightmares they experienced in their last moments of life. But among this nightmare, the most terrible sight was a woman chained to the wall. Uzumaki Kushina. Her body, once radiating strength and confidence, was now emaciated. Heavy roots entangled her arms and legs as if they wanted to become part of her flesh. Her hair, still bright red like flames, had become disheveled and clung to her face. There were seal marks on her neck, so complex that they were impossible to decipher. They weren't just suppressing her chakra, they seemed to be absorbing her essence. She hung there, unconscious, but even in that state, there was something primal about her. It wasn't weakness, it was something more, hiding behind the mask of a broken shell. Zetsu glanced at her briefly, then smirked. Her time will come, he said to himself, continuing to work on the ritual. Meanwhile, the masked man was rapidly approaching the border of the stone land. His movements were fast, almost imperceptible to the human eye. The air around him trembled, as if reality itself resisted his presence. However, something was wrong. As soon as he crossed the border, a strange field surrounded him. It was invisible, but tangible, as if the air had suddenly become heavy. A feeling of unease began to grow in his mind, but he continued to move forward. And suddenly the ground beneath him opened up. Enormous stone hands burst out of the ground, grabbing his body and pinning him to a massive stone wall. The masked man tried to use his technique, but nothing happened. A trap, he whispered through clenched teeth. Before him stood Oanoki, the old but formidable Tsuchikage. His small but strong body radiated confidence, and his eyes, despite his age, burned with fury. "We have waited a long time for you," he said with cold malice. "Did you think you could walk freely on our land? You were wrong." The Tsuchikage's loyal shinobi gathered around him, ready to attack at any moment, keeping their hands on their weapons and simultaneously creating signs for techniques. The masked man remained motionless. His silence was oppressive, like the weight of a nightmare. "Don't try to use your eyes," Anoki continued, noticing the slight movement. "We've studied them. They're useless here." Silence. Anoki frowned, his patience wearing thin. I'll ask you once, why are you capturing the Jinchuriki? And where are the rest? There was no answer. Only a cold, dark gaze, piercing Oanoki like a warning. You can't hide, Oanoki hissed and took a step forward. His gaze darted to the mask. Let's see who you really are. With one sharp movement he tore off the mask. And what he saw left him speechless. In front of him stood a young woman with long red hair. Her eyes glowed with a chilling purple light, Rinnegan. But that wasn't the only thing that amazed everyone. Uzumaki. Kushina. Anoki's voice trembled, his lips barely moving from shock. The shinobi around froze, their weapons falling from their hands. Kushina raised her head, her lips stretching into a strange, almost painful smile. You thought you knew what you were dealing with. Her voice was quiet, but it sent a chill down my spine. But you've awakened something you can't control. Her eyes suddenly glowed brighter, and something in the air changed. The rocks around her began to crack and the ground vibrated. This wasn't just chakra, it was a power beyond human comprehension. The squad consisting of Naruto Uchiha, Mikoto, and Fukasaku moved cautiously along the border of the Land of Stone. The landscape around them was harsh, rocky cliffs and sharp outcrops created a sense of constant menace. Tension hung in the air. Every step, every sound seemed to echo in the surrounding emptiness, reminding them that an enemy could appear at any moment. Naruto suddenly stopped, his gaze becoming focused as if he had caught something that no one else could notice. I can feel it, he whispered, his voice unexpectedly quiet but firm at the same time. Mikoto and Fukasaku exchanged glances. The woman narrowed her eyes, looking towards the village, but did not sense anything unusual. Are you sure? She asked, trying to figure out what exactly had caught his attention. Naruto nodded. His chakra. It left a trace. In the Land of Stone. Fukasaku, an old and experienced sage, exhaled. He felt that this journey would lead to something more than a simple mission. Roger that, boy, he said, folding his hands to activate the teleportation technology. Get ready. Mikoto gritted her teeth and prepared to move. She knew this mission could be deadly, but her duty was more important than her fear. They found themselves in a dark room. There was an instant noise all around them. The shinobi of the rock patrolling the place immediately surrounded them, ready to attack. The entire room was filled with the sound of swords being drawn and seals being formed. The Tsuchikage stood in the center, old and commanding. His face, lined with wrinkles, was like a stone mask. He narrowed his eyes, studying the three who had suddenly appeared. Naruto calmly raised his hands, showing that he was not going to attack. We are not enemies here, he said in an even voice, looking straight into Oanoki's eyes. The old man frowned, distrust was evident in his every movement. What do you want? He asked coldly. We're chasing a masked man, Naruto explained. We sensed his chakra here in the Land of Stone. Oanoki smirked, but his eyes remained cold. Then you can stop searching, he said, stepping aside. Naruto and his companions followed his gaze and saw what they were looking for. The masked man was pinned to the wall by massive blocks of stone. But that wasn't what caught their attention. The mask had been torn off. Mikoto gasped, her eyes widening as she recognized the woman standing before them. Kushina, she whispered, not believing her eyes. Fukasaku's mouth twisted, but his gaze remained firm. He had already expected this. Naruto stared at the figure in front of him in silence. His gaze slid over her face, her violet Rinnegan eyes, her weakened but still majestic body. Only one thought flashed through his mind. It's not her. He knew that this woman was just a shadow of the one he once knew, a puppet caught in Zetsu's game. You're not surprised, Oanoki muttered, looking intently at Naruto. Because I know it's not her, Naruto answered coldly, not taking his eyes off Kushina. The Tsuchikage frowned even more, his patience wearing thin. Then explain to me why Uzumaki Kushina, a shinobi of Konoha, is capturing Jinchuriki and destroying villages. Naruto didn't answer right away. He knew that any mistake could lead to war. It's a long conversation, he finally said. But this conflict concerns only Konoha. Let us take her, and we will sort it out ourselves. The old man laughed in response, briefly but harshly. That doesn't concern you. Anoki flew into the air using his flying rock technique. His gaze grew furious. She attacked Suna, Cloud, and was about to attack us. She killed our people and captured the four-tailed beasts. You want me to just hand her over to you? Fukasaku stepped forward, trying to speak calmly. Anoki, listen. It's not her. She's being controlled. She's a puppet, used by someone else. But the sage's words did not reach the heart of the old Tsuchikage. A puppet? Ha! Konoha has always been able to justify its actions, he said with a sarcastic grin. First the first Hokage, then the others. You always wanted to subjugate all the villages. Naruto felt the situation was getting out of control. He slowly raised his hand, trying to calm the old man down. We are here for peace. We do not want war. Peace? Anoki clenched his fists, his chakra beginning to rise around him. I'd rather get rid of you right now. At that moment, one of the guards burst into the room, his face pale with fear. Tsuchikage-sama. The Jinchuriki have attacked the village. Anoki cursed. He hissed, looking at Kushina with hatred. Take her to prison. But as soon as he said this, Kushina raised her head. Her eyes glowed with an eerie light. You have awakened something you cannot control, she said, her voice echoing in the room. Instantly everything exploded. The walls and ceiling split, and the shock wave swept away everything in its path. Fukasaku and Mikoto managed to activate the teleportation technique, moving to a safe distance. Finding herself far from the destroyed village, Mikoto looked around frantically. Where is Naruto? She asked with concern in her voice. He went after her, he said, looking towards the destruction. Hopelessness in violet eyes. Silence surrounded them, as if nature itself was holding its breath. Naruto Uchiha appeared before the girl in the blink of an eye, his eyes piercing her gaze with the scarlet flame of the Sharingan. The girl with violet eyes was motionless, her face maintaining a cold mask of indifference. Where is Kushina? Where is she? Naruto's voice was full of anger, but there was also desperation in it. His fingers were tightly holding her shoulders, but the girl didn't even try to break free. She was silent. No word, no gesture, just that empty look. It was wrong. Before, she had attacked him without a shadow of a doubt, like a doll following orders. But now, she just sat on the ground, as if broken. Naruto loosened his grip slightly and knelt down next to her. His eyes continued to study her face and he noticed something strange. Her lips trembled, as if she was trying to say something but couldn't. He saw it in her eyes, fear and pleading. You're against your will. I can see that. His voice became quieter, almost a whisper. But if you can, give me some sign. Anything. The girl did not move. Only after a few moments her lips, barely moving, said. Eyes. Naruto realized. His Sharingan. It was getting in her way. Without wasting any time, he deactivated the technique, allowing his natural blue eyes to meet hers. And in that moment, everything around him changed. Call from the depths. Naruto found himself in a dark cave. The stone walls emitted a faint glow, and the air was heavy, like before a storm. But none of that mattered. He saw her. Kushina. Kushina. He cried, rushing towards her. She took a step towards him, and they embraced so tightly that it seemed nothing could break this bond. His hands were shaking, he felt her warmth, the smell of her hair. It was too real. "Naruto-kun," she whispered. Her voice was trembling, but there was a note of hope in it. "Kushina, tell me where you are." His words were fast, almost panicked. She frowned, her face contorted into a pained expression. "I don't know. I don't remember anything." She grabbed her head sharply, as if something inside was trying to break out. They're holding me." "Who?" Naruto dropped to one knee, his hands gently cupping her face. He searched her eyes for answers. "Tell me." "I can't," she screamed, clutching her head. "Naruto-kun, it hurts. Save me." Her face was distorted with pain, and her voice trembled more and more. "I'll find you. Just hold on." Naruto tried to speak calmly, but his own heart was breaking from helplessness. "I'll save you, Kushina. I swear." She pressed her palms to his chest, her eyes filling with tears. "They know that you are here. Naruto, go away, before it is too late." And here everything began to crumble. The cave began to dissolve, its image becoming increasingly blurred. "Kushina. No. Stop." He tried to hold her back, but her figure disappeared like a mirage. Genjutsu from which there is no escape. How naive. A hoarse voice echoed throughout the dark cave. It was Black Zetsu, watching Naruto's motionless body. The Uchiha lay on the ground, his Sharingan glowing dimly, his face frozen in a pained expression. "You were right. His feelings are his weakness," Kushina's copy, standing next to him, responded. Her face no longer showed any fear or pain. Only icy indifference. He followed her straight into a trap. He didn't even think of resisting when we led him into the illusion. Zetsu leaned over Naruto and grinned wickedly. "Now we have an Uchiha who will be the perfect weapon. Take him. We will finish what we started." The copy of Kushina nodded, her eyes glowing purple. She bent down to pick Naruto up, but paused for a moment. Naruto's lips moved barely audibly. "This is not the end yet." And her eyes widened in horror. The ruined village of the rock was silent, as if mourning along with its leader. Anoki stood by the window, watching the smoking ruins. The sun was setting, its pale light only highlighting the grim picture of destruction. The city he had spent decades building lay in ruins. His people, his pride, all of it was now scorched by fire. Taking a deep breath, the Tsuchikage frowned, clasping his hands behind his back. An enemy capable of subjugating the tailed beasts had managed to take the jewel. His village had fallen, and as much as he hated to admit it, he was acutely aware of his own impotence. On his desk sat a document, an offer of peace from all the great villages. It was an admission that none of them could stand against this new threat alone. The sound of footsteps outside the door pulled him out of his gloomy thoughts. "Tsuchikage-sama, they're waiting for you," the assistant said cautiously, standing in the doorway. His voice sounded uncertain, as if even he knew how bad things were. Anoki slowly turned around, taking one last look at the scroll before him. His fingers trembled slightly as he took the document. Without another word, he headed for the exit, his heavy footsteps echoing loudly through the stone corridors of the ruined residence. Soviet Kage. The large, brightly lit room was filled with an oppressive silence. All the leaders of the great villages were seated in their places. The Raikage had his arms crossed over his chest, his face grim and tense. The Mizukage was nervously tapping his fingers on the table, glancing from Hiruzen to the empty seat where Aim's representative should have been sitting. The Kazekage frowned, as if trying to hide his worries. Only Anoki maintained an outward calm, taking his place with a document in his hand. The Raikage was the first to break the silence, his low, commanding voice echoing in the room. "We cannot waste any more time. Our enemy has already captured 8 of the 9-tailed beasts. This is unacceptable." He slammed his fist on the table, and the sound echoed throughout the room. The tension increased noticeably. Hiruzen exhaled slowly, leaning back in his chair. His face was tired. The years he spent as Hokage had taken their toll, but now he looked especially depressed. "Perhaps already 9 out of 9, Oanoki said unexpectedly to everyone, his voice dry, but sounding like a clap of thunder. Everyone turned their heads to look at the Tsuchikage. The Mizukage frowned, the Reikage became wary, and the Kazekage narrowed his eyes as if he couldn't believe his ears. "What do you mean?" the Reikage asked sharply, his eyes flashing. Anoki met his gaze without flinching. "I saw her." A copy of Kushina, the Jinchuriki of the 9 tails, fought alongside the masked man. Hiruzen closed his eyes for a moment, as if this information struck him as pain. The other village leaders looked at each other, confusion written all over their faces. "Hokage, why didn't we know about this?" the Mizukage asked sternly, his voice shaking with barely contained anger. Hiruzen sighed heavily. "We've lost our Jinchuriki. She was kidnapped a few months ago, but I didn't want to spread that information to avoid causing panic." The Reikage jumped up from his seat, his loud voice drowning out everything else. "You've been hiding this from us? You've put all of our villages at risk. This man is gathering the tailed beasts. And we don't even know why." The Kazekage raised his hand, calling for silence. His voice was calm, but there was a hint of worry in it. "The Reikage is right. We must take action immediately. But what can we do? We have no information about his base or his next move." The Mizukage nodded in agreement. "If we don't know where he is, how can we stop him? We need intelligence. We need something to latch onto." Hiruzen looked at his colleagues. There was a faint hope in his eyes. He leaned forward slightly, resting his weight on the table. "I have someone who is already working on this." These words instantly attracted everyone's attention. "Who?" the Mizukage asked cautiously. Hiruzen answered after a short pause. "Naruto Uchiha. The head of the Uchiha clan. He has already infiltrated the enemy's lair and is trying to find out more." Hiruzen's words hung in the air. The Kazekage looked surprised, the Reikage snorted in disbelief, and the Mizukage frowned even more. "Uchiha? You trust him with such an important matter?" the Reikage asked, his voice full of skepticism. Hiruzen met his gaze. "He's the only one who can do this. He has enough experience to handle it." The room fell into an uneasy silence once more. Somewhere outside the window, a bird cried out, its voice echoing in the silence. Each of the Kage knew they were on the brink of disaster. The enemy had the power to destroy the shinobi world. And if Naruto failed, the future of all the villages would hang in the balance. Deep darkness enveloped the cave, filling it with a musty, damp smell. The sounds of distant echoes created the illusion that the walls were breathing. Naruto Uchiha slowly opened his eyes. His head was buzzing, his arms and legs were tightly bound with ropes, and every movement was painful. He looked around. Ritual seals flickered all around the cave. In the center, a giant statue pulsed, the Geto Mazo. Zetsu and the masked man stood before it. Their chakra was like a black abyss. The Jinchuriki's bodies lay lifeless on the stone floor, like puppets without strings. But Naruto's gaze fell on something else. Her. Hanging on the wall, chained with heavy chains, was Uzumaki Kushina. Her face was pale, and her breathing was barely audible. "Kushina," Naruto exhaled, feeling rage begin to boil inside him. He slowly closed his eyes, calmness giving way to determination. "They will pay for this. He folded his fingers and summoned a small toad that appeared on his shoulder and looked at him questioningly. Tell Hiruzen. Location. Urgent. Naruto's voice was quiet, but there was steel in it. The toad nodded and disappeared with a soft pop. Now it's my turn, Naruto noted in his mind. He froze, concentrating, and began to absorb natural energy. The calm of nature filled his mind, turning into a deadly force. When he opened his eyes, sage spots appeared on his face, and his Manjikyu Sharingan glowed crimson. A second later, the ropes that bound him fell apart. Who's there? Zetsu's voice was sharp, his eyes narrowing dangerously. The masked man turned around, looking at Naruto. How did you get free? There was surprise in his voice. It doesn't concern you anymore, Naruto replied coldly. Zetsu pointed his finger at the Uchiha. Kill. Immediately. The masked man disappeared silently. Naruto felt movement behind him. He spun around, blocking the blow with his fist. The vibration went through his body. The enemy was strong, but not that strong. Quickly. The masked man took a step back, studying Naruto. Fast? Naruto bowed his head, his eyes flashing. You have no idea what speed is. The next moment he disappeared, his figure blurring in the air. The enemy froze, but it was too late. Naruto appeared behind him and struck. The masked man barely had time to activate his Rinnegan to block the attack, but the force of the blow sent him flying into the wall. Rocks rained down with a roar. What? He shouted. This can't be. But Naruto was already ahead. He moved like a whirlwind. His strikes, precise and deadly, left no time for a counterattack. The enemy jumped back, stretched out his hand, and launched a pull technique. The ground shook, and chunks of rock rushed towards his palm. Naruto stood his ground, his body as still as a rock. You think that's enough? He growled, disappearing again. The next second, his fist crashed into his enemy's chest. A dull crack echoed throughout the cave. The enemy fell, but did not give up. Rising, he pulled out Kuroibo and rushed to attack. Meanwhile, Zetsu, seeing that the battle was escalating, sped up the sealing process. His hands moved like lightning, chakra filling the space, making the air heavy. Naruto felt the statue come to life. He wants to awaken the Geto Mazo. We need to hurry, he thought, repelling another attack from his opponent. Die, the masked man shouted, activating his spatial distortion. But Naruto intercepted his movement, grabbing Kuroibo with his hand and breaking him in half. You're not strong enough to stop me. His voice was like a blade. The final blow sent the enemy flying into the wall. His body began to be consumed by natural energy. Fear appeared in his eyes. Zetsu, help, he managed to say before he completely turned into a tree. Zetsu, feeling that he was losing, angrily activated the last seals. The Geto Mazo shook. Enormous chakra erupted outward, causing an earthquake. The cave began to collapse. You're too late, boy. Zetsu yelled. Now the power that will destroy everything will awaken. You overestimated yourself, Zetsu, Naruto said, activating Susanoo. Blue energy exploded, surrounding him in a huge silhouette. Susanoo's sword struck the statue with a roar. A flash of light illuminated the entire area. The Geto Mazo, without completing its awakening, exploded, shattering into pieces. The blast wave destroyed the cave. Naruto was instantly at Kushina's side. He cut the chains and pulled her close. Her breathing was barely noticeable. I won't let you die, he whispered, closing his eyes and activating teleportation. Just as the ceiling began to collapse, Naruto and Kushina disappeared, leaving the cave buried under tons of rock. Kushina. A ringing voice broke the thick silence. The girl shuddered, feeling a light but insistent push on her shoulder. She opened her eyelids with difficulty, feeling as if her mind was being pulled out of a dark abyss. Her breathing quickened, and her eyes darted about in search of some kind of support in reality. There he stood before her. His face, his eyes, in which hope and endless care always hid. Naruto, her voice broke into a hoarse whisper. At that moment, all the memories came flooding back: imprisonment, struggle, fear, despair. And suddenly, liberation. She rushed towards him, hugging him tightly around the neck, as if she was afraid that he would disappear again. Naruto-kun. You're here. You saved me. She didn't hold back her tears, letting them flow down her cheeks as her voice trembled with emotion. It's okay, Kushina, it's all over, Naruto said softly, carefully stroking her hair. She pulled back just enough to look into his eyes, still full of warmth and confidence. You risked yourself for me, Naruto, her voice trembled. I can't forgive myself for putting you in such danger. Naruto just smiled as if her words were nothing, and he gently touched his lips to her forehead, letting the gesture convey everything he felt. Don't blame yourself, Kushina, he said softly. The only thing that matters to me is that you're here, alive and well. You know I love you. His words pierced her heart with a warmth she feared she would never feel again. She kissed him back, putting into it all the gratitude and love she could not express in words. When they finally pulled away from each other, there was something different in his eyes, an uncertainty and sadness that Kushina couldn't ignore. Is something wrong? Her voice was full of concern. Naruto sighed, looking away as if gathering his courage. Kushina, I need to tell you something. Her heart sank. She froze, listening to every word he said. You know, I'm from another timeline. I came here with one goal, to stop Zetsu and prevent disaster. Now that it's all over. He paused and her eyes widened in horror as his words began to sink in. Now I have to go back. These words struck her like lightning. Tears began to roll down her cheeks again, but now they were filled with despair. No. Naruto, don't say that, her voice trembled. Kushina, I have to. It's my duty. She squeezed his hand as if she was afraid he would disappear right now. I don't want to let you go. But I know I have to, she whispered, barely holding back her sobs. Her voice was bitter, but there was also determination in it. She moved closer to him until their foreheads touched. I'll wait for you, Naruto. No matter how many years pass, I'll wait. Because I love you. His heart sank at her words. Kushina, you mustn't. I don't know how long it will be until I appear again. I don't want you to suffer, living in anticipation. No, Naruto, don't say that. I can't imagine myself with anyone else. You're all I have. He smiled at her with such warmth that Kushina felt as if her heart had calmed down for a moment. They sat there, enjoying every moment together, knowing that this might be their last time together for many years. Two people were watching them from afar. I told you he could handle it, Fukasaku muttered with a slight smile, crossing his arms. He turned his head to say something to his companion, but stopped when he saw her expression. Mikoto stood silently, her gaze lowered. Her eyes were full of sadness that she tried to hide. It's hard to love someone who will never love you back, right? Fukasaku said thoughtfully, looking at her. Mikoto didn't answer. She just turned around and slowly walked away, leaving him alone. Life is cruel, Fukasaku sighed, turning back to the couple who seemed to live in their own world, where there was no place for pain or separation, even for a moment. #return. A loud wind gently swayed his hair, gently touching his face. Warm rays of sun penetrated through the thick foliage, falling directly on him. Naruto frowned and slowly opened his eyes. It's like I've been asleep for ages, he thought, feeling reality begin to take shape. He blinked a few times, letting his eyes adjust to the bright light, and looked around. Tall, mighty trees spread out around them. Their tops whispered to the sky, rustling faintly in the gusts of wind. Naruto looked at his hands and froze. His body had changed. Strong shoulders, muscular arms, rough faces, he barely recognized himself. I wonder how many years have passed, he muttered under his breath, running his hand over his overgrown face. The air was fresh, almost ringing, but something about it felt foreign, unfamiliar. He took a deep breath and closed his eyes. Images flashed before him, Kushina, her eyes, her voice full of hope. She had to wait for him. I will find her, no matter what it takes, he told himself firmly, clenching his fists and moving forward. The forest was longer and quieter than he expected. The paths that had once been so familiar were now strange. Everything seemed new, even the ground beneath his feet. And then, after several hours of walking, the enormous gates of Konoha appeared before him. Naruto froze. The village had changed greatly. Tall towers rose where low wooden houses had once stood. The streets were bustling with life, with laughter and conversations everywhere. But something about it felt wrong. This Konoha no longer belonged to his memories. As he passed through the gates, he felt curious glances. He met children, adults, even shinobi, all looked at him with interest, but no one recognized him. How much time has passed, he muttered, looking towards the Hokage building. He headed there without hesitation. But inside, behind the massive doors, he was met only by unfamiliar faces. How can I help you? Asked the shinobi at the table, looking up at him. I'm looking for Uzumaki Kushina, Naruto said, trying not to let the tremor show in his voice. The man froze, clearly confused. Kushina? Uzumaki? He shook his head. Sorry, but she's not here for a long time. She left the village many years ago. The words hit Naruto like a hammer. Kushina isn't here? She isn't in Konoha? How long has she been gone? I don't know for sure, the shinobi replied. And Naruto felt his hope fading. Without wasting any time, Naruto headed towards the exit. His heart was beating wildly. Every step was filled with anxiety and hope. When he reached the gate, a familiar figure appeared in front of him. A tall woman with black hair and a piercing gaze. Mikoto Uchiha, he whispered, feeling warmth wash over him. She froze when she saw him, her eyes widening. Time seemed to stop. Naruto. Her voice trembled as she took a step forward, unable to believe her eyes. Mikoto, he said, her name falling softly from his lips, as if he was afraid to ruin this moment. Where's Kushina? She was silent, her gaze wandering over his face, studying every dot. In him she saw the same young man who had once changed her outlook on life. But he had become different, strong, mature, with some inexpressible heaviness in his eyes. You're back, Naruto. Mikoto's voice was filled with joy, but there was also sadness in it. You have no idea how much we've all been waiting. Where is she? Naruto repeated, looking into her eyes, full of pain. She slowly pulled away, her face contorted with sadness. Kushina is no longer here, she said, looking down. She was waiting for you. For a long time. But as the years went by, she decided to leave to find you. The last I heard, she was heading to Uzushio. Uzushio? Naruto froze. This village no longer existed, or so he was told. It was destroyed. She's been looking for me all this time, he asked, feeling his heart squeeze. Mikoto nodded. She never stopped believing that you would come back. But, she had to leave. She couldn't wait any longer. Naruto was silent. His heart was breaking. All this time she was looking for him, and he just disappeared. Naruto, Mikoto said suddenly, her voice soft but with a sense of longing. Maybe you should stay? Find your home here, with me. He turned to her, his gaze full of gratitude, but there was one thing in it: refusal. Mikoto, I made a promise to her. I will find her. No matter what happens. She looked away, trying to hide the pain. I understand. Then I'll help you, she said, her voice shaking but her gaze steady. I know where they might look for traces of her. Thank you, Mikoto. You've always been kind to me, he replied, and there was sincerity in his voice. She watched him leave, and once again, only silence remained in her heart. A quiet, burning emptiness that she had once come to terms with. The wind from the sea blew over the ruins of the once majestic Yuzushiogakure. The broken buildings, skeletal walls, and debris long since swallowed by nature created an ominous picture of a forgotten past. Naruto Uchiha stood atop a hill, looking at this sight. His eyes slowly scanned the landscape, as if trying to discern something that had escaped time. The water sloshed underfoot, for the village was now surrounded by an endless sea. The waves rose and fell sharply, as if trying to remind us of the greatness that had once been here. You see it too? Naruto broke the silence, his voice sounding calm, but inside there was a storm raging. Fukasaku, standing next to him, nodded silently. I see. But this is not just a barrier. It is strong and dangerous. If you try to pass through it, the result could be sad. Naruto frowned. He had long ago learned to hide his emotions, but now his face betrayed disappointment. Echem. So there really is life there, he muttered, watching the invisible barrier carefully. He ran his fingers through the air, feeling a slight discharge of chakra. I wonder why they hide. Fukasaku took a deep breath. When Yuzushio fell, we never knew what happened to her people. They simply disappeared, as if they had never existed. Naruto nodded silently, but his mind was elsewhere. He carefully touched the barrier, trying to discern its nature. The electrical impulse quickly knocked his hand away, but that only strengthened his resolve. If Kushina is in there. His voice wavered, but then became firm. I need to get inside. Fukasaku looked at him seriously. If you try to enter by force, the consequences could be disastrous. We need to wait until someone comes out and take advantage of that moment. Naruto sighed. Knowing that the elder was right. They hid in a tree, hiding among the thick foliage, and waited. Chapter 2. The Secret of the Past. Why did Kushina remove her name from the Toad contract? Naruto suddenly asked, breaking the silence. His eyes were fixed on one spot, but his voice betrayed deep disappointment. Fukasaku turned slightly towards him. She did it herself. It was her decision. We never asked her why, but it seemed like she was trying to leave the past behind. These words caused a flood of questions to come to Naruto's mind. Why did she abandon her past? Why did she decide to cut off her ties with the world? These thoughts haunted him until a shinobi with bright red hair appeared in front of the barrier. He'll suit us, Naruto said quietly, watching the guy who was moving carefully, as if he was afraid of something. In an instant, Naruto disappeared from hiding and appeared behind the young Uzumaki. His movement was lightning fast, and his blow was precise. The shinobi fell to the ground without making a sound. Fukasaku jumped down and examined the body carefully. You will need to use his chakra. The barrier will only let you through if your chakra matches the pattern of his defense. Naruto nodded, quickly forming seals for the absorption technique. Shinobi chakra began to flow into his body. It was a strange feeling, like someone else's imprint was being implanted into his being. After transforming, he looked at Fukasaku. Keep it with you until I return. Fukasaku silently agreed, taking the body to the Toad world. Now it's my turn, Naruto said quietly, making several seals. He touched the barrier, and the world around him changed. Chapter 3. Village in the Sea. A small but bustling village spread out before him. People with red hair were working everywhere, building houses, carrying materials, talking. It was a picture of industriousness and rebirth. There seemed to be hope here. Naruto couldn't help but slow down, looking at every corner. They survived. The Uzumaki clan didn't disappear. But why were they hiding? His thoughts were interrupted by a shinobi who approached him. Akai, Yuzukage wants to see you. Yes, I understand, Naruto answered, trying to hide his excitement. He was led to a large building that immediately stood out from the rest. The village leader's residence, Naruto guessed. Knocking on it, he heard a calm voice inviting him in. When he entered, his heart sank. Nagato was sitting on the village chief's chair. He had a hat with the Uzumaki symbol on his head. But what shocked him even more was the woman sitting on the sofa. Kushina. She looked older, but her face was still familiar. Her scarlet hair was tied up in a neat bun, and her eyes were wise and experienced. She looked up when Naruto entered, but didn't say a word. Akai, how are the supplies? Nagato's voice brought Naruto back to reality. Everything is agreed. They agreed to our terms, Naruto improvised, trying to speak confidently. When can we expect them? In 5 days, he answered at random. Nagato nodded in satisfaction. You can go. Get some rest. Naruto complied, but as he left, he stole another glance at Kushina. Chapter 4. Old Wounds. As the door closed behind Naruto, Nagato looked at Kushina with a slight smile. He couldn't take his eyes off you. Maybe this is a sign. Kushina, not paying attention to him, put the papers aside. How are things with intelligence? The last thing they reported to me was that the search was underway, Nagato said resignedly and saw how Kushina became slightly sad. Can Kushina stop already? Yes, I understand that you want to find him, but Naruto-sama is not there. Nagato, he will come back, Kushina said insistently and looked at the guy with confidence. Nagato sighed and leaned back in his chair. Why torture yourself like that? You need to move forward. And not hold on to the past, Nagato said and looked at Kushina. I have already decided everything for myself. Kushina, I just want to help you. You once saved me, now I want to help you. It's been 5 years since he left, his voice became much quieter at the last words. I'm grateful that you're worried, but my personal life is none of your business, Kushina replied. Nagato didn't answer, realizing that there was no point in arguing with her. This woman was too stubborn. And you could never win an argument with her. In an instant, a patrolman appeared next to Nagato, who was very inspired. Yuzukage-sama. Our scout reported that they saw an Uchiha similar to Naruto in Konoha. These words were like thunder for Kushina. Nagato immediately jumped up from the words of the sentry. Where is he now? Kushina asked. There was a turmoil of emotions inside her now. She really wanted to meet him. Forgive me, Kushina-sama. But the last time he was seen was in Konoha. And his further steps are unknown to us, but most likely he is not there. Take a squad of shinobi and go to the land of fire. He should be inside the country yet, Nagato gave the order. He also wanted to quickly find his teacher. After all, Naruto saved him during the Third Shinobi World War. Nagato and Kushina looked at each other with happy faces. Finally, their efforts bore fruit. Long-awaited meeting. Kushina was happily returning home. The news that Naruto had returned made her heart beat faster than ever. She couldn't help but smile, humming a song that came to mind. Her mood was so bright that passers-by who knew her looked at each other in surprise. they hadn't seen this happy woman for a long time. When she got to her house, her fingers trembled as she opened the door. The feeling that this was all a dream never left her. Taking off her shoes and outerwear, she headed to the kitchen, planning to pour herself a cup of tea to somehow cope with the surging emotions. But instead of an empty room, he met her. A tall, dark-haired man with short hair and dark eyes. He stood by the window, bathed in the soft light of the sunset. His presence, his aura, everything said that this was not a dream. It was him. "Hello, Kushina," he said in a warm voice and smiled, just like in their best times. Her heart sank. Her eyes widened and tears came to them. She tried to say something, but she couldn't. Her feet carried her to him. "Naruto," she whispered, and the next second she wrapped her arms around him, pressing herself as if she was afraid that he would disappear. He returned her embrace, gently stroking her back as if trying to calm her down. "I'm here. I'm with you now. I promise I won't leave again." She didn't want to let him go. This embrace was like a safe island for her after years of loneliness. She raised her head, her eyes meeting his. Unable to contain her emotions, she reached for his lips, and their kiss was so long awaited that her heart skipped a beat. Naruto responded with the same passion, pouring into the kiss all the feelings that had haunted him for years. It was a moment where the past, present and future came together. When they parted their lips, they still did not let go of each other. "I'm sorry I made you wait so long," Naruto said, his voice shaking with emotion. Kushina hugged him tightly again. "It doesn't matter now. You're here, and that's enough. I was waiting only for you." She led him into the living room, where he sat down on the sofa. But instead of sitting next to him, Kushina settled herself on his lap, as if she was afraid he would disappear again if she let him go, even for a moment. "I thought I'd find you in Konoha. I headed there first, but you weren't there," Naruto said, his voice quiet but heartfelt. Kushina smiled bitterly, her eyes looking into the distance, as if remembering those days. "I couldn't stay there. After you left, everything reminded me of you. Every street, every corner. It was unbearable. I felt like I didn't belong there anymore." She fell silent, lowering her head, as if apologizing for not waiting for him there. "You made the right choice," Naruto said softly, lifting her face by her chin. His gaze was full of understanding. "Konoha, it's too far from what you and I loved." Kushina looked at him with gratitude. She snuggled up to him, her head resting on his chest. "Here in Uzushio, I found myself again. But all this time, I was waiting for you. Every day, every night, I dreamed of you coming back. New way." In the quiet of the night, with the soft moonlight covering everything around them, Kushina and Naruto sat next to each other in her room. The room was filled with a warm atmosphere, the aroma of brewed herbal tea mixed with the scent of fresh wood. They had just finished a long conversation, sharing what they had experienced during their time apart. Kushina looked at Naruto, her eyes filled with a mixture of happiness and sadness. Her fingers trembled slightly as she touched his cheek, as if checking that he was real. Naruto gently wrapped his arms around her waist, pulling her closer. Their faces were so close that she could feel his breath. "Do you know how long I've been waiting for this moment?" she whispered, her voice soft, almost elusive. Naruto ran his hand through her scarlet hair, admiring her face. "I know. And I swear I'll never leave you alone again." Her eyes sparkled, and before she could respond, he kissed her softly. This kiss was completely different from the one before. It was soft, unhurried, but at the same time filled with a feeling that could not be expressed in words. Kushina placed her hands on his shoulders, kissing him back. She felt her heart beating faster with each passing second. In that moment, the entire world around her seemed to disappear. There were only the two of them, their breath, the warmth of their bodies, and that irresistible connection that had not faded despite the years of separation. Naruto took her hand carefully, getting up from the couch, and without taking his eyes off her, he led her to the bed. She followed him, feeling completely trusting in him. The room was dim, and only the moonlight illuminated their silhouettes. He sat her down on the bed and slowly sat down next to her. Their eyes met, and in that silence they said more to each other than they could with words. His hands gently touched her shoulders, slid down her arms. "You're all I need," he whispered, pulling her close again. Kushina responded, her voice firm and full of emotion. That night was the beginning of something new for them. Without words, they gave each other all their tenderness, all the accumulated love and warmth that they had hidden for so long. Their closeness was not just physical, it was the moment when two hearts that had been separated for so many years finally united again. At dawn, as the first rays of the sun entered the room, Kushina lay quietly next to Naruto, her head resting on his chest. She listened to his even breathing, her fingers drawing subtle patterns on his arm. "Thank you for coming back," she whispered, knowing he probably wouldn't hear. And at that moment she knew, everything she had gone through was worth it to feel at home again, next to him. That's it. Thank you for listening to the story to the end.